in 2012 to marry Shanann. Sarah liked Shanann, but never felt a deep connection with her. By 2015, when Chris and Shanann welcomed their first daughter, Bella, Sarah traveled to Colorado to celebrate. She noticed tension between the couple, despite the joyful occasion. Shanann frequently posted about their happy life on social media, sharing photos and updates that painted a flawless picture. Sarah sensed something off during her visits, especially as Chris seemed more reserved than usual. She couldn't pinpoint the issue, but her unease grew over the years, setting the stage for a tragedy she never could have imagined. In 2017, Chris and Shanann had their second daughter, Celeste, and moved into a large home in Frederick. Shanann showcased their house online, filling her social media with images of their growing family. Sarah visited that year, hoping to reconnect with her brother. The home felt colder than the warm scenes Shanann posted, and Chris appeared distant, often distracted during conversations. Sarah wondered if the pressures of family life were taking a toll, but she didn't press him. By early 2018, Shanann announced she was pregnant with their third child, a boy they named Nico. Sarah hoped the new baby would bring Chris and Shanann closer, but her optimism faded as she observed Chris's lack of excitement, a sign that their marriage was under more strain than she realized. Michael had been a detective with the Frederick Police Department since 2010, working to keep the small town safe. His days typically involved routine calls, traffic incidents, minor disputes, nothing out of the ordinary. In the evenings, he spent time with his family, a reminder of why his job mattered. He first heard about the Watts family in 2017 through a colleague who mentioned Shanann's active social media presence. Shanann worked with Thrive, a multi-level marketing company, and often shared updates about her family online. Michael didn't think much of it at the time, filing the information away as a minor detail about a local family. He had no reason to suspect anything unusual, but that would change in the coming months when a missing persons report would land on his desk, pulling him into the most challenging case of his career. In early 2018, Michael remained unaware of the storm brewing in the Watts household. His focus was on his current cases, none of which involved the family. He occasionally saw Shanann's posts through mutual acquaintances on social media, noting how she portrayed a picture-perfect life. The reality was far different, something he would discover later that year. His role as a detective would soon shift from routine patrols to leading an investigation that would uncover a horrifying crime, one that would test his skills and leave a permanent mark on his career. For now, the Watts family was just another name in Frederick, a town that seemed quiet until everything changed. Laura had been a journalist at the Denver Post since 2014, covering local news and human interest stories in Colorado. Her work often focused on families, which led her to the Watts family in 2017. She wrote a feature on Shanann's success with Thrive, highlighting her dedication as a mother and entrepreneur. Shanann's social media presence caught Laura's attention. Endless posts of smiling children, a loving husband, and a beautiful home. Laura admired Shanann's energy, but couldn't help wondering if there was more to the story. She included a few reader comments in her article, some of which hinted at marital tension, though there was no concrete evidence at the time. Laura kept the Watts family in mind, sensing there might be a deeper story to tell. By early 2018, Laura noticed more comments on Shanann's posts, some questioning the dynamics in the family. A few followers pointed out Chris's absence in recent updates, while others speculated about arguments behind the scenes. Laura didn't have enough to write a follow-up story, but she saved the information, planning to revisit it later. Her instincts told her something wasn't right, a feeling that would prove correct when the Watts family became the center of a national news story later that year. As a journalist, Laura would play a key role in sharing the truth with the public, a truth that would challenge everything she thought she knew about the family she had once written about. In early 2018, Chris Watts and his family appeared to be living a dream life in Frederick, a dream that Shanann carefully curated online. Sarah saw the strain in her brother's marriage, though she couldn't imagine how far it would go. Michael remained unaware of the family's struggles, his focus elsewhere until a crime would pull him in. Laura had her suspicions but lacked the evidence to dig deeper, a task she would take up soon enough. The Watts family was on the brink of collapse, a collapse that would expose a devastating reality, leaving Sarah, Michael, and Laura to navigate the aftermath of a tragedy that would change their lives forever. From early 2018 to August 13, 2018, Chris Watts's life in Frederick, Colorado, spiraled into chaos as his marriage to Shannon deteriorated under the strain of his affair with Nicole Kessinger. Sarah Watts, Chris's sister, sensed the growing rift between the couple during her visits. Detective Michael Brooks, who would soon lead the investigation into their disappearance, remained unaware of the family's struggles at this point. Laura Bennett, a journalist, began noticing subtle hints of trouble through Shannon's social media activity. The tension culminated in a horrific act on August 13, 2018, when Chris murdered Shannon, who was 15 weeks pregnant with their son Nico, and their daughters Bella and Celeste, a crime that would unravel the facade of their perfect family life. Sarah had been concerned about Chris and Shannon's relationship for months by early 2018. She noticed during her visits to their Frederick home that Chris seemed increasingly detached. He often avoided conversations with Shannon, focusing instead on his phone or stepping away to take calls. Shannon, meanwhile, was busy with her work for Thrive, a multi-level marketing company, and frequently posted updates online about their family. Her posts showed a happy household, but Sarah felt the disconnect in person. In June 2018, Chris started working closely with Nicole Kessinger, a co-worker at Anadarko Petroleum, where he was employed as an oil field operator. Their relationship quickly turned romantic, a development Sarah didn't know about but would later piece together as a key factor in the tragedy. In July 2018, the Watts family took a trip to North Carolina to visit relatives, including Sarah. She hoped the time together would help Chris and Shannon reconnect, especially with Shannon's pregnancy progressing. Instead, the trip highlighted their issues. Chris spent most of his time texting, barely engaging with Shannon or their daughters Bella and Celeste. Shannon confided in Sarah about feeling overwhelmed, mentioning that Chris had been distant for weeks. Sarah encouraged her to talk to him, but Shannon admitted they hadn't had a real conversation in months. Sarah left the trip feeling uneasy, sensing that her brother was hiding something, though she couldn't imagine the extent of his betrayal or the violence that would follow. On August 9, 2018, Shannon returned from a business trip in Arizona, a trip that left her physically drained. She had been working hard to provide for the family through Thrive, often traveling for events while managing her pregnancy and caring for Bella and Celeste. Chris, however, showed little interest in her return, a fact that Sarah learned about through a phone call with Shannon later that day. Shannon told Sarah she felt like Chris didn't care anymore, mentioning a recent argument about their finances and her suspicions that he might be seeing someone else. Sarah tried to reassure her, suggesting they seek counseling, but she could hear the exhaustion in Shannon's voice. That conversation would haunt Sarah in the days to come, as it was one of the last times she spoke to her sister-in-law. The tension reached its peak on the night of August 12, 2018. Shannon arrived home at 1:48 a.m. after her flight, a moment captured by the couple's doorbell camera. She was tired and hoped to rest, unaware that Chris had already made a deadly decision. In the early hours of August 13, 2018, Chris and Shannon had a brief argument in their bedroom. According to Chris's later confession, Shannon confronted him about their failing marriage, asking if he wanted a divorce. Instead of answering, Chris strangled her, an act that took just minutes but ended her life and that of their unborn son, Nico. Sarah would later learn the details of that night, struggling to reconcile the brother she thought she knew with the man who committed such a heinous act. Chris's actions didn't stop with Shannon's murder. After killing her, he turned to his daughters, Bella, who was 4, and Celeste, who was 3. He smothered both girls in their beds, showing no hesitation as he ended their lives. Sarah would never understand how Chris could harm his own children, the girls she had watched grow up during her visits, the girls she had loved as her own nieces. Chris then loaded Shanann's body into the back of his truck, placing her on the floorboard. He put Bella and Celeste's bodies in the front seat, their small forms wrapped in blankets, and drove to a remote oil field where he worked, a site called Survey 319. There, he buried Shanann in a shallow grave and dumped Bella and Celeste's bodies into separate oil tanks, a disposal method that would later be uncovered as part of the investigation. Michael had no knowledge of the Watts family's struggles in early 2018. His work at the Frederick Police Department focused on routine matters. He spent his days handling minor cases, traffic violations, small thefts, nothing that hinted at the storm about to hit the town. In the evenings, he returned home to his family, a grounding force that kept him focused on his role as a detective. He had seen Shanann's social media posts through mutual acquaintances, noting her frequent updates about her family and her work with Thrive. To him, the Watts family seemed like any other in Frederick, a small community where major crimes were rare. That perception would change dramatically in just a few months, when a missing persons report would thrust him into the center of a case that would dominate his career. On August 12, 2018, Michael was off duty, spending the day with his family, unaware that a tragedy was unfolding across town. He had no reason to suspect anything about the Watts family, a family he had only heard of in passing. The next morning, however, he would receive a call that would change everything, a call reporting Shanann and her daughters missing, a call that would launch one of the most high-profile investigations of his career. The details of that night, Chris's calculated actions, the murders of his wife and children, and the disposal of their bodies, would come to light soon enough, leaving Michael to piece together a crime that would shock the nation and demand justice for the victims. Laura had been keeping an eye on the Watts family throughout 2018, her role at the Denver Post giving her insight into local stories. She had written about Shanann's success with Thrive earlier that year, noting her dedication as a mother and entrepreneur. Shanann's social media posts continued to paint a picture of a happy family, but Laura noticed a shift in the comments. Some followers questioned Chris's absence in recent photos, while others speculated about tension in the marriage. Laura didn't have enough to write a follow-up story, but she kept the information in mind, sensing that there might be more to uncover. Her instincts would prove correct, though she couldn't have predicted the scale of the tragedy that would soon unfold. On August 12, 2018, Laura was working on a different story, unaware that the Watts family was about to become the focus of her reporting. She had seen Shanann's post about her Arizona trip, noting how tired Shanann looked in the accompanying photo. Laura planned to reach out to Shanann for a follow-up interview about balancing motherhood and work, a piece she thought might resonate with her readers. That plan would never come to fruition. The next day, Laura would learn of Shanann and her daughter's disappearance, a story that would dominate her work for months. As the details emerged, Chris's affair, the murders, and the disposal of the bodies, Laura would dedicate herself to reporting the truth, ensuring the victim's story was told with the respect they deserved. By the morning of August 13, 2018, Chris Watts had committed an unthinkable crime, ending the lives of Shanann, Bella, Celeste, and unborn Nico. Sarah was left to grapple with the loss of her sister-in-law and nieces, a loss she couldn't yet comprehend. Michael would soon be called to investigate, his role shifting from routine police work to a high-stakes murder case. Laura would cover the story as it unfolded, bringing the facts to a public desperate for answers. The Watts family, once a symbol of perfection in Frederick, had been destroyed by Chris's actions, setting the stage for a reckoning that would reveal the full extent of his deception. From August 13, 2018 to September 2018, the disappearance of Shanann Watts and her daughters, Bella and Celeste, sent shockwaves through Frederick, Colorado. Sarah Watts grappled with the sudden loss of her sister-in-law and nieces, unaware of her brother Chris's involvement. Detective Michael Brooks launched a high-stakes investigation that quickly turned into a murder case. Laura Bennett, a a journalist, covered the unfolding story, bringing the public's attention to the tragedy. The discovery of the bodies and Chris's arrest revealed the horrifying truth, a truth that Sarah struggled to accept, a truth that Michael uncovered, a truth that Laura reported, marking a pivotal moment in the Watts family saga. Sarah woke up on August 13, 2018, to a frantic call from Shanann's friend Nicole Atkinson, who had been trying to reach Shanann all morning. Nicole explained that Shanann had missed a doctor's appointment for her pregnancy and wasn't answering her phone, which was unusual given how responsible she was. Sarah's stomach dropped as she listened, immediately calling Chris to find out what was happening. Chris told her he didn't know where Shanann was, claiming she had left early that morning after an argument, possibly to visit a friend. Sarah found his explanation odd, as Shanann wouldn't leave without telling anyone, especially not with Bella and Celeste. She urged Chris to call the police, a suggestion he hesitated on, which only deepened her unease. By midday, Sarah drove to Frederick from her home in Denver, desperate to help search for Shanann and the girls, unable to shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. When Sarah arrived at the Watts home, she found Nicole already there, along with a few officers from the Frederick Police Department. The house was eerily quiet, with Shanann's car still in the garage and her purse, phone, and the girls' belongings inside. Sarah walked through the rooms, calling out for Bella and Celeste, hoping they were hiding somewhere, but there was no response. She noticed Chris's demeanor. He seemed nervous, avoiding eye contact and giving vague answers to the officers' questions. Sarah wanted to believe her brother, but his behavior didn't add up. Later that afternoon, Chris agreed to a local news interview, pleading for Shanann and the girls to come home, claiming he just wanted his family back. Sarah stood beside him, tears in her eyes, but she couldn't ignore the growing suspicion that Chris knew more than he was letting on, a suspicion that would soon be confirmed in the worst way possible. Michael received the missing persons report on August 13, 2018, shortly after Nicole contacted the Frederick Police Department. He arrived at the Watts home around 2 p.m., taking in the scene as he spoke with Nicole and Sarah. The presence of Shanann's car and belongings immediately raised red flags, suggesting she hadn't left voluntarily. Michael questioned Chris, who repeated the same story he had told Sarah. Shanann left after an argument, possibly to visit a friend. Michael noted Chris's lack of emotion, a stark contrast to Sarah's visible distress. He requested access to the home's security footage, which showed Shanann arriving at 1:48 a.m., but no evidence of her leaving later that morning. Chris's truck, however, was seen backing into the garage at 5:27 a.m., a detail that caught Michael's attention, as it suggested Chris might have loaded something, or someone, into the vehicle before leaving for work. By August 14, 2018, Michael's investigation intensified. He obtained a search warrant for the house and coordinated with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, confronted him with the results, pressing him for the truth. After hours of questioning, Chris admitted to killing Shanann, claiming it was a spur-of-the-moment act after she threatened to take the kids away. He said Bella and Celeste were still alive, alleging Shanann had smothered them in a rage, a story Michael didn't believe but used to keep Chris talking. Chris then revealed where the bodies were, directing authorities to Survey 319, where Shanann was buried in a shallow grave and the girls' bodies were found inside oil tanks, a discovery that confirmed the case had shifted from a disappearance to a triple homicide. On August 15, 2018, Michael arrested Chris on suspicion of murder, a moment that marked the beginning of a long legal process. The recovery of the bodies was a grueling task, with investigators working through the night to extract Bella and Celeste from the oil tanks, their small forms preserved in crude oil. Michael stood at the site, his jaw clenched, as he processed the brutality of the crime. He had seen many cases in his career, but the murder of 2 young children by their own father was beyond comprehension. Back at the station, Chris provided a partial confession, sticking to his claim that Shanann had killed the girls, a lie that Michael saw through immediately. The evidence, security footage, GPS data, and the polygraph results pointed to Chris as the sole perpetrator, a conclusion that would be solidified in the coming weeks as more details emerged. Laura learned of Shanann and the girl's disappearance on the morning of August 13, 2018, through a tip from a colleague at the Denver Post. She had written about the Watts family earlier that year, focusing on Shanann's success with Thrive, and the news hit her hard. She drove to Frederick that afternoon, arriving just as Chris was giving his news interview. Laura watched from the crowd, noting his lack of emotion, a detail she included in her first article about the case, published later that day. The story quickly gained traction, with readers across Colorado following the search for Shanann, Bella, and Celeste. Laura interviewed neighbors and friends, including Nicole, who shared her concerns about Chris's behavior, providing Laura with valuable context for her reporting. By August 16, 2018, Laura broke the news of the body's discovery, her article detailing the grim findings at Survey 319 and Chris's arrest. She described the shallow grave where Shanann was found, along with the oil tanks containing Bella and Celeste, a detail that horrified her readers. Laura also reported on Chris's initial confession, noting his claim that Shanann had killed the girls, a statement that investigators were already questioning. Her coverage brought national attention to the case, with outlets across the country picking up the story. Laura spent long hours at her desk, sifting through tips from readers and updates from the police, determined to keep the public informed while honoring the memory of Shanann and her daughters. The case was no longer just a story for her. It was a mission to ensure the truth came to light, a truth that would hold Chris accountable for his actions. By September 2018, the investigation had revealed the full scope of Chris's crime, with evidence mounting against him. Sarah attended a memorial service for Shanann, Bella, and Celeste, held in North Carolina, where she broke down as she said goodbye to her sister-in-law and nieces. She couldn't bring herself to speak to Chris, who was now in jail awaiting charges, his lies exposed by the investigation. Michael continued to build the case, working with prosecutors to ensure Chris faced justice, a process that would unfold in the coming months. Laura's reporting kept the public engaged, her articles providing a detailed timeline of the events, from the disappearance to the arrest, a timeline that would serve as a foundation for understanding the tragedy that had unfolded in Frederick. From September 2018 to December 2018, the legal process against Chris Watts unfolded in Frederick, Colorado, bringing a sense of closure to a grieving community. Sarah Watts faced the painful reality of her brother's guilt as he confessed to the murders of Shanann, Bella, Celeste, and unborn Nico. Detective Michael Brooks worked with prosecutors to secure a conviction, ensuring Chris would pay for his crimes. Laura Bennett continued her coverage for the Denver Post, detailing the court proceedings and Chris's admissions, keeping the public informed about the case's resolution. The plea deal and sentencing marked the end of a chapter, but the impact of the tragedy lingered for Sarah, Michael, and Laura, as they each processed the truth behind the Watts family murders. Sarah had been struggling with her brother's arrest since August 2018, the weight of his actions pressing down on her as she tried to support her family in the aftermath. In early September, she learned from news reports that Chris had been formally charged with multiple counts, including 3 counts of first-degree murder for Shanann, Bella, and Celeste, 1 count of unlawful termination of a pregnancy for Nico, and 3 counts of tampering with a deceased human body. The charges confirmed what Sarah had feared. Chris was responsible for the entire crime, not just Shanann's death, as he initially claimed. She couldn't bring herself to visit him in jail, the image of Bella and Celeste haunting her every time she thought about what he had done. Instead, she focused on helping Shanann's family, particularly her parents, Frank and Sandra Razusek, who were devastated by the loss of their daughter and granddaughters. On October 2, 2018, Sarah received a call from her parents, who had spoken with Chris's lawyers. They told her that Chris was considering a plea deal to avoid the death penalty, a decision that would spare the family a lengthy trial. Sarah felt conflicted. She wanted Chris to face the full consequences of his actions, but she also understood the toll a trial would take on everyone, especially Shanann's family. On November 6, 2018, Chris pleaded guilty to all charges as part of the plea agreement, a moment that Sarah watched unfold on the news from her home in Denver. The courtroom footage showed Chris standing silently as the judge accepted his plea, his face expressionless, a stark contrast to the emotional statements made by Shanann's family. Sarah broke down as Frank read a victim impact statement, describing the pain of losing his daughter and granddaughters, a pain Sarah shared but felt she had no right to express, given her brother's role in the tragedy. On November 19, 2018, Sarah attended Chris's sentencing hearing at the Weld County Courthouse, a decision she made to support Shanann's family, despite the difficulty of facing her brother. The judge sentenced Chris to 5 life sentences without the possibility of parole, 3 consecutive life sentences for the murders, plus 2 additional life sentences for the murder of a child under 12 and the unlawful termination of a pregnancy, along with 48 years for tampering with the bodies. Sarah listened as the judge described the brutality of the crime, calling it one of the most inhumane acts he had ever seen. When Chris was given a chance to speak, he offered a brief apology, saying he was sorry for the pain he caused, but Sarah found his words hollow, unable to erase the image of what he had done to his own family. She left the courtroom in tears, grappling with the finality of the sentence, knowing Chris would never be free again, yet feeling no sense of relief from the justice served. Michael had been working tirelessly since Chris's arrest, collaborating with the Weld County District Attorney's Office to build an airtight case. By September 2018, the evidence against Chris was overwhelming. Security footage showing Shanann's last moments, GPS data placing Chris at Service 319 on the morning of the murders, and the recovery of the bodies, which confirmed the cause of death as strangulation for Shanann and smothering for Bella and Celeste. Michael also uncovered text messages between Chris and Nicole Kessinger, revealing the affair and Chris's desire to start a new life with her, a motive that became central to the prosecution's narrative. Despite Chris's initial claim that Shanann had killed the girls, forensic evidence showed no signs of her involvement, and Michael knew Chris was the sole perpetrator, a fact he was determined to prove in court. In late October 2018, Michael met with prosecutors to discuss the plea deal, a decision made to avoid the emotional toll of a trial on Shanann's family. The deal required Chris to plead guilty to all charges in exchange for removing the death penalty from consideration, a compromise Michael supported, knowing it would guarantee a life sentence without parole. On November 6, 2018, Michael sat in the courtroom as Chris entered his guilty plea, a moment that brought a sense of relief, though the weight of the case remained heavy. He watched as Shanann's family spoke, their grief palpable, and felt a renewed sense of purpose in ensuring the legal process honored their loss. The sentencing on November 19, 2018, was a somber day for Michael, who listened as the judge handed down the maximum sentence, a punishment that reflected the severity of Chris's actions, a punishment Michael had worked hard to secure. After the sentencing, Michael received a call from investigators in Wisconsin, where Chris had been transferred to Dodge Correctional Institution for his safety due to the high-profile nature of the case. They informed him that Chris had agreed to a follow-up interview, scheduled for November 29, 2018, to provide a full confession. During the interview, Chris admitted to killing all 3 victims, revealing that he strangled Shanann in their bedroom after an argument about their failing marriage, then smothered Bella and Celeste shortly after. He described placing the girls' bodies in the oil tanks to hide them, a detail that matched the evidence Michael had already gathered. The confession provided closure to some unanswered questions, but it also deepened Michael's understanding of Chris's cold, calculated nature, a realization that stayed with him as he moved forward with his career. Laura had been covering the Watts case daily since the disappearance, her articles at the Denver Post becoming a primary source of information for the public. In September 2018, she published a detailed piece on the charges against Chris, outlining the evidence that had led to his arrest, including the security footage, GPS data, and the recovery of the bodies at Survey 319. Her reporting highlighted the inconsistencies in Chris's initial story, particularly his claim that Shanann had killed the girls, a claim that forensic evidence quickly disproved. Laura interviewed experts in criminal psychology who suggested Chris's affair with Nicole Kessinger and his desire for a fresh start were likely motives, a perspective she included in her coverage to provide context for her readers. On November 6, 2018, Laura attended the plea hearing, taking notes as Chris admitted his guilt. She wrote a comprehensive article that evening, describing the courtroom atmosphere and the emotional statements from Shanann's family, particularly Frank's tearful plea for justice. The sentencing on November 19, 2018, was another pivotal moment for Laura, who reported on the judge's harsh words and the life sentences handed down to Chris. She also covered the reactions from the Frederick community, interviewing neighbors who expressed relief that the case had concluded, though the pain of the loss lingered. When Chris's full confession was released after his November 29th interview, Laura published a follow-up piece, detailing his admission to all 3 murders and his description of the events, a confession that solidified the public's understanding of the case, a story Laura had dedicated herself to telling with accuracy and respect. By December 2018, the legal proceedings had concluded, leaving Chris Watts to serve his life sentences in a Wisconsin prison. Sarah began the slow process of grieving, attending therapy to cope with the betrayal and loss, determined to honor Shanann and the girl's memory in her own way. Michael returned to his regular duties at the Frederick Police Department, the case leaving a permanent mark on his career, a reminder of the importance of seeking justice for victims. Laura continued her work at the Denver Post, her coverage of the Watts case earning her recognition as a journalist committed to truth, a role she would carry forward as the story's impact lingered in Frederick and beyond. From December 2018 to late 2021, the aftermath of Chris Watts' sentencing left a lasting impact on Frederick, Colorado, and beyond. Sarah Watts struggled to rebuild her life while grappling with the loss of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste, and the betrayal of her brother. Detective Michael Brooks reflected on the case's effect on his career and the community, advocating for better domestic violence resources. Laura Bennett continued her reporting at the Denver Post, covering Chris's prison life and the broader societal discussions on mental health and family violence that the case sparked. The tragedy's shadow lingered, shaping the lives of Sarah, Michael, and Laura as they each sought ways to honor the memory of the victims and move forward. Sarah had been attending therapy weekly since Chris's sentencing in November 2018, trying to process the immense grief and guilt she felt as his sister. By December 2018, Chris had been transferred to Dodge Correctional Institution in Wisconsin for his safety, a move Sarah learned about through the news. She had no desire to speak with him, the pain still raw, but she received updates from her parents, who occasionally visited him. They told her Chris was struggling to adjust to prison life, often isolated due to the high-profile nature of his crime, a reality Sarah found little comfort in. She focused instead on her relationship with Shanann's family, particularly her parents, Frank and Sandra Rzusek, who had moved to North Carolina to be closer to their surviving son, Frankie. Sarah visited them often, bringing small gifts for Shanann's memorial, a space filled with photos of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste, a place where Sarah could mourn alongside those who understood her loss. In 2020, Sarah decided to channel her grief into action, joining a local support group for families affected by violent crimes. She began speaking at community events in Denver, sharing her story to raise awareness about the warning signs of domestic violence, a topic she wished she had understood before the tragedy. Through these events, she met other survivors who had lost loved ones, forming a network of support that helped her heal. By late 2021, Sarah had started a small foundation in Shanann's name, aimed at providing resources for victims of domestic abuse, a project that gave her a sense of purpose. Though the memories of Bella and Celeste's laughter during her visits to Frederick still brought tears to her eyes. She knew healing would be a lifelong journey, but she was determined to honor her sister-in-law and nieces by ensuring their deaths led to meaningful change. Michael had returned to his regular duties at the Frederick Police Department by December 2018, but the Watts case remained a defining moment in his career. The brutality of the crime, Chris murdering his pregnant wife and young daughters, stayed with him, prompting him to reflect on how law enforcement could better address domestic violence. In early 2019, Michael began working with local advocacy groups to improve training for officers on recognizing signs of abuse, using the Watts case as a reference point. He learned that Shanann had confided in friends about Chris's growing distance, a red flag that went unnoticed. Michael pushed for better community outreach programs in Frederick, ensuring victims had access to resources before situations escalated, a mission that became a cornerstone of his work in the years following the case. By 2021, Michael had been promoted to a supervisory role at the department, a position that allowed him to implement some of the changes he advocated for. He organized workshops with social workers and counselors, training officers to handle domestic violence calls with greater sensitivity, a change that led to an increase in reports, as more victims felt safe coming forward. Michael also kept in touch with Shanann's family, attending a memorial event they held in North Carolina in 2020, where he spoke briefly about the importance of community vigilance. The event, a reminder of the lives lost, but also a testament to the resilience of Shanann's loved ones. He felt a sense of pride in the work he had done to secure justice for them, though he knew the pain of the case would never fully leave him, a constant motivator to protect others in his community. Laura had been deeply affected by the Watts case, her reporting at the Denver Post evolving as she followed the aftermath of Chris's sentencing. In December 2018, she published an in-depth article on Chris's transfer to Wisconsin, detailing his adjustment to prison life based on information from prison officials. She learned that Chris had been placed in protective custody due to threats from other inmates, a common occurrence for high-profile offenders. Laura also interviewed a psychologist who analyzed Chris's behavior, suggesting he exhibited narcissistic traits, a perspective that added depth to her coverage of his motives. Her readers remained engaged, many reaching out to share their own experiences with domestic violence, prompting Laura to focus more of her work on the topic in the years that followed. In 2021, Laura produced a series of articles on the societal impact of the Watts case, exploring how it had sparked discussions on mental health and family violence across the country. She interviewed experts who noted that the case highlighted the dangers of untreated emotional issues in men, particularly in high-stress family dynamics. Laura also covered Shanann's family's efforts to raise awareness, including their advocacy for stronger domestic violence laws in Colorado, a cause that gained traction after the case received national attention. By late 2021, Laura had started working on a documentary project about the case, collaborating with a production team to tell Shanann, Bella, and Celeste's story in a way that honored their memory, a project that allowed her to reflect on her role in bringing their story to the public and the responsibility she felt to continue advocating for change. By late 2021, the long shadow of the Watts case continued to influence Frederick and beyond. Sarah had found a way to turn her grief into action, using her foundation to support others while keeping Shanann and the girl's memory alive. Michael had made significant strides in improving domestic violence response in his community, a legacy of the case that he hoped would prevent future tragedies. Laura's reporting had evolved into a platform for advocacy, her work ensuring that the lessons of the Watts case reached a wider audience, a reminder of the importance of addressing the underlying issues that can lead to such devastating outcomes. From late 2021 to April 12, 2025, the legacy of the Chris Watts case continued to resonate in Frederick, Colorado, and beyond, shaping the lives of those touched by the tragedy. Sarah Watts worked to honor Shanann, Bella, and Celeste through advocacy, finding a path to healing despite her brother's actions. Detective Michael Brooks used the case's lessons to improve law enforcement practices, ensuring better protection for potential victims. Laura Bennett expanded her journalism into a platform for change, documenting Chris's prison life and the societal shifts the case inspired. The Watts family murders left an indelible mark, a reminder of the importance of addressing domestic violence and mental health, a legacy that Sarah, Michael, and Laura each contributed to in their own way. Sarah had spent the years since Chris's sentencing in 2018 trying to rebuild her life, a process that remained challenging even by late 2021. Her foundation, established in Shanann's name, had grown into a recognized nonprofit by 2022, offering support groups and resources for domestic violence survivors in Colorado. Sarah traveled across the state to speak at events, sharing her story to educate others on the warning signs she wished she had recognized in Chris's behavior. In 2023, she partnered with a local university to create a scholarship fund for students pursuing social work degrees, a tribute to Shanann's passion for helping others, a project that brought Sarah closer to Shanann's family, particularly her brother Frankie, who had become a vocal advocate for victims' rights. By April 2025, Sarah had expanded her foundation's reach, launching an online platform with resources for survivors nationwide, a milestone that gave her a sense of purpose, though the pain of losing Shanann and the girls never fully faded. In her personal life, Sarah had started a new tradition to honor Bella and Celeste, hosting a small memorial gathering each August on the anniversary of their deaths. She invited Shanann's family and close friends to her home in Denver, where they shared memories and lit candles for the girls, a ritual that helped Sarah feel connected to them. She also maintained a distant but civil relationship with her parents, who continued to visit Chris in prison, though Sarah had not spoken to him since his sentencing. In early 2025, Sarah learned through a news report that Chris had reportedly found religion in prison, spending much of his time reading the Bible and corresponding with pen pals, a development she didn't know how to feel about, choosing instead to focus on her advocacy work, which she believed was the best way to honor the memory of those she had lost. Michael had been reflecting on the Watts case's impact on his career since late 2021, using his position at the Frederick Police Department to advocate for systemic change. In 2022, he spearheaded a statewide initiative in Colorado to improve domestic violence training for law enforcement, a program that incorporated lessons from the Watts investigation, such as the importance of recognizing emotional withdrawal as a potential red flag. The initiative led to new protocols, including mandatory follow-ups on domestic disturbance calls and better coordination with social services, changes that Michael saw make a tangible difference in his community. By 2024, the program had been adopted by several other states, earning Michael recognition from the Colorado Department of Public Safety, a moment of pride that he dedicated to Shanann and her daughters. By April 2025, Michael had retired from the police department after 30 years of service, a decision he made to spend more time with his family, though he remained active as a consultant on domestic violence prevention. He often thought about the Watts case, particularly the moment he saw Bella and Celeste's bodies being recovered from the oil tanks, an image that never left him. In retirement, Michael started writing a memoir about his career, with a significant portion dedicated to the Watts investigation, aiming to share the lessons he had learned with a broader audience. He also kept in touch with Shanann's family, sending them a message each year on the anniversary of the murders, a small gesture to let them know he hadn't forgotten their loss, a commitment that defined his legacy as an officer. Laura had continued her in-depth coverage of the Watts case at the Denver Post, focusing on its long-term effects by late 2021. In 2022, her documentary on the case, A Family Betrayed, was released, featuring interviews with Shanann's family, Michael, and experts on domestic violence, a project that received critical acclaim and brought renewed attention to the tragedy. The documentary highlighted the societal factors that contributed to the crime, such as the stigma around men seeking mental health support, a topic Laura explored further in a series of articles published in 2023. She interviewed psychologists who pointed out that Chris's inability to address his emotional struggles likely played a role in his actions, a perspective that resonated with her readers and sparked discussions on social media. In 2024, Laura traveled to Wisconsin to report on Chris's life in prison, gaining rare access to information through a source at Dodge Correctional Institution. She learned that Chris had been moved to a different cell block for security reasons, spending most of his days in isolation, though he had developed a small circle of correspondents, including women who wrote to him after seeing the case on television. Laura's article on the subject, published in early 2025, sparked controversy, with many readers expressing outrage that Chris was receiving attention from admirers, a phenomenon Laura analyzed through the lens of true crime fascination. By April 2025, Laura had transitioned to a freelance role, focusing on advocacy journalism, using the Watts case as a foundation to explore broader issues of family violence, a path that allowed her to continue honoring Shanann, Bella, and Celeste through her work. By April 12, 2025, the legacy of the Chris Watts case had become a permanent part of Frederick's history, a reminder of the devastating consequences of unchecked domestic issues. Sarah had turned her grief into a force for good, her foundation providing hope to survivors across the country. Michael had left a lasting impact on law enforcement practices, ensuring better protection for those at risk, a testament to his dedication to justice. Laura's journalism had evolved into a platform for change, her work keeping the conversation alive, ensuring that the lessons of the Watts case continued to influence society, a legacy that honored the memory of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste, a legacy that would endure. As of April 2025, the Chris Watts case remains a somber reminder of the hidden dangers within families, a tragedy that claimed the lives of Shanann, Bella, Celeste, and unborn Nico in 2018. Sarah Watts, now 40, continues her advocacy through the foundation she established in Shanann's name, reaching thousands of domestic violence survivors across the United States. She has become a recognized speaker, often invited to conferences to share her insights, a role that allows her to honor her sister-in-law and nieces while helping others escape dangerous situations. Sarah's work has saved lives, a legacy she holds dear, though she still visits Shanann's memorial each year, a quiet moment to reflect on the family she lost. Detective Michael Brooks, now retired, published his memoir in early 2025, a book that details his career and the Watts investigation's profound impact on his life. The memoir, titled Shadows of Justice, became a resource for law enforcement training programs, emphasizing the need for better domestic violence response protocols. Michael donates a portion of the proceeds to victim support organizations, a way to give back to the community that shaped his career. He often thinks of Shanann and her daughters, their memory a driving force behind his continued advocacy, a commitment to ensuring such tragedies are prevented through vigilance and education. Laura Bennett, now a freelance journalist, released a follow-up documentary in March 2025, Echoes of Loss, which explored the Watts case's societal impact over the past 7 years. The documentary highlighted the increased focus on mental health support for men and the expansion of domestic violence resources in Colorado, changes partly inspired by the case's visibility. Laura's work has earned her awards for advocacy journalism, a recognition of her dedication to amplifying victims' voices. She remains in contact with Shanann's family, ensuring their story continues to inspire change, a mission that defines her career and keeps the memory of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste alive. The Watts case, though a dark chapter, has sparked meaningful progress, from policy reforms to personal healing journeys. Sarah, Michael, and Laura have each played a role in transforming their grief and outrage into action, ensuring that the tragedy serves as a catalyst for awareness and prevention. As the years pass, the lessons of August 2018 endure, a call to recognize the signs of danger, to support those in need, and to honor the lives lost by building a safer future for others. Hello and welcome to Nightmare Lullabies. As you settle in for the night, prepare to be immersed in a world of eerie whispers and unsettling tales, designed to both chill and soothe. Now close your eyes, relax, and let the darkness carry you away. And if these nightly tales captivate you, feel free to join our community for more whispered secrets. It was Christmas Eve, 2002, and Modesto, California, was cloaked in festive lights, carolers' voices, and the scent of fresh pine. In a quiet, tree-lined neighborhood, a house at 523 Covina Avenue stood adorned with holiday decorations. Inside, 27-year-old Lacey Peterson, 8 months pregnant with her first child, was supposed to be wrapping presents and preparing for a family dinner. But by early afternoon, Lacey had vanished without a trace. What began as a missing persons case would soon spiral into one of the most sensational murder trials in American history. Lacey Denise Rocha was born on May 4, 1975, in Modesto, California. From a young age, she was known for her bright smile, vibrant energy, and love of animals. After her parents, Sharon and Dennis, divorced, Lacey remained close to her mother and older half-sister, Amy. She grew up in a tight-knit family, spending her teen years on a farm where she learned responsibility and the value of hard work. Friends remembered her as warm-hearted, driven, and deeply caring. In the mid-1990s, Lacey met Scott Peterson while visiting a friend at California Polytechnic State University in San Luis Obispo. Scott was a handsome, charismatic student studying agricultural business. He loved golf, fishing, and had an easy, laid-back charm that drew people in. The two quickly fell into a serious relationship. Lacey was smitten. Friends said she believed she had met her soulmate, someone she could build a life and family with. They married in August 1997. Lacey supported Scott's dreams, including his idea of opening a sports bar. They eventually settled in Modesto, close to Lacey's family. In 2000, Scott took a job as a fertilizer salesman, earning a modest income. Lacey worked as a substitute teacher and focused on turning their modest house into a cozy home. To the outside world, they seemed like the ideal couple. They were photogenic, successful, and excited to start a family. By the fall of 2002, Lacey was 8 months pregnant with a boy they planned to name Connor. She decorated the nursery with soft blues and animal motifs. Her baby shower had been held just weeks earlier, and she had already chosen a pediatrician. She took daily walks around the neighborhood with their golden retriever, Mackenzie, and often visited friends and family. She was glowing, full of anticipation for motherhood. December 23, 2002 was a typical day. Lacey spoke with her mother, Sharon Rocha, and the two discussed Christmas Eve plans. Sharon said Lacey sounded relaxed and cheerful. That night, Lacey and Scott watched television together, and she planned to bake cookies the next morning for the family gathering. On the morning of December 24th, Scott later told police he left home around 9:30 a.m. to go fishing at the Berkeley Marina, an unusual choice for Christmas Eve. According to his account, Lacey was still home when he left, planning to mop the floors, walk the dog, and prepare for the evening. But by early afternoon, concern grew when Lacey's stepfather, Ron Grantsky, noticed she hadn't shown up for the family meal. Scott returned home around 5 p.m. and called Sharon to report Lacey missing. His tone was calm, almost detached. The Petersons called police, and by that evening, a missing persons report was filed. Friends, family, and neighbors sprang into action. Flyers were printed, search parties organized, and local media picked up the story. Mackenzie, their dog, had been found wandering the neighborhood earlier that day, wearing his leash. That detail raised eyebrows immediately. Detectives began canvassing the area. They interviewed neighbors and checked traffic cameras. Lacey's car was still in the driveway. Her purse, keys, and phone were inside the house. There were no signs of forced entry or a struggle. Her sunglasses sat untouched on the kitchen counter. Scott's alibi, a solo fishing trip on Christmas Eve, struck many as odd. He said he drove to Berkeley Marina, 90 miles away, and fished in the cold bay for a few hours. When asked what he was fishing for, he was vague. His receipt showed he had paid for parking. Police began investigating quietly, trying not to alarm Scott or the public. They knew that in such cases, the husband is statistically the most likely suspect. What they didn't know yet was that Scott had been living a double life. In the days that followed, Lacey's face was everywhere. Candlelight vigils were held. National media outlets arrived in Modesto. Sharon and Ron made tearful pleas on television, begging for Lacey's safe return. Volunteers searched fields, rivers, and highways. Hundreds of tips poured in. Scott appeared on camera, but something about his demeanor felt off. He was emotionless, composed, and even smiled inappropriately during interviews. In one infamous moment, he casually referred to Lacey in the past tense just days after her disappearance. Behind the scenes, Scott was hiding a secret that would shatter public perception. While the world searched for his pregnant wife, Scott was having an affair. Amber Fry, a 27-year-old massage therapist from Fresno, came forward in early January 2003. She had met Scott in November 2002, just weeks before Lacey vanished. Scott told Amber he was a widower, that his wife had died. Amber was horrified when she saw him on the news. She contacted police and agreed to record her conversations with him. The recordings revealed Scott telling lie after lie. He continued to pretend his wife was dead, even as search parties looked for her. He flirted with Amber, spoke about their future, and never mentioned Lacey's pregnancy. Detectives now had a motive. Scott wanted a new life, free of responsibility and fatherhood, with his mistress. Scott's behavior became increasingly erratic. He sold Lacey's car, considered selling the house, and seemed to move on with shocking speed. Public opinion turned against him. The media, once neutral, began to paint him as a cold, calculating killer. Protesters stood outside his house. Justice for Lacey, signs appeared across California. But there was still no body, no definitive proof of murder. The case hinged on circumstantial evidence. That would soon change. In April 2003, for months after Lacey vanished, a couple walking along the San Francisco Bay shoreline made a gruesome discovery. The decomposed body of a late-term male fetus had washed ashore, followed days later by the partial remains of a woman. The fetus, with the umbilical cord still attached, had been expelled from the mother's body, a phenomenon known as coffin birth. The woman's torso was badly decomposed, missing limbs and a head. DNA confirmed the worst. The bodies were Lacey and Connor Peterson. The discovery changed everything. Police arrested Scott on April 18, 2003, in La Jolla, California. He was found near a golf course with $15,000 in cash, multiple cell phones, camping gear, and his brother's ID. A clear sign he was trying to flee. His hair had been bleached blonde. He was charged with 2 counts of murder, one for Lacey and one for the unborn child. The trial that followed would grip the nation. The sun rose quietly on December 25, 2002, over Modesto, California, but for the Rocha family and the Petersons, it was a day overshadowed by dread. The celebration of Christmas was a distant memory, replaced with desperate hope and gnawing fear. Lacey Peterson, 8 months pregnant with her first child, had been missing for more than 24 hours, and the silence surrounding her disappearance was becoming deafening. The Modesto Police Department continued to comb the Peterson neighborhood, deploying officers and volunteers to knock on doors, revisit the park where Lacey had allegedly been walking the dog, and interview potential witnesses. They searched trash bins, creeks, and alleyways. The scent of panic began to permeate the community. Flyers bearing Lacey's face spread across town, her smile frozen in time, her round belly a poignant reminder of the unborn baby she carried, Connor. The case had begun to draw media attention. A local station aired a segment on the missing woman, and within hours, regional news outlets picked it up. By the following day, the story of the missing pregnant woman from Modesto was being shared nationally. With Christmas behind them and a lull in other news, the networks had space to fill, and Lacey's story gripped viewers. A beautiful young woman, the promise of new life, and a husband's heartbreak. It had all the elements of a tragedy unfolding in real time. Scott Peterson appeared before the cameras, giving short, controlled statements. He talked about Lacey, her beauty, her kindness, her excitement about becoming a mother. He appealed for her safe return, his voice steady, his eyes betraying no emotion. Sharon Rocha, Lacey's mother, stood beside him, her face pale, her eyes red from sleepless nights and relentless crying. She spoke less than Scott, but radiated raw grief. But behind the scenes, the cracks had already begun to show. The Modesto Police Department's early interviews with Scott raised several red flags. He stated that he had last seen Lacey on the morning of December 24th, around 9:30 a.m. She was curling her hair, preparing to mop the floor and walk the dog, while Scott claimed he was preparing for a fishing trip to the Berkeley Marina, a strange choice for Christmas Eve. Officers noted that Scott's timeline seemed rehearsed, and his demeanor lacked urgency. While his wife and unborn son were missing, he appeared calm, too calm. Lacey's family began to ask questions. Why hadn't Scott called them sooner? Why had he gone fishing that day instead of staying close to home during the holiday? Why did he seem emotionally detached? The discomfort grew quietly, unspoken at first, as the family tried to focus on finding Lacey. But the whispers started. As detectives dug into Scott's story, they discovered inconsistencies. He told different people different details about where he had gone fishing and what he had been doing. At one point, he said he had gone to the marina to fish for sturgeon. Another time, he said he was targeting striped bass. When asked to pinpoint the exact location where he had launched his boat, he was vague. Officers found this suspicious. His trip to the marina had taken him over an hour away from home. A curious decision for a man whose wife was 8 months pregnant and expected to give birth in less than a month. The detectives followed the standard protocol, canvassing the area, requesting surveillance footage, reviewing Lacey's cell phone records and activity. They found no signs of Lacey leaving home on her own. The house showed no evidence of a struggle. The couple's golden retriever, Mackenzie, had been found wandering the neighborhood with his leash on, an ominous detail. Lacey's purse, keys, and wallet were still at home. Nothing made sense. Within a few days, the Modesto police brought in cadaver dogs and search and rescue teams. They scoured the park where Lacey walked, the Berkeley Marina, and several bodies of water nearby. Divers searched beneath the surface. Tips poured in from across California, sightings of Lacey at gas stations in neighboring towns on highways, but none led to anything substantial. Then, just days after Lacey was reported missing, detectives received a phone call that shifted everything. A woman named Amber Fry contacted the Modesto police with a shocking revelation. She had been dating Scott Peterson for several weeks. She had no idea he was married, let alone that his pregnant wife was now the subject of a national search. Amber told officers that Scott had portrayed himself as single. He had even mentioned that this would be his first Christmas without his wife, implying that he was a grieving widower. The revelation was explosive. Amber, a single mother and massage therapist living in Fresno, had met Scott in November through a mutual friend. Their romance had progressed quickly. She described Scott as charming, attentive, and romantic. He called her frequently, sent her flowers, and even spoke about their future together. He never once mentioned Lacey. Amber was devastated. She had unknowingly become the other woman in what was now a murder investigation. The detectives, realizing the potential of Amber's testimony, asked her to cooperate. She agreed without hesitation. Over the next few weeks, Amber would record over 20 hours of conversations with Scott Peterson. During these calls, he never admitted to anything directly, but his tone was revealing. He seemed more concerned about how the media attention was affecting him than the fact that his wife was missing. Amber's cooperation gave police leverage. Publicly, they continued to support the notion that Scott was a grieving husband. Privately, they were building a case against him. Surveillance was placed on Scott. His phone was tapped. His movements were tracked. Detectives hoped he would slip up and say something damning. Meanwhile, the media circus grew. Satellite trucks lined the Peterson neighborhood. Reporters camped outside the house. National networks ran specials on Lacey's case. The pressure mounted. Scott, who had initially been treated with sympathy, was now being scrutinized. The public started to turn against him, especially after the news of his affair broke. The media painted a portrait of a narcissist, a man who couldn't be bothered to stay faithful to his pregnant wife, who went fishing on Christmas Eve while she vanished. Sharon Rocha and Lacey's family were devastated by the revelation. They had initially defended Scott, believing him incapable of harming their daughter. But Amber's story shattered that belief. The heartbreak deepened. Not only was their daughter missing, but the man they had welcomed into their family had betrayed them in the most profound way. Despite the mounting suspicion, there was still no physical evidence. No body, no murder weapon, no eyewitnesses. The case remained circumstantial. And yet, detectives believed they knew the truth. They just couldn't prove it, yet. In early January, the police held a press conference and, for the first time, officially named Scott Peterson as a person of interest. They stopped short of calling him a suspect, but the message was clear. He was no longer just the husband of a missing woman. He was under investigation. Scott's behavior grew stranger. He avoided the press. He refused polygraph tests. He sold Lacey's car, considered selling their house, and appeared more concerned about protecting his own image than finding his wife. The public backlash intensified. Protesters stood outside the house, shouting. Talk shows dissected every detail. The nation was captivated and increasingly convinced of his guilt. Still, the investigators remained patient. They knew that without Lacey's body, the case would be harder to prosecute. So they waited. They searched. They followed every lead, hoping this. Then in April 2003, almost 4 months after Lacey disappeared, a break came in the most tragic form imaginable. Along the rocky shoreline of the San Francisco Bay, near the area where Scott had claimed to be fishing, the decomposed remains of a small male fetus were discovered. The following day, less than a mile away, the torso of an adult woman was found. She was missing her hands, feet, and head. DNA tests would later confirm what investigators already suspected. The remains were those of Lacey Peterson and her unborn son, Connor. The discovery shattered any lingering hope. Lacey was dead. Connor, who had been due in February, had been born post-mortem, expelled from his mother's body sometime after her death. The brutality of the crime horrified the public. The fact that her body had washed up so close to where Scott claimed to be fishing on the day she vanished seemed too coincidental to ignore. On April 18, 2003, the Modesto police arrested Scott Peterson in La Jolla, near the Mexican border. He had dyed his hair blonde, grown a goatee, and was carrying $15,000 in cash, multiple cell phones, and his brother's driver's license. Police believed he was attempting to flee. The arrest brought a strange sense of closure, but it was just the beginning of a long and emotional legal battle. The nation watched as the case against Scott Peterson shifted from search to prosecution. The man who had once stood beside a grieving mother-in-law was now accused of murdering his wife and unborn child. The trial, when it came, would grip the country like few others had before. And through it all, one question continued to haunt everyone watching. How could a man do this to the woman he once vowed to love and the child they had created together? After Scott Peterson's arrest on April 18, 2003, the nation exhaled in collective shock and morbid fascination. His transformation from charming husband to accused murderer had captivated the media, and now, with Lacey and baby Connor's remains found, the prosecution was ready to reveal their case. But it wouldn't be easy. There were no witnesses, no murder weapon, and no confession. Everything hinged on circumstantial evidence, and whether a jury would find it compelling enough to convict. Scott was booked into Stanislaus County Jail and charged with 2 counts of murder, one for Lacey and one for Connor. Under California law, the murder of an unborn child, if viable outside the womb, could be prosecuted separately. The public watched in stunned silence as he appeared in an orange jumpsuit, handcuffed, looking gaunt and expressionless. The man who had once played golf and smiled for wedding photos was now being called a monster. The media frenzy exploded. Television anchors speculated on motives. Talk shows dissected every piece of evidence that emerged. News vans lined up outside the courthouse in Modesto, forming a media circus so disruptive that the trial would eventually be moved 90 miles away to Redwood City to ensure a fair jury pool. Prosecutors believed the motive was clear. Scott wanted out. He didn't want to be a father, didn't want the responsibility, and didn't want to stay married to Lacey. But instead of pursuing divorce, he chose murder. The affair with Amber Fry painted a damning picture. Here was a man who told his mistress, before his wife had even disappeared, that it would be his first Christmas without his wife. A man who shopped for pornographic pay-per-view channels in the days after Lacey vanished. A man who sold his wife's car and tried to sell the house as if she were never coming back. But still, the case was complicated. Scott's defense team, led by Mark Garagos, argued that there was no physical evidence tying him to the murders. No fingerprints, no DNA, no blood. The evidence, they said, was entirely circumstantial, and the media had already convicted him in the court of public opinion. They insisted Scott was not a perfect man. Yes, he cheated, yes, he lied, but infidelity didn't make him a murderer. And they reminded the jury that police had initially followed hundreds of leads, many of which pointed away from Scott. Prosecutors countered with a meticulous timeline. They walked jurors through the days leading up to December 24th. Lacey was last seen alive around 8:30 a.m. that morning by a neighbor. Around 10:08 a.m., a neighbor found the Petersons' golden retriever, Mackenzie, wandering the neighborhood, still wearing a leash, as if he had been let out suddenly. Yet Scott claimed Lacey had taken the dog for a walk after he left for the marina. The timeline was too tight, and it didn't match up. Then came the odd behavior. Scott told police that he had gone fishing at the Berkeley Marina, a location 90 miles away. When asked what he had caught, he replied nothing, and offered an oddly detailed list of the types of fish he had hoped to catch. Yet he couldn't explain why he had driven such a long distance on Christmas Eve, especially given his heavily pregnant wife. Even more curious, police later learned that Scott had purchased the boat he used for the trip just 2 weeks prior, and had not told anyone about it, not even Lacey. Detectives believed the boat was key. They theorized that Scott had killed Lacey the night of December 23rd, or early morning December 24th, loaded her body into his boat, and dumped her in the San Francisco Bay. This theory aligned with where the remains of Lacey and Connor were found, for months later, along the rocky shoreline near the same marina. Amber Fry became a central witness. Calm and composed, she testified about her relationship with Scott, the lies he told, and the calls they exchanged after Lacey went missing. The jury listened intently as her voice echoed in the courtroom through taped phone conversations. On one recording, Scott told Amber he was in Paris, when in fact he was attending a vigil for Lacey in California. Another time, he whispered sweet nothings to her while volunteers were out searching for his missing wife. The recordings were damning, but the defense fought back. They cross-examined Amber, questioning whether she had personal motives. They challenged the scientific credibility of decomposition timelines and argued that the San Francisco Bay was too unpredictable for Scott to have known the bodies would wash ashore. They highlighted the lack of forensic evidence in the Peterson home. No blood, no signs of struggle. And they focused on the fact that even with intense media scrutiny and public interest, no one had actually seen Scott commit the crime. As the trial dragged on for months, public interest surged. Viewers across the country followed every detail as if it were a TV drama. Outside the courthouse, protesters gathered. Some held signs supporting Scott, others screamed for justice. News anchors offered nightly updates, and armchair detectives posted theories online. It was one of the first major trials of the 21st century to be shaped so completely by the 24-hour news cycle. Meanwhile, Scott's demeanor in court raised eyebrows. He rarely showed emotion. He barely reacted when Amber testified. He didn't cry when photos of Lacey were shown. His detachment became part of the prosecution's narrative, that Scott Peterson was cold, calculated, and lacked the ability to feel remorse. The medical examiner testified about the remains. Lacey's torso had been found without limbs or a head. No cause of death could be determined due to the extent of decomposition. But there were signs of a possible cut on the upper torso and injuries that could have indicated restraint. Baby Connor's remains were more intact, and he was believed to have been expelled from Lacey's body as a result of decomposition, not a separate delivery. Though the defense pushed back on the forensics, the jury appeared shaken by the graphic testimony. As the trial neared its conclusion, prosecutors made a powerful emotional appeal. They showed photos of Lacey, smiling and pregnant. They reminded the jury of the plans she had made for Christmas: shopping lists, nursery designs, names. They replayed Scott's recorded calls with Amber, his calculated lies, and his apparent disinterest in Lacey's fate. They called Scott's fishing trip a cover story and asked the jury to see through it. The defense urged the jury to focus on reasonable doubt. No murder weapon had been found. The cause of death was unknown. Scott had never confessed. They insisted the case was fueled by gossip, media pressure, and public outrage, not facts. Then came the verdict. On November 12, 2004, nearly 2 years after Lacey first disappeared, the jury found Scott Peterson guilty of first-degree murder in the death of Lacey Peterson and second-degree murder in the death of their unborn son, Connor. The courtroom erupted in gasps and tears. Outside, a crowd celebrated. Some wept. Others chanted Lacey's name. A month later, during the penalty phase, the jury recommended the death penalty. The judge agreed. Scott Peterson was sentenced to death and sent to San Quentin State Prison, California's infamous death row. He remained there for years, launching appeal after appeal, even as public interest in the case slowly faded. Some questioned the death penalty decision. Others believed he had gotten exactly what he deserved. For Lacey's family, the verdict brought justice, but not peace. Sharon Rocha said she would never stop missing her daughter. Every holiday, every birthday, every milestone that never came was a painful reminder of what had been lost. Connor's life had been stolen before it began. The nursery remained empty. Years later, the case continues to echo in American culture. Books have been written, documentaries filmed, podcasts re-examined every detail. And though some supporters argue Scott did not receive a fair trial, the majority of public opinion still sees him as a man who killed his pregnant wife and tried to move on like nothing had happened. It is a story of betrayal and loss, of a woman full of life and promise, and of a husband who traded his family for freedom he never got. In the wake of the guilty verdict and Scott Peterson's death sentence, the media whirlwind that had surrounded the case began to quiet, but only slightly. The conclusion of the trial marked a major chapter's end in a story that had captivated and polarized the nation. Yet for Lacey's family, it was not closure. For Scott's supporters, it was just the beginning of a legal battle they believed was far from over. After the sentencing, Scott Peterson was transferred to San Quentin State Prison, located on the bay just north of San Francisco. It was a chilling twist of fate that he would spend his days staring out at the very waters where prosecutors said he had disposed of his wife's body. San Quentin's death row was notorious, not only for its hardened inmates but for the fact that California, despite having the death penalty, had executed very few prisoners in recent decades. Scott's cell was tiny. He was kept in almost complete isolation for 23 hours a day. No contact visits, no physical touch from loved ones, and a life that revolved around appeals, legal paperwork, and limited interaction. He quickly became inmate number P. 39400, one of more than 700 inmates awaiting execution on California's death row. Lacey's family, especially her mother Sharon Rocha, remained active in the public eye. Sharon spoke candidly about grief, the criminal justice process, and the hole left in their lives. She wrote a memoir titled For Lacey, where she detailed the emotional roller coaster of the investigation and trial. She used her voice to advocate for victims' rights and supported legislation that would recognize unborn children as separate victims in criminal cases, a law that eventually became known as Lacey and Connor's Law. But while Lacey's family worked to preserve her legacy, Scott's legal team began the long, winding process of appealing his conviction and sentence. His defense argued that the trial had been fundamentally unfair. Their claims focused on several key issues: the overwhelming pretrial publicity, alleged juror misconduct, and the exclusion of evidence that they believed could have helped Scott. In particular, the defense claimed that the jury had been tainted by the media frenzy. The Peterson case had been covered relentlessly for 2 years: television, newspapers, radio, tabloids. The photos of Lacey's smiling face, the dramatic tapes of Amber Fry, and the damning testimony had all saturated the public consciousness. The defense insisted that no truly impartial jury could have been found. Moreover, a troubling detail emerged after the trial. One of the jurors had failed to disclose that she had once sought a restraining order against her boyfriend's ex-girlfriend while pregnant, an omission that raised serious questions about her impartiality. Nicknamed Strawberry Shortcake for her bright red hair, this juror had been particularly outspoken during deliberations, and the defense team seized on the possibility that she had been biased from the start. Scott's appeals moved slowly through the legal system. The California Supreme Court, by law, reviewed all death penalty cases. It would take over a decade before any decision was made. In the meantime, Scott's defense began building a campaign around his innocence, gaining attention from media outlets and true crime enthusiasts who believed his trial had been more of a public spectacle than a fair legal proceeding. In 2012, a new effort was launched by the California Innocence Project and other legal analysts who questioned whether Scott could have received a fair trial in the first place. They pointed to the fact that no one had ever witnessed a crime, and that Lacey's remains had shown no definitive cause of death. Some questioned whether the bodies had even been in the San Francisco Bay the entire time, arguing that the tidal conditions and decomposition timeline left room for doubt. But none of these claims were conclusive. For most observers, the circumstantial evidence was overwhelming. Scott's behavior, his lies, his affair, his bizarre calmness in the face of tragedy, spoke volumes. His strange fishing trip, his hidden boat purchase, and the consistent trail of deception painted a picture that many believed only had one explanation. Still, public interest in the case was renewed in 2015, when a series of investigative documentaries aired, including investigation discovery specials and a highly watched Dateline NBC feature. Each explored alternative theories, highlighted inconsistencies in the timeline, and interviewed figures close to the case. Some viewers were left wondering if the media had oversimplified the narrative, or if the justice system had failed to explore all angles. In August 2020, after years of review, the California Supreme Court overturned Scott Peterson's death sentence, citing significant errors in jury selection during the trial. They ruled that prospective jurors had been dismissed improperly simply because they had expressed opposition to the death penalty, even if they had promised to follow the law. The court did not overturn his conviction, but determined that a new penalty phase trial would be necessary if prosecutors wished to seek death again. The decision stunned the public. While Scott remained in prison, and his murder conviction held firm, the possibility that he could avoid the death penalty reignited fierce debate. Lacey's family expressed disappointment and frustration, especially given the emotional toll the original trial had taken on them. They had relived their trauma day after day in court, and now they might have to endure it all over again. In December 2021, Scott was resentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. This new sentence ensured he would never be free, but it removed the symbolic weight of the death penalty, something that many, including Sharon Rocha, had seen as a form of justice for Lacey and Connor. Meanwhile, Scott continued to push for a full retrial. In 2022, a court held an evidentiary hearing to determine whether his conviction should be overturned based on the juror misconduct claims. Witnesses were called, including the juror herself, and both sides presented arguments. In October 2022, the judge ruled against Scott, finding no grounds to overturn the conviction. He would remain in prison for life. By this point, 2 decades had passed since Laci disappeared. The world had changed. Social media now dominated public discourse, and true crime had become a massive entertainment genre. New audiences discovered the Peterson case through Netflix documentaries, podcasts, and YouTube videos. But for those who had lived through the ordeal in real time, the pain remained raw. The case had become more than a tragedy. It was a cultural touchstone, symbolizing everything from the dangers of media sensationalism to the dark realities of domestic violence. For many, Scott Peterson was a cautionary tale about charming facades, the silent warning signs in a seemingly perfect marriage, and how tragedy can lurk beneath the surface. Despite every twist, every appeal, and every headline, one truth endured: Laci Peterson was gone. So was Connor, and no legal ruling could ever bring them back. From the moment Laci Peterson was reported missing, the case drew the attention of local news in Modesto, California. What began as regional concern quickly exploded into a national obsession. In an era before true crime documentaries and social media became the norm, the Peterson case was one of the earliest examples of a missing person case turned media phenomenon. Fueled by 24-hour news cycles, satellite interviews, and the public's fascination with betrayal, tragedy, and appearances gone wrong. Laci was beautiful, glowing, and 8 months pregnant. She seemed like the picture of domestic happiness. Her husband, Scott, was clean-cut, handsome, and soft-spoken. Their home was decorated for Christmas, a golden retriever roamed the backyard, and a nursery waited for the arrival of baby Connor. To many, it was the American dream, shattered. News crews descended on Modesto within days. Local law enforcement initially welcomed the publicity, hoping it would bring leads, especially as they canvassed neighborhoods, interviewed neighbors, and searched nearby parks and lakes. Police encouraged public involvement, distributing flyers with Laci's photo and hosting press conferences. But as Scott's behavior began to raise questions, the media's tone shifted. He was no longer the grieving husband. He was the likely suspect. One of the most powerful catalysts for that transformation was the revelation of Scott's affair with Amber Frey. When the public learned that Scott had not only cheated on his pregnant wife, but lied to his mistress about being widowed even before Laci's disappearance, it shattered his credibility. The press latched onto it with relentless focus. National outlets like CNN, Fox News, and Court TV followed every development. Tabloids ran with lurid headlines, and late-night talk shows openly mocked Scott's lies. Amber Frey herself became a figure of media scrutiny. After contacting the police in early January 2003, she agreed to cooperate with the investigation and secretly recorded dozens of phone calls with Scott. In these calls, Scott claimed to be traveling in Paris on New Year's Eve, mourning the loss of his wife, a loss that had not yet occurred in real time. The recordings were played during the trial, painting Scott as manipulative and emotionally detached. The public was riveted. Meanwhile, Laci's family made frequent appearances on television, pleading for information and expressing their heartbreak. Sharon Rocha, Laci's mother, was especially vocal, her grief raw and palpable. Her unwavering dedication to finding justice for her daughter made her a sympathetic figure and further emphasized the cruelty of Scott's deception. Viewers across the country sided with her. But the Peterson case was not just about a single crime, it was a mirror for societal issues. Discussions around domestic abuse, emotional manipulation, and the vulnerability of women in intimate relationships flooded talk shows and editorial pages. Some analysts likened Scott's detachment to the behavior of sociopaths. Others debated whether circumstantial evidence was enough to convict a man of murder. The public weighed in on everything from body language to tone of voice, dissecting Scott's every word. The media coverage reached a fever pitch during the trial in 2004. Seats in the courtroom were coveted. Reporters filed hourly updates, sketch artists captured courtroom moments, and legal analysts like Nancy Grace and Greta Van Susteren delivered nightly commentary. The trial was not televised, but the country followed along as if it were a reality show. Viewers knew the names of the prosecutors, jurors, and even minor witnesses. The story was more than a murder, it was a spectacle. And like all spectacles, public opinion wasn't always rational. People divided into camps: those who believed in Scott's guilt unequivocally, and a smaller but vocal group who questioned the fairness of his trial. The latter raised issues about media bias, the presumption of innocence, and whether Scott was convicted in the court of public opinion long before a jury heard the facts. There were comparisons to other infamous cases: the O.J. Simpson trial in the 1990s, the JonBenet Ramsey investigation, and later, the Casey Anthony trial. Each case involved beautiful victims, complex suspects, and intense media coverage. In Laci's case, the perfect suburban image made the betrayal feel more intimate and personal to the public. By 2005, Scott Peterson had become a household name. His mugshot, images of Laci's smiling face, and the now iconic flyer with her pregnant silhouette were burned into the national consciousness. True crime books were published, television specials aired annually, and conspiracy theories circulated online. Some believed Scott had been framed. Others believed additional suspects had been ignored. But the majority saw it as a cautionary tale about appearances, lies, and the tragic outcomes of emotional detachment. Years later, the media's role in the case continued to be debated. Legal experts examined whether the saturation of negative coverage affected jury selection, and if Scott's right to a fair trial had been compromised. In fact, the California Supreme Court later acknowledged that errors were made during jury selection, one of the reasons Scott's death sentence was overturned in 2020. The influence of media wasn't just confined to the legal system. It affected the lives of everyone connected to the case. Amber Frey struggled with the aftermath of sudden national attention. She published a memoir in 2005 and gave several interviews, but eventually retreated from the public eye to protect her family. Sharon Rocha became an advocate for victims' rights, appearing at events and testifying before lawmakers. Scott's defense team also used the media in their own way, especially in later years. They cooperated with documentaries and true crime podcasts that questioned the investigation. Some argued that police had tunnel vision, focusing too quickly on Scott and ignoring other leads. One such theory involved reported sightings of Laci on Christmas Eve near a park, or the burglary that took place across the street from the Peterson home during the same time period. Yet despite all the noise, the legal conclusion remained unchanged. Scott was convicted. Laci and Connor were gone, and the case became one of the most studied, dissected, and emotionally charged murder cases in modern American history. The legacy of the media's role in the Peterson case is complex. On one hand, it brought attention to a missing woman and helped pressure authorities to act swiftly. On the other, it arguably contributed to a rush to judgment and turned a deeply tragic story into entertainment. As true crime became a booming genre in the 2010s and 2020s, many producers revisited the case, asking what could be learned from it, not just about crime, but about how stories are told, consumed, and remembered. Laci Peterson's name endures, not as a headline, but as a symbol. A reminder that beneath the coverage, the analysis, and the endless opinions was a woman with a family, a future, and a life that deserved more than a tragic end. The trial of Scott Peterson began on June 1, 2004, with the nation watching closely. From the very start, it was clear that the case would be filled with drama, emotion, and twists that would capture the public's attention. Judge Nancy Ashley presided over the proceedings, and the tension in the courtroom was palpable. A full jury was selected, and soon, opening statements would set the stage for the next phase of what seemed to be a never-ending legal battle. The prosecution, led by District Attorney James Brazelton, had one key goal: to prove that Scott Peterson had murdered his wife, Laci, and their unborn son Connor on Christmas Eve in 2002. They argued that Scott, tired of his marriage and wanting to be with his mistress, Amber Fry, planned the murders with chilling precision. The prosecution's case was based not on direct evidence, but on circumstantial evidence. Scott's lies, his behavior after Lacey went missing, and the fact that the bodies of Lacey and Connor were found in the exact location he had claimed to have been fishing that fateful day. Amber Fry took the stand as a key witness for the prosecution, recounting her affair with Scott and the months of deceit he had subjected her to. Her testimony about the phone calls she had recorded was crucial. In these calls, Scott had pretended to be a grieving husband, telling Amber he had lost his wife. The recordings were deeply damaging to Scott's credibility. The defense, led by Mark Garagos, aimed to poke holes in the prosecution's case. They argued that the evidence was not strong enough to convict Scott, suggesting instead that Lacey's death could have been the result of an unknown assailant. Garagos also attempted to cast doubt on Scott's motive, pointing out inconsistencies in the timeline and suggesting that Scott was an innocent man caught up in a media frenzy. Throughout the trial, Scott's demeanor was notably calm, often appearing disengaged or uninterested in the proceedings. He sat motionless, dressed in a suit, with his hands folded on the table in front of him. To many, this lack of visible emotion seemed odd, especially for a man accused of such horrific crimes. His behavior became one of the most discussed aspects of the case. The trial dragged on for months. Witnesses testified, forensic evidence was presented, and expert opinions were debated. Throughout, the media remained glued to every detail, and the nation's obsession with the case grew stronger by the day. Finally, after 12 weeks of testimony, closing arguments were delivered. The prosecution emphasized Scott's lies, his strange behavior, and the fact that he had been so close to the crime scene. The defense, on the other hand, reminded the jury that no physical evidence connected Scott to the murders, and there were too many unanswered questions for them to return a guilty verdict. The jury deliberated for 7 days, carefully considering the evidence presented. On November 12, 2004, they returned to the courtroom with a verdict. The air in the room was thick with anticipation as the jury foreperson stood to read the decision. "Guilty," the foreperson announced. Scott Peterson was convicted of 2 counts of murder, one for Lacey Peterson and one for the death of their unborn son, Connor. The verdict sent shockwaves through the courtroom and the nation. Lacey's family, particularly her mother, Sharon Rocha, burst into tears as they embraced one another. They had waited so long for justice, and now it had finally come. The sentencing phase of the trial began shortly after the verdict. Prosecutors sought the death penalty, arguing that Scott's actions were especially heinous because he had killed his wife and child with no remorse. The defense pleaded for mercy, citing Scott's lack of a criminal record and his apparent remorse. On December 12, 2004, Scott Peterson was sentenced to death by lethal injection. His face remained stoic as the judge handed down the sentence, but his family's grief was evident. They had never wavered in their support of Scott, but the court's decision was now final. For Lacey's family, the verdict brought a sense of relief, but no true closure. Lacey would never be coming back, and neither would Connor. The pain of their loss would stay with them forever, even as they now knew that Scott Peterson would spend the rest of his life behind bars. The aftermath of the case saw Scott Peterson placed on death row at San Quentin State Prison. In the years that followed, appeals would be filed, and there would be ongoing legal battles regarding the fairness of his trial. But for the most part, the public had made up their mind. Scott Peterson was guilty of a cold-blooded murder. Lacey Peterson's legacy would live on, not only through the grief of her family, but also in the countless laws and initiatives that sought to improve the way cases of domestic violence, missing persons, and murder were handled. Lacey's story became a catalyst for change, inspiring legislation to protect pregnant women and their unborn children. In 2021, Scott Peterson's death sentence was overturned due to errors in jury selection during his original trial. While his conviction remained intact, the sentence was reduced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The news rekindled public debate, with some expressing frustration that Scott Peterson's sentence was reduced, while others believed the appeal process had followed the letter of the law. But for Lacey's family, it didn't change the fact that Scott Peterson was a murderer and he would never be free again. As for Scott, he remains in prison, serving his sentence without parole. Despite the legal battles, he maintains his innocence, though few believe him. The tragic events of Christmas 2002 have left an indelible mark on everyone involved, from Lacey's family to the millions who followed the case. The death of Lacey Peterson remains one of the most notorious and heartbreaking crimes of the early 21st century, a case that continues to haunt the American consciousness. In the end, justice was served, but it came at a tremendous cost. For Lacey, for Connor, and for all those who loved them, the pain of loss will never be fully healed. From 2015 to 2019, Ruby Frank, a 32-year-old mother from Springville, Utah, built a YouTube empire with her channel 8 Passengers, showcasing her life with her husband Kevin and their 6 children: Sherry, Chad, Abby, Julie, Russell, and Eve. Emily Carter, Ruby's sister, watched with growing concern as the channel gained popularity. Detective Claire Thompson, who would later investigate Ruby's actions, had no knowledge of the family during this time. Natalie Evans, a journalist, began following Ruby's rise, noting the first signs of trouble in her reporting. Ruby's online persona as a perfect mom hid a darker reality, a reality that would eventually unravel, leading to a devastating fall. Emily had always been close to Ruby, growing up together in a Mormon family in Ogden, Utah, where they shared traditions and values that bonded them. By 2015, Ruby lived in Springville with Kevin, a quiet engineer, and their children, ranging in age from toddler Eve to teenager Sherry. That year, Ruby launched 8 Passengers, a YouTube channel where she vlogged about her family's daily life, sharing everything from homeschooling routines to family vacations. Emily watched the early videos, noticing how Ruby portrayed herself as a disciplined mother, often emphasizing strict parenting methods, like making the kids do chores before playtime. At first, Emily thought it was just Ruby's way of maintaining order in a busy household. But as the channel grew, she started to feel uneasy about the dynamic Ruby was presenting to the world. By 2016, 8 Passengers had over 500,000 subscribers, a number that surprised Emily, who didn't expect Ruby's vlogs to gain such a following. Ruby's videos often showed the kids participating in activities like baking or camping, but there were moments that made Emily pause, such as when Ruby punished Chad by making him sleep on a beanbag for months after he misbehaved. Ruby justified it as teaching responsibility, but Emily found it harsh, especially seeing Chad's discomfort during her visits to Springville. She mentioned her concerns to Ruby, who brushed them off, saying the viewers loved the authenticity of her parenting style. Emily didn't push further, but she couldn't shake the feeling that Ruby's methods were crossing a line, a feeling that would grow stronger as the years passed. In 2019, 8 Passengers reached its peak with 2.5 million subscribers, earning Ruby and Kevin up to $100,000 a month, a success that Ruby celebrated in a video Emily watched. Ruby bought a new van for the family, proudly showing it off to her audience, but Emily noticed how tired the kids looked in the background, especially Abby and Julie, who seemed quieter than usual during her last visit. Ruby's focus on the channel had intensified, with every moment of their lives documented for views, a lifestyle Emily worried was taking a toll on the children. She hoped Ruby would slow down, but instead Ruby doubled down, setting the stage for scrutiny that would soon come, scrutiny that would reveal the truth behind her perfect image. Claire was working as a detective with the Washington County Sheriff's Office in St. George, Utah, in 2015, her days filled with routine cases like thefts and traffic disputes. She had no connection to Ruby Frank at the time, focusing instead on keeping her community safe, a job she took seriously after years on the force. In her off hours, Claire spent time with her family, often hiking in Zion National Park, a routine that kept her grounded. She was unaware of the 8 Passengers channel, as social media and influencer culture weren't part of her world, but that would change in a few years when a case would bring her to Springville, a case that would challenge her skills and expose a disturbing reality. By 2019, Claire had heard about Ruby through a colleague who mentioned the channel's popularity among Utah families. The colleague showed her a video where Ruby disciplined Russell by taking away his dinner for not finishing his chores, a moment that Claire found unsettling, though she didn't dwell on it. She filed the information away, not imagining it would become relevant later. Her focus remained on her current cases, which included a string of burglaries in St. George, a far cry from the world of family vlogging. Claire had no idea that Ruby's name would soon cross her desk, a name tied to allegations that would shock her, allegations that would lead to one of the most significant investigations of her career. Natalie had been a journalist at the Salt Lake Tribune since 2014, covering family and lifestyle trends in Utah, a beat that brought her into the world of influencers by 2015. She first came across 8 Passengers that year, intrigued by Ruby's rapid rise as a momfluencer, a term Natalie used in her early articles to describe mothers who built careers on social media. She watched Ruby's videos, noting the polished image of a happy Mormon family, but she also noticed comments from viewers who questioned Ruby's parenting, particularly her strict punishments, like when she made Eve go to school without lunch for forgetting her bag. Natalie included these observations in a 2016 article, a piece that received mixed reactions from readers, some praising Ruby's discipline, others calling it excessive. In 2019, Natalie wrote a follow-up piece on 8 Passengers, highlighting its success with 2.5 million subscribers, but also pointing out the growing criticism Ruby faced. She interviewed a child psychologist who expressed concern about the long-term effects of Ruby's methods, a perspective that added depth to her reporting. Natalie's article drew attention, with some readers emailing her to share their own worries about Ruby's children, particularly Chad and Eve, who seemed to bear the brunt of her punishments. Natalie kept these tips in a file, sensing there might be a bigger story to uncover, a story that would emerge in the coming years, a story that would reveal the dark side of Ruby's online persona. By the end of 2019, Ruby Frank's 8 Passengers was a YouTube sensation, a channel that had captivated millions with its portrayal of family life. Emily saw the strain it placed on her nieces and nephews, a concern she couldn't ignore. Claire remained unaware of the family, her focus elsewhere until a case would pull her in. Natalie had begun to question Ruby's perfect image, her reporting laying the groundwork for a deeper investigation. The facade Ruby had built was starting to crack, a crack that would widen, leading to a reckoning that would change everything. From 2020 to 2022, Ruby Frank's 8 Passengers channel faced increasing scrutiny as viewers and family members raised concerns about her parenting methods, a shift that Emily Carter watched with growing alarm. Detective Claire Thompson, still unaware of Ruby at this point, continued her work in St. George, Utah, until a case would later bring her into the story. Natalie Evans reported on the mounting backlash, her articles at the Salt Lake Tribune amplifying the public's unease. Ruby's collaboration with Jodi Hildebrandt and her divorce from Kevin Frank marked a turning point, pushing her toward more extreme behavior, a change that would set the stage for a devastating fallout. Emily had been worried about Ruby's parenting for years, but by 2020, her concerns reached a new level. In May of that year, Ruby posted a video on 8 Passengers where she refused to bring lunch to her 6-year-old daughter Eve at school after Eve forgot her bag, stating that hunger would teach her responsibility. Emily watched the video in disbelief, unable to understand how Ruby could let her child go hungry for hours. The backlash was immediate, with viewers flooding the comments section, calling Ruby's actions cruel. A petition started by a concerned subscriber quickly gained 18,000 signatures, urging Utah's Division of Child and Family Services to investigate the Frank family. Emily supported the petition, hoping it would prompt Ruby to reconsider her methods. But no investigation followed at the time, leaving Emily frustrated and more worried than ever. In 2021, Emily noticed Ruby spending more time with Jodi Hildebrandt, a therapist whose license had been suspended in 2012 for breaching client confidentiality. Ruby had connected with Jodi through her Connections program, which promoted strict parenting and discipline tactics that Emily found extreme. During a visit to Springville that summer, Emily saw how Jodi's influence had changed Ruby. She was more rigid, often quoting Jodi's teachings about breaking children's entitlement. Ruby even stopped letting the kids have playdates, claiming they needed to focus on family bonding, a rule that isolated them from friends. Emily tried talking to Ruby, suggesting the kids needed more freedom, but Ruby dismissed her, saying Jodi's methods were helping her be a better mother. Emily left the visit feeling powerless, sensing that Ruby was slipping further into a dangerous mindset, a mindset that would soon lead to more serious consequences. By 2022, Ruby's personal life began to unravel. She and Kevin separated in July, a decision that shocked Emily, who had always seen them as a united front, despite their differences. Ruby moved out of the Springville house, taking Russell and Eve with her to live with Jodi in Ivins, Utah, while Sherry, Chad, Abby, and Julie stayed with Kevin or moved out on their own, with Sherry attending college. Emily called Ruby after the separation, hoping to reconnect, but Ruby was distant, saying she needed space to focus on her new path with Jodi. The divorce was finalized later that year, marking the end of Ruby's family as Emily had known it, a change that left her worried about Russell and Eve, who were now under Jodi's influence, isolated from the rest of the family. Claire continued her work at the Washington County Sheriff's Office in St. George throughout 2020, her days filled with routine cases, from minor disputes to traffic accidents. She had heard about 8 passengers through colleagues, particularly after the 2020 petition gained attention, but it wasn't part of her jurisdiction, and she had no reason to get involved. In her off hours, Claire focused on her family, often cooking dinner for her kids, a routine that kept her grounded amidst the stresses of her job. She occasionally saw news stories about Ruby, noting the controversy surrounding her parenting, but her focus remained on her caseload, which included a series of vandalism incidents that year. Claire had no idea that Ruby's name would soon become central to her work, a case that would begin in Washington County, where Ivins was located, pulling her into a disturbing investigation. In 2021, Claire's workload increased with a rise in domestic disturbance calls in St. George, a trend that made her more aware of family dynamics in her community. She attended a training session on child welfare that fall, where a colleague mentioned Ruby's channel as an example of online parenting controversies, pointing out the petition and viewer backlash. Claire listened, filing the information away, but she didn't dig deeper, as there were no active complaints in her area. By 2022, she had started working on a case involving a local family, a situation that required coordination with Child Protective Services, sharpening her skills in handling sensitive issues. This experience would prove invaluable when Ruby's case would eventually land on her desk, a case that would challenge her understanding of family and abuse. Natalie had been tracking Ruby's rise at the Salt Lake Tribune for years, but by 2020, her reporting took a more critical turn. After Ruby's video about Eve's lunch sparked outrage, Natalie wrote an article detailing the petition and the concerns raised by viewers, interviewing a child welfare advocate who called Ruby's actions neglectful. The article gained significant attention, with readers reaching out to share their own observations about Ruby's videos, particularly clips where she withheld food or privileges as punishment. Natalie kept a close eye on the channel, noticing a decline in Ruby's posting frequency by 2021, a change she attributed to the growing backlash. She also reported on Ruby's new partnership with Jodi Hildebrandt, digging into Jodi's past and highlighting her suspended license, a detail that raised red flags for her readers. In 2022, Natalie broke the news of Ruby and Kevin's separation, a story she confirmed through court records in Springville. She interviewed a family friend who revealed that Ruby had become increasingly isolated, cutting off contact with most of her relatives, including Emily, after aligning with Jody. Natalie's article also noted Ruby's move to Ivan's with Russell and Eve, a decision that concerned Sherry, who had publicly distanced herself from her mother by then, a fact Natalie learned through Sherry's social media posts. Natalie's reporting kept the pressure on Ruby, her articles amplifying the public's growing unease, setting the stage for a larger investigation, an investigation that would soon reveal the full extent of Ruby's actions, a story she was determined to follow to its conclusion. By the end of 2022, Ruby Franck's life had taken a drastic turn, her channel fading as she focused on Jody's Connections program, her family fractured by divorce and estrangement. Emily felt helpless, watching her sister spiral further into Jody's influence, worried for Russell and Eve. Claire remained unaware of the situation, her focus elsewhere until a case would bring her in. Natalie's reporting had laid the groundwork for what was to come, her articles a warning of the cracks in Ruby's image, cracks that would soon lead to a shattering revelation. From early 2023 to August 2023, Ruby Franck's behavior in Ivan's, Utah, took a darker turn as her partnership with Jody Hildebrandt led to severe abuse of her children, Russell and Eve, a reality that Emily Carter feared from afar. Detective Claire Thompson received a critical report that launched an investigation into Ruby and Jody's actions. Natalie Evans covered the escalating concerns, her reporting at the Salt Lake Tribune amplifying the public outcry that led to Ruby's arrest. The discovery of the children's conditions and the arrests of Ruby and Jody marked a pivotal moment, exposing the full extent of the abuse hidden behind Ruby's once-perfect image. Emily had been increasingly worried about Ruby since her move to Ivan's with Jody in 2022, a concern that deepened in early 2023 when Ruby stopped responding to her calls altogether. Emily had heard from Sherry, Ruby's eldest daughter, who was now in college and had cut contact with her mother, that Ruby and Jody were running a parenting program out of Jody's home, focusing on extreme discipline. Sherry mentioned rumors of Ruby isolating Russell and Eve, keeping them out of school and limiting their contact with the outside world, a situation that alarmed Emily. She tried reaching out to Kevin, Ruby's ex-husband, but he told her he had no legal custody of Russell and Eve and was just as worried, having not seen them in months. Emily felt helpless, unable to intervene directly, but she began documenting her concerns, hoping to find a way to get help for her nephew and niece, a hope that would soon be answered in a way she never expected. In May 2023, Emily received a distressing call from a neighbor in Ivan's who had seen Russell looking unusually thin and unwell while briefly outside Jody's house. The neighbor mentioned hearing cries from the home at night, a detail that sent chills down Emily's spine. She immediately contacted Utah's Division of Child and Family Services, filing a report about the potential neglect and abuse, providing the neighbor's observations and her own concerns based on Sherry's accounts. Emily also reached out to local authorities in Ivan's, urging them to check on the children, a step she hoped would finally bring attention to Ruby's actions. Her report was one of several that year, as other concerned individuals, including viewers of Ruby's old 8 Passengers videos, had also contacted authorities, their collective efforts building pressure for an investigation that would soon uncover a horrifying truth. Claire received a report on August 30th, 2023, that would change the course of her career at the Washington County Sheriff's Office. That morning, Russell, now 12 years old, escaped from Jody's home in Ivan's through a window, running to a neighbor's house to ask for help. The neighbor called 911, reporting that Russell was severely malnourished, with duct tape around his ankles and wrists, and open wounds on his body from being bound with rope. Claire arrived at the scene within the hour, her heart sinking as she saw Russell's condition, his thin frame and haunted expression a clear sign of prolonged abuse. She ensured he was taken to a hospital, where doctors confirmed he had been starved and physically restrained for months, a discovery that shifted the case from a welfare check to a criminal investigation. Claire's team searched Jody's home that same day, finding Eve, then 10 years old, in a similar state, locked in a small room with minimal food and water, her body showing signs of neglect and physical punishment, including marks from being tied up. Claire interviewed the children at the hospital, where Russell described how Ruby and Jody had tied him up as punishment for not following their rules, often leaving him without food for days, while Eve shared that she had been forced to sleep on a concrete floor, denied basic comforts. Claire also uncovered notebooks in the home detailing Ruby and Jody's treatment methods, which included withholding food and water to correct behavior, a system they claimed was part of their Connections program. On August 30th, 2023, Claire arrested Ruby and Jody on charges of aggravated child abuse, a moment that marked the beginning of a high-profile case, one that would reveal the depths of their cruelty. By the time of the arrests, Claire had gathered substantial evidence, including photos of the children's injuries, medical reports confirming their malnourishment, and the notebooks outlining Ruby and Jody's methods, all of which pointed to systematic abuse. She worked with Child Protective Services to ensure Russell and Eve were placed in a safe environment, eventually reuniting them with Kevin, who was granted temporary custody. Claire also interviewed neighbors, who reported seeing the children in distress over the past months, their statements corroborating the children's accounts. The investigation moved quickly, with Claire determined to hold Ruby and Jody accountable, a determination fueled by the severity of the children's suffering, a suffering she witnessed firsthand, a suffering that demanded justice. Natalie had been following Ruby's story closely, her reporting at the Salt Lake Tribune becoming more critical as concerns grew. In early 2023, she published an article revisiting the 2020 petition against Ruby, noting that no action had been taken despite the public outcry, a failure she criticized in her piece. She also reported on Ruby's move to Ivins with Jody, highlighting Jody's controversial past and the concerns raised by Sherry, who had publicly spoken out against her mother's actions on social media. Natalie's articles kept the pressure on, with readers sending her tips about Ruby's increasingly erratic behavior, including one viewer who claimed to have seen Russell looking unwell outside Jody's home, a tip that matched the neighbor's report to Emily. On August 31st, 2023, Natalie broke the news of Ruby and Jody's arrests, her article detailing Russell's escape and the conditions he and Eve were found in, based on police reports and hospital statements she obtained through her sources. She described the duct tape on Russell's limbs, the malnourishment, and the locked room where Eve was kept, details that horrified her readers, sparking national outrage. Natalie interviewed a child welfare expert who called the case one of the worst instances of abuse they had seen, a quote that resonated with her audience. Her reporting brought renewed attention to Ruby's past on 8 Passengers, with many viewers re-examining old videos for signs of earlier abuse, a discussion Natalie amplified in follow-up articles, ensuring the public understood the full scope of the tragedy, a tragedy she was committed to covering until justice was served. By August 2023, Ruby Frank's facade had completely unraveled, her arrest alongside Jody exposing the horrific abuse inflicted on Russell and Eve. Emily felt a mix of relief and guilt, grateful the children were safe, but wishing she had acted sooner. Claire had taken on a case that would define her career, her investigation revealing the extent of Ruby and Jody's actions, a revelation that demanded accountability. Natalie's reporting had played a crucial role in raising awareness, her articles ensuring the public knew the truth, a truth that would lead to a reckoning for Ruby and Jody. From September 2023 to December 2023, the legal proceedings against Ruby Frank and Jody Hildebrandt unfolded in Washington County, Utah, bringing a sense of justice to a horrified community. Emily Carter supported her nephew Russell and niece Eve as they began their recovery, while grappling with Ruby's betrayal. Detective Claire Thompson worked with prosecutors to ensure a strong case, securing the evidence needed for convictions. Natalie Evans covered the court developments at the Salt Lake Tribune, detailing Ruby's guilty plea and the public's reaction, keeping the focus on the children's suffering. The plea deal marked a significant step toward accountability, But the road to healing for Russell, Eve, and their family was just beginning. Emily had been in close contact with Kevin since Russell and Eve were removed from Ruby's custody on August 30th, 2023, helping him navigate the emotional aftermath of their rescue. By September, Russell and Eve were living with Kevin in Springville, attending therapy to address the trauma they had endured. Emily visited often, bringing toys and books to help them feel safe, though she noticed how Russell flinched at sudden movements and Eve clung to her father, signs of the deep scars left by Ruby and Jody's abuse. On September 15, 2023, Emily learned through news reports that Ruby and Jody had been formally charged with 6 counts each of aggravated child abuse, based on the evidence of starvation, physical restraint, and emotional harm inflicted on Russell and Eve. The charges carried a potential sentence of up to 15 years per count, a prospect that gave Emily hope that justice would be served, though she struggled with the pain of seeing her sister face such consequences. In November 2023, Emily received a call from Kevin, who had been contacted by Ruby's legal team about a potential plea deal. Ruby was considering pleading guilty to avoid a trial, a decision that would spare Russell and Eve from testifying, a relief for Emily, who knew how traumatic that experience would be for them. On December 18, 2023, Ruby entered a guilty plea to 4 counts of aggravated child abuse as part of the deal, with the remaining 2 counts dropped, a moment Emily watched unfold on the news. Ruby stood in the courtroom, her face pale, as she admitted to withholding food, tying up the children, and forcing them to endure harsh conditions, claiming she believed it was for their own good under Jody's guidance. Emily felt a mix of anger and sadness, unable to reconcile the sister she once knew with the woman who had harmed her own children so severely, a betrayal that would haunt her family forever. By late December, Emily attended a meeting with the children's therapist, who shared that Russell and Eve were slowly adjusting to their new life with Kevin, though they still had nightmares about their time with Ruby and Jody. Emily also learned that Ruby's sentencing was scheduled for February 2024, a date that loomed over her as she tried to focus on supporting the children's recovery. She started a journal to document their progress, noting small victories like Eve's first smile during a playdate, a sign of healing that gave Emily hope. Though she knew the road ahead would be long, a road she was committed to walking with her family, determined to give Russell and Eve the love they deserved. Claire had been working tirelessly since Ruby and Jody's arrests on August 30th, 2023, collaborating with the Washington County District Attorney's Office to build a solid case. By September, the evidence was overwhelming. Medical reports confirmed Russell and Eve's malnourishment, with Russell weighing just 62 pounds at 12 years old, and Eve showing signs of developmental delays from prolonged neglect. Photos of their injuries, including rope burns and bruising from being tied up, were cataloged, alongside the notebooks found in Jody's home, which detailed their treatment plans, including withholding food for days and forcing the children to sleep on hard surfaces. Claire also obtained statements from neighbors who had witnessed the children's distress, as well as Russell and Eve's own accounts, which they gave during forensic interviews at the hospital, painting a clear picture of systematic abuse. In October 2023, Claire met with prosecutors to discuss plea negotiations, a process initiated to avoid a trial that would further traumatize Russell and Eve. Ruby's attorneys proposed a guilty plea to 4 counts of aggravated child abuse in exchange for dropping the remaining charges, a deal prosecutors accepted, knowing it would guarantee a significant sentence. Jody, however, initially resisted, insisting she had done nothing wrong, a stance that frustrated Claire, who had seen the evidence of her direct involvement in the abuse. On December 18, 2023, Claire sat in the courtroom as Ruby pleaded guilty, her admission a validation of the months Claire had spent gathering evidence, though the victory felt hollow given the children's suffering. Jody's plea hearing was scheduled for later that month, a development Claire prepared for by ensuring all evidence was ready, determined to see both women held accountable. By late December, Claire had finalized her reports for the sentencing phase, working with child welfare experts to provide impact statements on Russell and Eve's behalf, statements that detailed the physical and emotional toll of the abuse. She also visited Russell and Eve at Kevin's home, checking on their well-being as part of her follow-up, a visit that left her both heartbroken and inspired by their resilience, as Eve shyly showed her a drawing she had made, a small sign of progress. Claire knew the case would stay with her, a reminder of the importance of protecting vulnerable children, a mission that defined her role as a detective, a role she would carry forward with renewed purpose as the sentencing approached. Natalie had been covering the case intensely since the arrests, her articles at the Salt Lake Tribune keeping the public informed about every development. In September 2023, she published a detailed piece on the charges against Ruby and Jody, outlining the 6 counts of aggravated child abuse and the evidence that supported them, including the medical reports and the children's statements. She interviewed a pediatrician who explained the long-term effects of starvation on children, a perspective that added depth to her reporting, emphasizing the severity of the abuse. Natalie's readers responded with outrage, many sharing her articles on social media, calling for justice for Russell and Eve, a reaction that underscored the case's impact on the community. On December 19, 2023, Natalie reported on Ruby's guilty plea, describing the courtroom scene where Ruby admitted to her actions, her article quoting Ruby's statement that she believed she was helping her children, a claim Natalie contrasted with the evidence of their suffering, such as Russell's emaciated state and Eve's confinement. She also noted that Jody's plea hearing was upcoming, a detail that kept her readers engaged, eager for updates. Natalie interviewed Kevin for a follow-up piece, who shared that Russell and Eve were starting to heal, a small ray of hope amidst the tragedy, a story Natalie was committed to telling with sensitivity, ensuring the focus remained on the children's recovery and the pursuit of justice. Her reporting had become a vital part of the case's narrative, a narrative that would continue to unfold in the coming months. By December 2023, Ruby Frank had taken a significant step toward accountability with her guilty plea, a moment that brought some relief to Emily, who focused on supporting Russell and Eve. Claire had secured a conviction through her diligent investigation, setting the stage for sentencing, a process she hoped would bring closure. Natalie's coverage had kept the public engaged, her articles a testament to the children's suffering, a suffering that demanded justice, a justice that was now within reach. From January 2024 to late 2024, the sentencing of Ruby Frank and Jody Hildebrandt brought a sense of justice to Washington County, Utah, while the road to recovery for Russell and Eve began in earnest. Emily Carter dedicated herself to supporting her nephew and niece as they adjusted to life with their father, Kevin. Detective Claire Thompson reflected on the case's impact on her career, ensuring the children's voices were heard during sentencing. Natalie Evans reported on the court outcomes and the broader societal response at the Salt Lake Tribune, highlighting the lessons learned from the tragedy. The sentences marked a turning point, but the healing process for Russell, Eve, and their family remained a challenging journey, one shaped by the consequences of Ruby's actions. Emily had been preparing for Ruby's sentencing since her guilty plea in December 2023, a moment she both dreaded and hoped would bring closure for Russell and Eve. On February 20, 2024, Emily attended the sentencing hearing at the Washington County Courthouse, sitting beside Kevin, who had become the children's primary caregiver. Ruby was sentenced to 4 consecutive terms of 1 to 15 years each for the 4 counts of aggravated child abuse, a total of up to 60 years, though Utah law capped the maximum at 30 years, meaning she would serve between 4 and 30 years depending on parole decisions. The judge described Ruby's actions as horrific, citing the deliberate starvation and physical restraint of Russell and Eve, a condemnation that Emily felt was justified, though hearing the details again brought tears to her eyes, a painful reminder of the suffering her sister had caused. Jody's sentencing followed on the same day, with the court handing down an identical sentence of 4 consecutive terms of 1 to 15 years, also capped at 30 years under Utah law. Emily listened as the judge criticized Jody's role in enabling and encouraging the abuse, pointing to her influence over Ruby through the Connections program, which the court deemed a facade for cruelty. Kevin read a victim impact statement on behalf of Russell and Eve, describing their ongoing nightmares and fear of being alone. A statement that left the courtroom silent, a moment Emily would never forget. She felt a mix of relief and sorrow as Ruby and Jody were led away, knowing they would face consequences, but also grappling with the loss of the sister she once knew, a sister who had chosen a path of harm over love. By late 2024, Emily had become a regular part of Russell and Eve's lives, helping Kevin with their schooling and therapy appointments. Russell, now 13, had started to open up more, sharing stories about his favorite books, a sign of progress that warmed Emily's heart, though he still struggled with trust, often asking if Ruby would return. Eve, at 11, had begun to regain her confidence, joining a soccer team, a milestone Emily celebrated by attending her first game, cheering from the sidelines as Eve scored a goal, a small victory that symbolized her resilience. Emily knew their healing would take years, but she was committed to being there every step of the way, a commitment that gave her purpose amidst the pain of the past. Claire had spent January 2024 preparing for the sentencing, ensuring all evidence was presented to the court, from medical reports detailing Russell and Eve's malnourishment to the notebooks outlining Ruby and Jody's abusive methods. She worked closely with the prosecution, providing detailed statements about the investigation, including the children's accounts of being tied up and starved, evidence that underscored the severity of the crimes. On February 20, 2024, Claire sat in the courtroom as the judge delivered the sentences, a moment that validated her months of hard work, though the gravity of the case weighed heavily on her. She listened as the judge emphasized the long-term impact on Russell and Eve, a reminder of why her role as a detective mattered, a role that had been tested by this investigation. After the sentencing, Claire visited Kevin's home in Springville to check on Russell and Eve, a follow-up she felt was necessary to ensure their safety. She brought small gifts, a book for Russell and a stuffed animal for Eve, hoping to bring them a bit of comfort. Kevin shared that the children were slowly adjusting, with therapy helping them process their trauma, a progress report that gave Claire hope, though she knew their recovery would be a long journey, one she would continue to monitor as part of her duty. By late 2024, Claire had started speaking at law enforcement conferences about the case, using it as an example to advocate for better coordination between police and child welfare services, a change she believed could prevent similar tragedies, a mission that became a cornerstone of her career. In the months following the sentencing, Claire also reflected on the broader impact of the case on her community in Washington County. She noticed an increase in reports of child neglect, a sign that residents were more aware of the need to act, a change she attributed to the publicity surrounding Ruby and Jody's arrests. Claire worked with local schools to implement training for teachers on recognizing signs of abuse, a program that gained traction by late 2024, a legacy of the case that she hoped would protect other children, a legacy that honored Russell and Eve's suffering, a suffering she had witnessed firsthand, a suffering that drove her to make a difference. Natalie had been covering every step of the legal process at the Salt Lake Tribune, her articles providing a detailed account of the case for her readers. In January 2024, she published a piece on the upcoming sentencing, summarizing the charges and the plea deals, noting that Ruby had pleaded guilty to 4 counts of aggravated child abuse, while Jody had followed with her own guilty plea shortly after, also to 4 counts. Natalie interviewed a legal expert who explained Utah's sentencing laws, clarifying the potential range of 4 to 30 years, a detail that helped her readers understand the stakes, a detail that kept them engaged as the sentencing date approached. On February 21, 2024, Natalie reported on the sentencing hearing, her article describing the judge's harsh words and the consecutive sentences handed down to Ruby and Jody, a total of up to 60 years each, capped at 30 years by state law. She included excerpts from Kevin's victim impact statement, highlighting the emotional toll on Russell and Eve, a focus that resonated with her audience, many of whom reached out to express their support for the children, a response that underscored the case's impact. By late 2024, Natalie had started a series on the broader implications of the case, exploring how it had raised awareness about the dangers of extreme parenting and the role of social media in masking abuse, a series that included interviews with child welfare advocates, a project that solidified her role as a journalist committed to exposing the truth. By late 2024, the sentencing of Ruby Frank and Jodi Hildebrandt had brought a measure of justice to a case that had shocked the nation, a justice that Emily clung to as she supported Russell and Eve's recovery. Claire had turned the case into a catalyst for change, her advocacy ensuring better protection for children, a legacy that honored the victims. Natalie's reporting had kept the public informed, her work highlighting the lessons learned, lessons that would shape the future, a future where Russell and Eve could heal, a future where justice had been served. From late 2024 to April 12, 2025, the Ruby Frank case continued to shape the lives of those involved, leaving a lasting impact on Utah and beyond. Emily Carter focused on Russell and Eve's healing, finding ways to honor their resilience through advocacy. Detective Claire Thompson used the case to advocate for systemic changes in child welfare, ensuring better protection for vulnerable children. Natalie Evans expanded her journalism at the Salt Lake Tribune, reporting on Ruby and Jodi's prison life and the broader societal shifts the case inspired. The tragedy became a catalyst for awareness, a reminder of the dangers of unchecked abuse, a legacy that Emily, Claire, and Natalie each contributed to in their own way. Emily had been a steady presence in Russell and Eve's lives since their rescue in August 2023, and by late 2024, she saw significant progress in their recovery. Russell, now 13, had started middle school in Springville, where he joined a robotics club, a hobby that brought him joy and confidence, though he still attended therapy to address his lingering fears. Eve, at 11, had grown more outgoing, excelling in her soccer team and making friends, a development that warmed Emily's heart, though Eve sometimes asked about Ruby, unsure if she would ever see her mother again. Emily worked with Kevin to create a stable environment, often hosting family game nights, a tradition that helped the children feel safe, a small but meaningful step in their healing journey. In early 2025, Emily decided to channel her experiences into advocacy, partnering with a local nonprofit to raise awareness about child abuse in Utah. She organized a community event in March 2025, where she spoke about the warning signs of neglect, drawing from her own regrets about not acting sooner with Ruby. The event raised funds for child welfare programs, a cause Emily dedicated to Russell and Eve, hoping to spare other children from similar suffering. By April 2025, Emily had also started a support group for families affected by abuse, a space where she shared her story, a story that connected her with others, a story that honored Shanann's memory, a story that gave her purpose, a purpose she would carry forward for years to come. Claire had continued her work at the Washington County Sheriff's Office after the sentencing in February 2024, but the Ruby Frank case remained a defining moment in her career. By late 2024, she had expanded her advocacy for child welfare reform, working with state legislators to propose a bill that would require mandatory training for social media influencers on child safety, a direct response to Ruby's misuse of her platform. The bill, introduced in January 2025, gained bipartisan support, a testament to the case's impact, and Claire testified at a hearing, sharing details of Russell and Eve's suffering to underscore the need for change, a moment that solidified her role as an advocate, a role she embraced with determination. By April 2025, Claire had received an update on Ruby and Jodi's prison life through a contact at the Utah State Prison, where both women were serving their sentences. Ruby had been placed in a protective unit due to her high-profile status, spending her days in isolation, reportedly writing letters to her family, though Emily had not responded. Jodi, also in a separate unit, had attempted to start a prison group based on her connections principles, an effort that was quickly shut down by officials, a detail Claire found unsurprising given Jodi's lack of remorse. Claire also kept in touch with Kevin, checking on Russell and Eve's progress, a connection that reminded her of the importance of her work, a work that had made a difference, a work that would continue to protect children, a work that honored the victims of this case. Natalie had been following the long-term effects of the Ruby Frank case at the Salt Lake Tribune, her reporting evolving into a platform for advocacy by late 2024. In December 2024, she published an article on the societal impact of the case, noting how it had led to increased scrutiny of family vloggers on platforms like YouTube, with several channels shutting down after viewers flagged concerning content, a trend Natalie attributed to the public's heightened awareness, an awareness her reporting had helped foster. She interviewed a social media expert who discussed the need for better regulations, a perspective that resonated with her readers, many of whom called for platforms to take more responsibility, a call Natalie amplified in her work. In March 2025, Natalie traveled to the Utah State Prison to report on Ruby and Jodi's incarceration, gaining access to limited information through a prison source. She learned that Ruby had been attending mandatory therapy sessions, though she remained defiant, claiming her actions were misunderstood, while Jodi had faced disciplinary actions for attempting to influence other inmates with her teachings, a detail Natalie included in her article, published on April 1, 2025, a piece that sparked renewed discussion about rehabilitation versus punishment. By April 12, 2025, Natalie had started a podcast series on the case, Behind the Vlog, which explored the intersection of social media and child welfare, featuring interviews with experts and survivors, a project that kept the conversation alive, a project that honored Russell and Eve, a project that ensured the lessons of the case would endure. By April 12, 2025, the Ruby Frank case had left a permanent mark on Utah, a reminder of the dangers of abuse hidden behind a curated online image. Emily had turned her pain into advocacy, supporting Russell and Eve while helping others through her work, a legacy of love and resilience. Claire had driven systemic change, her efforts ensuring better protection for children, a testament to her commitment to justice. Natalie's journalism had sparked a movement, her reporting keeping the public engaged, ensuring that the tragedy led to meaningful change, a change that would protect future generations, a change that honored the suffering of Russell and Eve, a change that would last. As of April 2025, the Ruby Frank case stands as a stark reminder of the hidden dangers within families, a tragedy that exposed the abuse of Russell and Eve, shattering the illusion of Ruby's perfect online image. Emily Carter, now 38, continues her advocacy through her support group, helping dozens of families in Utah navigate the aftermath of abuse, a mission she dedicates to Russell and Eve, who are thriving under Kevin's care, their laughter a testament to their resilience. Emily's work has fostered a community of survivors, a network that ensures no one faces such pain alone, a legacy that honors her sister's children, a legacy that will grow with time. Detective Claire Thompson, at 45, has become a leading voice in child welfare reform, her testimony helping pass a new Utah law in March 2025 that mandates training for influencers on child safety, a direct result of the case's impact. Claire now consults with law enforcement agencies across the country, sharing her experience from the investigation, ensuring better coordination with child protective services, a change that has already led to early interventions in several cases. She keeps a photo of Russell and Eve on her desk, a reminder of why she fights for justice, a fight that defines her career, a fight that protects the vulnerable. Natalie Evans, now 40, has turned her podcast Behind the Vlog into a platform for change, reaching thousands with episodes that explore the intersection of social media and child welfare, a project that earned her a journalism award in April 2025. Her work has prompted platforms like YouTube to implement stricter guidelines for family vloggers, a shift that protects children from exploitation, a shift Natalie takes pride in. She remains committed to telling stories like Russell and Eve's, ensuring their suffering leads to awareness, a mission that keeps their voices alive, a mission that shapes the future of online content. The Ruby Franck case, though devastating, has sparked vital change, from policy reforms to heightened public vigilance, a legacy that ensures such tragedies are not repeated. Emily, Claire, and Natalie have each played a role in this transformation, their efforts a tribute to Russell and Eve, a call to protect the innocent, a call that echoes through their work, a call that will endure. Hello and welcome to Nightmare Lullabies. As you settle in for the night, prepare to be immersed in a world designed to both chill and soothe. Now close your eyes, relax, and let the darkness carry you away. And if these nightly tales captivate you, feel free to join our community for more whispered secrets. On the evening of May 3rd, 2007, the small resort town of Praia da Luz in Portugal's Algarve region was bathed in the soft glow of a late spring sunset. The Ocean Club, a popular holiday complex, buzzed with the quiet hum of families winding down after a day of sun and sea. Among them were Kate and Jerry McCann, both 39, siblings, Sean and Amelie, for a much-needed family vacation. The McCanns, both doctors from Leicester, England, had been looking forward to this trip, a chance to relax with friends and create memories with their young children. But by the end of that evening, their lives would be irrevocably changed, as Madeline vanished from their apartment, sparking one of the most high-profile missing person cases in modern history. Kate and Jerry had met in 1993 while working as junior doctors in Glasgow. They married in 1998 and settled in Rothley, Leicestershire, where they built a life together. After struggling with infertility for years, they turned to IVF, and in 2003, Kate gave birth to Madeline Beth McCann on May 12. 2 years later, in 2005, the twins, Sean and Amelie, were born, completing their family. Madeline, with her blonde hair, bright smile, and a distinctive fleck in her right iris, was a lively and curious child, adored by her parents. The family's trip to Portugal was part of a group holiday with 7 friends, known as the Tapas 7, and their children, a total of 9 adults and 8 children. They had booked apartments at the Ocean Club through Mark Warner Ltd, a British travel company, and spent their days swimming, playing tennis, and enjoying the resort's amenities. The McCann's apartment, 5A, was on the ground floor of a block near the resort's Tapas restaurant, about 55 meters away. It was a modest space with a small patio, accessible from the street via a gate and a sliding glass door. On the evening of May 3rd, the group followed their usual routine. They put their children to bed around 7:30 p.m. and gathered at the Tapas restaurant for dinner, taking turns to check on the sleeping children every half hour. Kate and Jerry felt safe leaving Madeline, Sean, and Amelie alone in the apartment, believing they could see the apartment from the restaurant and that the checks would ensure the children's safety. At 8:30 p.m., as the adults sat down to dinner, all seemed well. Jerry checked on the children at 9:05 p.m., finding them asleep, though he later recalled that the bedroom door was slightly more open than he had left it, a detail that would haunt him. At 9:30 p.m., one of their friends, Matthew Oldfield, offered to check on the McCann children during his own round. He entered the apartment through the unlocked patio door, glanced into the bedroom, and saw the twins sleeping in their cots. He noticed Madeline's bed, but didn't look closely enough to confirm she was there, assuming all was fine. He returned to the restaurant and told Kate and Jerry everything seemed in order. But at 10 p.m., when Kate went to check, she found the bedroom door wide open and the window ajar, its shutter raised. Madeline's bed was empty, her favorite toy, a pink stuffed cat named Cuddle Cat, lying where she had been. Panic surged through Kate as she searched the apartment, calling Madeline's name. She ran back to the restaurant, her voice breaking as she shouted, "Madeline's gone. Someone's taken her." The group sprang into action, searching the apartment and the surrounding area, while the resort staff called the police. Policia Judiciaria, PJ, Portugal's criminal investigation agency, arrived around 11 p.m., but the initial response was chaotic. Language barriers and a lack of immediate resources hampered the effort. Only a handful of officers were available, and the scene was not properly secured, allowing dozens of people to trample through the apartment. Kate and Jerry clung to the belief that Madeline had been abducted, pointing to the open window and raised shutter as evidence. They spent the night in a state of shock, surrounded by friends and resort staff, as the first hours of the investigation unfolded. By morning, news of Madeline's disappearance had spread, and the quiet resort town was swarming with journalists, marking the beginning of a media frenzy that would follow the case for years. As dawn broke on May 4, 2007, Kate and Jerry stood outside the Ocean Club, clutching each other and Madeline's cuddle cat, their faces etched with fear and desperation. They had no idea that this was only the beginning of a long, painful journey, one that would test their resilience, strain their marriage, and thrust them into the global spotlight as they fought to find their daughter. The disappearance of Madeline McCann had just begun to unravel a mystery that would captivate the world, leaving more questions than answers in its wake. The morning of May 4, 2007, dawned with a heavy sense of dread in Praia da Luz, Portugal, as the disappearance of 3-year-old Madeline McCann sent shockwaves through the small resort town. Madeline had vanished from her family's ground-floor apartment at the Ocean Club the previous night, leaving her parents, Kate and Jerry McCann, in a state of panic. The Polícia Judiciária, PJ, Portugal's criminal investigation agency, had arrived around 11 p.m. on May 3rd, but their initial response was disorganized, with the crime scene compromised by dozens of people searching the area. As the first full day of the investigation began, the McCanns clung to hope that Madeline would be found, while a media frenzy erupted and early leads began to emerge, setting the stage for a complex and controversial case. Kate and Jerry, both 39, spent the night in a friend's apartment at the Ocean Club, unable to return to their own, which was now a crime scene. They sat huddled together, clutching Madeline's pink stuffed toy, Cuddle Cat, their faces pale with exhaustion and fear. The twins, Sean and Amelie, just 2 years old, slept nearby, unaware of the chaos unfolding around them. At 6 a.m., Jerry called his sister, Trish Cameron, 45, in Glasgow, his voice breaking as he told her, "Madeline's been taken. We don't know what to do." Trish immediately began contacting family members, while Kate's mother, Susan Healy, 62, booked a flight from Liverpool to Portugal to support her daughter. The McCanns' friends, the Tapas 7, rallied around them, helping to organize searches and distribute photos of Madeline, her blonde hair and distinctive eye fleck, a coloboma in her right iris, making her easily recognizable. The PJ, led by Chief Inspector Goncalo Amaral, 47, took charge of the investigation, but their early efforts were marred by missteps. The apartment, 5A, had not been properly sealed off, and fingerprints were collected haphazardly, with many surfaces already contaminated by the crowd that had searched the area. At 8 a.m., Amaral arrived at the scene, a burly man with a stern demeanor, and began interviewing the McCanns and their friends. Kate and Jerry explained their routine of checking on the children every half hour during dinner at the Tapas restaurant, 55 meters away. They pointed to the open bedroom window and raised shutter as evidence of an abduction, but Amaral seemed skeptical, noting that the window could have been opened by someone inside the apartment. "We need to consider all possibilities," he told his team, his tone gruff, as he ordered a search of the surrounding area. By mid-morning, the quiet streets of Praia da Luz were filled with activity as local police, volunteers, and residents joined the search for Madeline. Sniffer dogs were brought in to comb the resort and nearby beaches, while divers searched the ocean for any sign of the little girl. At 10 a.m., a British tourist named Jane Tanner, 36, one of the Tapas 7, came forward with a crucial piece of information. She told the PJ that around 9:15 p.m. the previous night, while checking on her own children, she had seen a man walking away from the McCann's apartment block, carrying a child in his arms. The child was wearing light-colored pajamas, similar to the ones Madeline had on, white with a pink Eeyore design. The man was about 5 feet 9 inches, slim, with dark hair, and he had been walking quickly, heading toward the beach. Tanner's sighting became the first major lead in the case, and the PJ began working on a sketch of the suspect, though the description was vague and difficult to act on immediately. The media descended on Praia da Luz with unprecedented speed, turning the McCann's private tragedy into a global spectacle. By noon on May 4, 2007, news vans lined the streets outside the Ocean Club, and reporters from the BBC, Sky News, and international outlets like CNN were broadcasting live. The story of a British toddler vanishing from a holiday resort struck a chord with audiences worldwide, and Madeline's face, her wide smile and distinctive eye fleck, became an instant symbol of innocence lost. At 2 p.m., Kate and Jerry made their first public statement, standing outside the resort with a photo of Madeline, their voices trembling as they pleaded for her return. "We just want our daughter back," Jerry said, his eyes red from crying. "Please, if you have any information, come forward." Kate, clutching Cuddle Cat, added, "Madeline is a beautiful little girl. We're devastated. Please help us find her." The raw emotion in their words resonated with millions, and the case quickly became a media sensation. As the day progressed, more leads emerged, though many proved to be dead ends. At 3 p.m., a local woman named Maria Santos, 52, reported seeing a suspicious man loitering near the Ocean Club earlier that week, describing him as tall with a scruffy beard. The PJ followed up, but the man turned out to be a maintenance worker at the resort with no connection to the case. At 5 p.m., a British expat living in Praia da Luz called the police to report a sighting of a child matching Madeline's description in a nearby village, but it was a false alarm. The child was a local girl with her family. The flurry of tips overwhelmed the PJ, who were already struggling with limited resources and the language barrier, as many witnesses were British tourists who spoke little Portuguese. By the evening of May 4, 2007, the investigation had taken on an international dimension. The British government, under Prime Minister Tony Blair, offered support, sending consular staff from the British Embassy in Lisbon to assist the McCanns. At 7 p.m., the Foreign Office announced that British police would be dispatched to Portugal to help with the investigation, a move that highlighted the case's high profile, but also hinted at early tensions between British and Portuguese authorities. Meanwhile, the McCann's family and friends back in the UK launched a grassroots campaign, printing posters with Madeline's photo and setting up a hotline for tips. The world watched as the search for Madeline McCann intensified, but with each passing hour, the hope of finding her alive began to fade, leaving Kate and Jerry to face the agonizing uncertainty of their daughter's fate. In the days following Madeline McCann's disappearance on May 3, 2007, from a resort in Praia da Luz, Portugal, the investigation into her whereabouts intensified, but so did the challenges facing the authorities. The Policia Judiciaria, PJ, led by Chief Inspector Goncalo Amaral, struggled with a lack of resources, language barriers, and a crime scene that had been compromised in the chaotic first hours. Kate and Jerry McCann, both 39, clung to hope that their 3-year-old daughter would be found alive, while the global media frenzy surrounding the case grew, amplifying every development. By mid-May 2007, as the search continued, early leads faltered, and the first whispers of suspicion began to fall on the McCanns themselves, adding a new layer of strain to their already unbearable ordeal. The search for Madeline expanded rapidly in the first week. On May 5, 2007, the PJ deployed more officers to Praia da Luz, bringing the total to over 100, while helicopters and boats scoured the coastline and nearby waters. Volunteers from the local community, along with British tourists staying at the Ocean Club, joined the effort, combing through fields, beaches, and abandoned buildings. At 9 a.m., a team of sniffer dogs from Lisbon arrived, trained to detect human scent, and began searching the area around the McCann's apartment 5A. The dogs picked up a faint trail leading toward the beach, but it quickly dissipated, leaving investigators with little to go on. Meanwhile, the PJ followed up on Jane Tanner's sighting of a man carrying a child at 9:15 p.m. on the night Madeline vanished. In 2007, they released an artist's sketch of the suspect, described as a slim man about 5 feet 9 inches with dark hair, but the vague description led to hundreds of tips, most of which were dead ends. Kate and Jerry, supported by their friends, the Tapas 7, and family members who had flown in from the UK, threw themselves into the search. On May 7, 2007, they held a press conference at the Ocean Club, their second public appearance since Madeline's disappearance. Standing side by side, they held up a poster of Madeline, her bright smile and distinctive eye fleck, a coloboma in her right iris, staring out at the cameras. "We're living a nightmare," Kate said, her voice trembling as she clutched Madeline's cuddle cat, the pink stuffed toy her daughter had slept with. "Please, if you know anything, help us bring her home." Jerry, his arm around Kate, added, "We believe Madeline is still alive, and we won't stop until we find her." The press conference was broadcast live on BBC, Sky News, and CNN, reaching millions worldwide, and the McCann's raw emotion galvanized public support, with donations pouring in to help fund the search. The media coverage, however, was a double-edged sword. By May 8, 2007, Praia da Luz was overrun with journalists, with over 200 reporters and camera crews camped outside the Ocean Club. British tabloids like The Sun and the Daily Mail ran daily front-page stories, while Portuguese papers like Correio de Manha published sensational headlines, some questioning the McCanns' decision to leave their children alone during dinner. The intense scrutiny began to take a toll on Kate and Jerry, who were already struggling to cope with their grief. On May 9, 2007, a British journalist, Martin Brunt, 52, from Sky News, approached Kate outside the resort, asking, "Do you feel responsible for leaving Madeline alone?" Kate froze, her eyes filling with tears, before walking away without answering. The question, though, lingered in the public consciousness, planting the first seeds of doubt about the McCanns' actions. The PJ's investigation faced mounting criticism as the days passed without a breakthrough. On May 10, 2007, British police officers from Leicestershire Constabulary arrived in Portugal to assist, bringing expertise in missing persons cases. They were led by Detective Superintendent Bob Small, 48, who worked closely with the PJ to review the evidence. Small was troubled by the lack of forensic analysis from the apartment. Fingerprints had been collected, but many were smudged, and no DNA evidence had been properly secured in the initial hours. He also noted that the PJ had not conducted formal interviews with the Tapas 7, relying instead on brief statements taken on the night of the disappearance. Small urged Amaral to re-interview the group, but Amaral resisted, focusing instead on the abduction theory and the search for the man Jane Tanner had seen. On May 12, 2007, Madeline's 4th birthday, the McCanns held a small, private gathering in their temporary apartment at the Ocean Club, surrounded by family and friends. Kate and Jerry bought a small cake and a few presents for Madeline, hoping against hope that she would be found to celebrate with them. At 11 a.m., they attended a mass at the local church, Nossa Senhora de Luz, where Father José Manuel Pacheco, 55, led a prayer for Madeline's safe return. Kate, holding Sean and Amelie, broke down in tears during the service, her sobs echoing through the small church. Outside, hundreds of well-wishers left flowers, teddy bears, and messages of support, but the day was a painful reminder of Madeline's absence, and the lack of progress in the investigation weighed heavily on the McCanns. By mid-May, the PJ began to shift their focus, as the abduction theory failed to yield results. On May 15, 2007, they interviewed a British-Portuguese man named Robert Murat, 33, who lived 150 meters from the McCanns' apartment. Murat had been helping with the search, acting as a translator for the police, but 3 members of the Tapas 7, Fiona Payne, Russell O'Brien, and Rachel Oldfield, reported seeing him near the Ocean Club on the night Madeline disappeared, despite Murat claiming he had been at home with his mother. The PJ searched Murat's house, seizing computers and other items, and named him an arguido, a formal suspect under Portuguese law, on May 16, 2007. The media seized on the development, with headlines proclaiming Murat as the prime suspect, but no evidence directly linked him to Madeline, and his arguido status would later be lifted. The investigation took a darker turn on May 20, 2007, when the PJ began to consider the possibility that the McCanns themselves were involved. Amaral, who had grown increasingly skeptical of the abduction theory, noted inconsistencies in the McCanns' timeline, particularly the fact that the bedroom window and shutter, which they claimed were evidence of an intruder, showed no signs of forced entry. He also questioned why the twins had not woken up during the alleged abduction, given the noise it would have caused. At a meeting with his team, Amaral said, "We need to look at the parents. It's not uncommon in cases like this." The PJ requested permission to search the McCanns' temporary apartment and seize their belongings, including Madeline's cuddle cat, for forensic testing. The move marked the beginning of a shift in the investigation, one that would soon place Kate and Jerry under intense suspicion, as the world watched their every move with bated breath. By the summer of 2007, the disappearance of 3-year-old Madeline McCann from the Ocean Club Resort in Praia de Luz, Portugal, on May 3rd, had gripped the world, with millions following the case through relentless media coverage. Kate and Jerry McCann, both 39, had spent the first weeks after their daughter's vanishing tirelessly searching for her, supported by their friends, family, and a global outpouring of sympathy. But as the investigation led by the Policia Judiciaria, PJ, failed to produce a breakthrough, the focus began to shift in a shocking direction. By July 2007, the McCanns found themselves under suspicion, as forensic developments involving sniffer dogs and DNA evidence raised questions, and tensions between the family and the Portuguese police reached a boiling point, forever altering the trajectory of the case. The shift in the investigation became evident in late June 2007, as the PJ, under Chief Inspector Goncalo Amaral, grew increasingly skeptical of the abduction theory. On June 25, 2007, Amaral met with his team in Portimão, the regional, to discuss the case's progress, or lack thereof. The lead involving Robert Murat, the British-Portuguese man named an arguido in May, had stalled, with no concrete evidence linking him to Madeline's disappearance. Amaral, now 48, turned his attention to the McCanns, pointing to inconsistencies in their story. He noted that the bedroom window and shutter, which Kate and Jerry claimed were evidence of an intruder, showed no signs of forced entry, and the timeline of their checks on the children raised questions about the window of opportunity for an abductor. "We need to look closer at the parents," Amaral told his team, his voice firm. "The evidence isn't adding up." The PJ's suspicions intensified on July 10, 2007, when they requested assistance from British police to bring in specialized sniffer dogs to re-examine the McCann's apartment, 5A, and other locations. 2 dogs, Eddie and Keela, were flown in from the UK, handled by British trainer Martin Grime, 55. Eddie was a cadaver dog trained to detect the scent of human remains, while Keela was a blood detection dog, capable of identifying minute traces of blood even after cleaning. On July 12, 2007, the dogs were taken to the Ocean Club, where they searched apartment 5A, which had been sealed off since Madeline's disappearance. Eddie alerted in the living room, near the sofa, and in the bedroom, behind a wardrobe, indicating the possible presence of a cadaver scent. Keela then signaled the presence of blood in the same areas, as well as on the floor tiles beneath the sofa. The findings were a bombshell, suggesting that a body may have been in the apartment after Madeline's disappearance, directly contradicting the abduction narrative. The PJ expanded the search on July 15, 2007, taking the dogs to a car the McCanns had rented 24 days after Madeline vanished, a silver Renault Scenic. Eddie alerted to the scent of a cadaver in the trunk and on the driver's side door, while Keela detected blood traces on the car key and in the trunk. The dogs also searched vehicles belonging to Robert Murat and the top is 7, but no alerts were recorded. The PJ collected samples from the apartment and the car, sending them to the Forensic Science Service, FSS, in Birmingham, UK, for DNA analysis. On July 20, 2007, Amaral briefed his superiors, stating, "The dog's alerts suggest Madeline may have died in the apartment, and her body was moved later. The parents are now our primary focus." The McCanns, unaware of the dog's findings, continued their public campaign, holding a press conference in Lisbon that day to mark 78 days since Madeline's disappearance, pleading for information about their daughter. The forensic developments leaked to the media in early August 2007, igniting a firestorm of speculation. On August 5, 2007, the Portuguese tabloid Correio de Manhã ran a front-page story with the headline, "Blood Found in McCann's Apartment," citing unnamed police sources. British papers like The Sun and the Daily Mail followed suit, with headlines questioning the McCanns' innocence. The public, who had initially rallied behind Kate and Jerry, began to turn, with online forums and comment sections filled with accusations. On August 6, 2007, a Twitter user named @TruthSeekerUK posted, "If there's blood and cadaver scent in the apartment, how can this be an abduction? The parents need to explain." The media frenzy reached new heights, with reporters hounding the McCanns at every turn, their cameras flashing as Kate and Jerry left their temporary apartment in Praia da Luz to attend church. The PJ received the initial DNA results from the FSS on August 10, 2007, but the findings were inconclusive. The samples from the apartment contained a mixture of DNA from multiple people, making it difficult to identify a clear match to Madeline. The blood traces in the car were also problematic. While some markers were consistent with Madeline's DNA, the sample was degraded and not a definitive match. Amaral, however, interpreted the results as incriminating, believing they supported the theory that Madeline had died in the apartment and her body had been moved. On August 15, 2007, the PJ formally interviewed Kate and Jerry as witnesses, not yet as suspects, at the Portimão police station. The interviews were tense, with Amaral pressing them on the dog's find. "Scent of a cadaver in your apartment?" he asked Jerry, his tone accusatory. Jerry, visibly shaken, replied, "We can't explain it. Madeline was taken. Maybe the dogs are wrong." Kate, clutching Cuddle Cat, added, "I know my daughter is alive. You're wasting time looking at us." The growing suspicion took a toll on the McCanns, who felt increasingly isolated from the Portuguese police. On August 20, 2007, they met with their British liaison officer, John Buck, 50, from the Foreign Office. Portuguese outlets like Diário de Notícias publishing stories suggesting the McCanns had accidentally killed Madeline and staged an abduction to cover it up. The pressure was unbearable, and Kate and Jerry began to fear that the investigation was veering dangerously off course, leaving Madeline's true fate further from discovery than ever. By September 2007, the disappearance of 3-year-old Madeline McCann from the Ocean Club Resort in Praia da Luz, Portugal, on May 3rd, had become a global obsession, with the case dominating headlines and fueling endless speculation. Kate and Jerry McCann, both 39, had spent the past 4 months searching for their daughter, supported by a massive public campaign and a fund that raised millions to aid the effort. But the investigation by the Polícia Judiciária, PJ, led by Chief Inspector Goncalo Amaral, had taken a dramatic turn, with forensic findings from sniffer dogs and DNA evidence pointing suspicion at the McCanns. As the summer gave way to autumn, Kate and Jerry were named formal suspects, a move that shattered their public image, strained their relationship with the Portuguese police, and threatened to derail the search for Madeline. The tension reached a breaking point on September 6, 2007, when the PJ summoned Kate and Jerry to the police station in Portimão for formal questioning. The couple had been interviewed as witnesses in August, but the tone had shifted after the forensic results from the UK's Forensic Science Service, FSS, were interpreted by the PJ as incriminating. On the morning of September 6, Kate arrived at the station at 9 a.m., accompanied by her lawyer, Carlos Pinto de Abreu, 50, a respected Portuguese attorney. Jerry waited outside with their twins, Sean and Amelie, now 2 years old, his face etched with worry. Inside, Kate faced a grueling interrogation led by Amaral, now 48, who presented her with the sniffer dog findings. Cadaver scent and blood traces detected in their apartment, 5A, and the rental car they had used 24 days after Madeline's disappearance. "How do you explain this?" Amaral asked, his voice cold as he slid photos of the dog's alerts across the table. Kate, clutching Madeline's cuddle cat, replied, "I can't explain it. Those dogs must be wrong. My daughter was taken." The interrogation lasted 11 hours, with Kate facing increasingly aggressive questions. Amaral suggested that Madeline had died in the apartment, possibly by accident, and that Kate and Jerry had hidden her body to cover it up. He pointed to the DNA evidence, claiming it matched Madeline, though the FSS report had stated the samples were inconclusive due to degradation and contamination. At one point, Amaral asked, "Did you sedate your children that night? Is that why the twins didn't wake up?" Kate, a trained doctor, was horrified by the accusation, her voice rising as she said, "No, I would never do that. I'm a mother. I love my children." By the time the session ended at 8 p.m., Kate was exhausted, her hands trembling as she left the station. The PJ informed her that she would be named an arguida, a formal suspect under Portuguese law, giving her the right to remain silent, but also marking a significant escalation in the case. Jerry faced his own interrogation the following day, September 7, 2007, at 10 a.m. The session was equally intense, lasting 9 hours, with Amaral pressing him on the same forensic evidence. Jerry, also a doctor, challenged the reliability of the sniffer dogs, stating, "Those dogs aren't infallible. There's no definitive proof Madeline died in that apartment." He grew frustrated as Amaral suggested that the couple had staged an abduction, asking, "Where did you hide her body?" Jerry's voice cracked as he replied, "I didn't hide her. She was taken. You're wasting time looking at us instead of finding her." At 7 Cannes, Arguido status broke on September 8, 2007, dominating headlines around the world. British tabloids like The Sun ran front-page stories with headlines like "McCann's named suspects," while Portuguese papers such as Correio de Manha published lurid details, alleging that Kate had confessed during her interrogation, a claim she vehemently denied. The public reaction was swift and divided. Some continued to support the McCanns, believing they were being unfairly targeted, while others turned against them, convinced by the forensic evidence. On September 9, 2007, a Facebook group called Justice for Madeline posted a poll asking, "Do you think the McCanns are guilty?" Within hours, thousands voted, with 60% answering yes. The media frenzy intensified, with reporters camping outside the McCanns' temporary apartment in Praia da Luz, their cameras capturing every move. The Arguido designation had a devastating impact on the McCanns' public campaign to find Madeline. The Find Madeline Fund, which had raised over £1 million through donations, faced scrutiny, with some donors demanding their money back, believing the McCanns were guilty. On September 10, 2007, the fund's director, Clarence Mitchell, 46, a former BBC journalist hired as the McCann spokesperson, held a press conference in London to address the allegations. "Kate and Jerry are innocent," Mitchell said, his voice firm. "They have been through hell, and now they're being vilified instead of supported. The focus should be on finding Madeline, not on blaming her parents." But the damage was done. Public support waned, and the campaign's momentum faltered, leaving Kate and Jerry feeling more isolated than ever. The rift between the McCanns and the PJ deepened in the wake of the interrogations. On September 12, 2007, Kate and Jerry met with British consular staff in Lisbon, expressing their frustration with the investigation. "They're not looking for Madeline," Jerry told John Buck, 50, their liaison officer. "They're trying to frame us." Buck relayed their concerns to the British government, which was already pressuring Portugal to improve the investigation. The tension was compounded by cultural differences and mutual distrust. British authorities felt the PJ was mishandling the case, while the PJ resented what they saw as interference from the UK. On September 15, 2007, Amaral gave an interview to Diario de Noticias, stating, "The evidence points to the parents. We believe Madeline died in the apartment, and they know more than they're saying." The statement infuriated the McCanns, who felt the PJ was more interested in building a case against them than finding their daughter. By the end of September 2007, Kate and Jerry made the difficult decision to return to the UK, feeling that staying in Portugal was no longer productive. On September 9, 2007, they boarded a flight from Faro to East Midlands Airport, their twins in tow, as a crowd of reporters and onlookers watched. When they arrived in Rothley, Leicestershire at 2 p.m., they were greeted by a small group of supporters holding signs that read, "Welcome home." But the shadow of suspicion followed them. The McCanns settled back into their family home, determined to continue the search for Madeline despite the accusations, but the weight of being named suspects hung over them, a dark cloud that threatened to obscure the truth about what had happened to their little girl. By late 2007, the disappearance of 3-year-old Madeline McCann from the Ocean Club Resort in Praia da Luz, Portugal, on May 3rd, had become a global phenomenon, with the case dominating headlines and polarizing public opinion. Kate and Jerry McCann, both 39, had been named formal suspects, arguidos, by the Policia Judiciaria, PJ, in September, following forensic findings that suggested Madeline may have died in their apartment. The accusation had shattered their public image and strained their campaign to find their daughter, but the McCanns remained determined to clear their names and keep the search alive. Through 2008, significant developments unfolded, including the removal of their arguido status, the shelving of the case, and the release of a controversial book by Chief Inspector Goncalo Amaral, which reignited tensions and kept Madeline's fate at the forefront of the world's attention. The McCanns returned to their home in Rothley, Leicestershire, on September 9, 2007, after months in Portugal, hoping to regain some semblance of normalcy for their twins, Sean and Amelie, now 2 years old. But the shadow of suspicion followed them, with British tabloids like The Sun and the Daily Express running daily stories questioning their innocence. On September 15, 2007, a neighbor in Rothley, Margaret Evans, 60, left a note on their doorstep that read, "How could you do this to your daughter?" Kate found the note while taking the twins to nursery, her hands trembling as she crumpled it up, tears streaming down her face. The hostility was a stark contrast to the support they had initially received, and it took a toll on the couple. Jerry, trying to shield Kate, took on the role of spokesperson, meeting with their media advisor, Clarence Mitchell, 46, on September 20, 2007, to strategize. "We need to focus on finding Madeline," Jerry said, his voice firm. "We can't let these accusations stop us." The investigation in Portugal continued to focus on the McCanns, despite a lack of definitive evidence. On October 2, 2007, Goncalo Amaral was removed from the case, a decision made by his superiors at the PJ amid growing criticism of his handling of the investigation. Amaral, now 48, had been accused of misconduct in another case, and his aggressive approach toward the McCanns had drawn scrutiny from both Portuguese and British authorities. His replacement, Paulo Rebelo, 45, took a more measured approach, ordering a review of all evidence. On October 10, 2007, Rebelo re-interviewed the Tapas 7 in the UK, with British police from Leicestershire Constabulary assisting. The interviews, conducted at a police station in Leicester, aimed to clarify the timeline of the night Madeline disappeared. Jane Tanner reiterated her sighting of a man carrying a child at 9:15 p.m., but the others' accounts remained consistent with their initial statements, offering no new leads. The forensic evidence that had implicated the McCanns began to unravel in early 2008. On January 15, 2008, the Forensic Science Service, FSS, in Birmingham, UK, sent a final report to the PJ, clarifying that the DNA samples from the McCanns' apartment and rental car were not a conclusive match to Madeline. The samples were degraded and contained DNA from multiple individuals, making it impossible to confirm they belonged to Madeline. The sniffer dog alerts, while initially compelling, were also called into question. Experts noted that such dogs, while highly trained, were not infallible and could be influenced by environmental factors. On February 5, 2008, Rebello met with his team in Portimao, acknowledging the lack of solid evidence against the McCanns. "We cannot proceed with a case based on assumptions," he said, his tone pragmatic. "We need to either find new evidence or close this line of inquiry." The turning point came on July 21, 2008, when the Portuguese Attorney General's office announced that the investigation into Madeline's disappearance would be shelved due to insufficient evidence. The McCanns, along with Robert Murat, who had also been named in Arguido, had their suspect status lifted. The decision was a bittersweet victory for Kate and Jerry, who were in Rothley when they received the news. At 2 p.m., Clarence Mitchell held a press conference outside their home, reading a statement on their behalf. "We welcome the decision to clear our names," Mitchell said, as Kate and Jerry stood behind him, their faces a mix of relief and anguish. "But this is not the outcome we wanted. We need to find Madeline, and we urge the authorities to keep looking." The shelving of the case meant that the PJ would no longer actively investigate unless new evidence emerged, a devastating blow to the McCanns' hopes of finding their daughter. Just days later, on July 24, 2008, Goncalo Amaral published a book titled Maddie, The Truth of the Lie, which reignited the controversy surrounding the case. The book, released in Portugal, detailed Amaral's theory that Madeline had died in the apartment, possibly by accident, and that the McCanns had covered it up by staging an abduction. Amaral claimed the forensic evidence supported his theory, despite the FSS report's findings, and accused the British government of interfering to protect the McCanns. The book became an instant bestseller in Portugal, selling over 200,000 copies in its first month, and its claims were widely reported in the media. On July 25, 2008, Correio de Manha ran a front-page story with the headline, "Amaral, the McCanns lied," fueling public suspicion once again. Kate and Jerry were devastated by the book's release, seeing it as a betrayal by the man who had once led the search for their daughter. On July 30, 2008, they met with their lawyer, Isabel Duarte, 52, in Lisbon to discuss legal action against Amaral. "This book is full of lies," Kate said, her voice shaking with anger as she held Madeline's cuddle cat. "It's hurting our search for Madeline and causing us unimaginable pain." Duarte advised them to file a libel lawsuit, arguing that Amaral's claims were defamatory and unsupported by evidence. The McCanns agreed, and on August 5, 2008, they initiated legal proceedings against Amaral, seeking to ban the book and claim damages for the harm it caused. The lawsuit marked the beginning of a years-long legal battle, one that would further complicate their efforts to keep the focus on finding Madeline. By the end of 2008, the McCanns were in a precarious position, cleared of suspicion but still battling a narrative that refused to die. On December 24, 2008, they held a small Christmas gathering at their home in Rothley, trying to create some joy for Sean and Amelie, now 3 years old. They placed a photo of Madeline on the mantelpiece, her smiling face a constant reminder of the void in their lives. As they lit a candle in her memory, Kate whispered, "We'll never stop looking for you, Maddie." The investigation may have been shelved, but the McCanns' fight for their daughter was far from over, even as Amaral's book cast a long shadow over their hopes for the truth. By 2009, the disappearance of 3-year-old Madeline McCann from the Ocean Club Resort in Praia de Luz, Portugal, on May 3, 2007, had become a global symbol of unresolved tragedy. The investigation by the Polícia Judiciária (PJ) had been shelved in July 2008, with Kate and Jerry McCann, both now 41, cleared of their Arguido status but left without answers about their daughter's fate. The release of Goncalo Amaral's book, Maddie, The Truth of the Lie, had further complicated their efforts, perpetuating the narrative that they were involved in Madeline's disappearance. Determined to find their daughter, the McCanns turned to private investigations and media campaigns to keep the case alive, while a significant development in 2011, the launch of Operation Grange by the Metropolitan Police, offered renewed hope, even as their legal battle with Amaral continued to cast a shadow over their fight for justice. After the PJ shelved the case, Kate and Jerry refused to give up, channeling their energy into private efforts to find Madeline. On January 10, 2009, they hired a team of private investigators led by Dave Edgar, 52, a retired British detective with 30 years of experience in the Cheshire Police. Edgar, based in Knutsford, England, assembled a small team to review the case files, which had been made public after the investigation was closed, totaling over 30,000 pages of documents translated from Portuguese. On February 5, 2009, Edgar held a meeting with the McCanns at their home in Rothley, Leicestershire, outlining his approach. "We'll start by re-examining every lead," he said, his tone steady. "The focus will be on the abduction theory. Someone took Madeline, and we need to find out who." Kate, holding Madeline's cuddle cat, nodded, her eyes filled with determination. "We just want her back," she said softly. Jerry added, "We'll fund this as long as it takes. We can't stop looking." Edgar's team began by revisiting key witnesses, including Jane Tanner, whose sighting of a man carrying a child at 9:15 p.m. on the night Madeline disappeared remained a critical lead. On March 15, 2009, Edgar interviewed Tanner in Leicester, asking her to recall every detail of the man she had seen. Tanner described him as slim, about 5 feet 9 inches, with dark hair, wearing beige trousers and carrying a child in light-colored pajamas. Edgar used her description to create a new e-fit, which was released to the public on April 1, 2009, through the Find Madeline website, a platform the McCanns had launched to keep the case in the public eye. The e-fit generated hundreds of tips, but most led nowhere, with many callers mistaking innocent fathers for the suspect. Despite the setbacks, the McCanns remained committed, using the Find Madeline Fund, still supported by donations, to finance the investigation, which cost over £100,000 in its first year. The McCanns also leaned heavily on media campaigns to maintain public awareness. On May 3, 2009, the second anniversary of Madeline's disappearance, they appeared on the Oprah Winfrey Show in Chicago, one of the most watched programs in the world. Oprah, 55, welcomed Kate and Jerry with empathy, her studio audience visibly moved as the couple shared their story. Kate held up an age-progressed image of Madeline, created by the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, showing what she might look like at 6 years old. Her blonde hair longer, her face more defined, but her distinctive eye fleck unchanged. "We believe Madeline is still out there," Jerry said, his voice steady. "Someone knows something, and we're begging them to come forward." The episode, aired to over 20 million viewers, led to a surge in tips to the Find Madeline hotline, though none provided a breakthrough. The McCanns' efforts were overshadowed by their ongoing legal battle with Goncalo Amaral. In September 2009, a Portuguese court granted the McCanns a temporary injunction to ban Amaral's book, Maddie, The Truth of the Lie, ruling that it was defamatory and harmed the search for Madeline. On September 10, 2009, their lawyer, Isabel Duarte, 53, announced the decision in Lisbon, stating, "This book has caused immense pain to the McCann family and obstructed the investigation. It will no longer be sold." Amaral, now 50, was ordered to pay €500,000 in damages, but he vowed to appeal, telling Correio de Manha on September 11, 2009, "I stand by my work. The truth will come out." The injunction was a victory for the McCanns, but the legal fight drained their resources and kept the narrative of their guilt alive in Portugal, where many still believed Amaral's claims. A significant turning point came in 2011, when the British government, under pressure from the McCanns and their supporters, intervened. On May 12, 2011, Madeline's 8th birthday, Kate published a book titled Madeline, Our Daughter's Disappearance and the Continuing Search for Her, a heartfelt account of the family's ordeal. The book, released by Transworld Publishers, became a bestseller, raising funds for the search and reigniting public interest. That same day, the McCanns met with Home Secretary Theresa May, 54, in London, pleading for a new investigation. Their persistence paid off. On May 13, 2011, Prime Minister David Cameron, 44, announced the launch of Operation Grange, a review of the case by the Metropolitan Police, funded by the Home Office. The operation, led by Detective Chief Inspector Andy Redwood, 48, aimed to re-examine all evidence and pursue new leads, a development that brought renewed hope to the McCanns. On May 15, 2011, Kate and Jerry held a press conference in London to mark the launch of Operation Grange, their faces a mix of exhaustion and optimism. "This is a huge step forward," Jerry said, standing beside Kate, who held an updated age-progressed image of Madeline at 8 years old. "We're grateful to the British government for taking this seriously. We just want to find our daughter." Operation Grange began with a team of 30 officers, who started by translating and analyzing the 30,000 pages of PJ files. Redwood focused on Jane Tanner's sighting, releasing a new e-fit of the suspect on July 1, 2011, and identifying 41 persons of interest, including 15 British nationals, to be interviewed. The operation gave the McCanns a renewed sense of purpose, but the road ahead remained uncertain, with the legal battle against Amaral still looming and the mystery of Madeline's fate as elusive as ever. By the end of 2011, Kate and Jerry had made significant strides in keeping Madeline's case alive through private investigations, media campaigns, and the launch of Operation Grange. On December 24, 2011, they attended a Christmas Eve service at their local church in Rothley, holding Sean and Amelie, now 6 years old, as they lit a candle for Madeline. The flame flickered in the dim light, a symbol of the hope they refused to let die, even as the years stretched on and the truth remained just out of reach. By 2012, the disappearance of Madeline McCann from the Ocean Club Resort in Praia da Luz, Portugal, on May 3, 2007, enduring mysteries in modern history, a case that continued to captivate the world nearly 2 decades later. Kate and Jerry McCann, both now 57, had spent the intervening years fighting to keep their daughter's case alive, supported by private investigations and the launch of Operation Grange by the Metropolitan Police in 2011. Despite new leads, including the identification of a prime suspect in 2020, the case remained unsolved as of April 2025, leaving the McCanns to balance their ongoing search for Madeline with the emotional toll of an unresolved tragedy, while their advocacy ensured her legacy endured. Operation Grange, led by Detective Chief Inspector Andy Redwood, made significant progress in its early years. By 2013, the team had reviewed over 40,000 documents and identified 41 persons of interest. On October 14, 2013, the Metropolitan Police released 2 new e-fits of a man seen carrying a child in Praia da Luz on the night Madeline disappeared, based on witness statements that had been overlooked by the Polícia Judiciária, PJ. The e-fits, broadcast on BBC's Crime Watch, showed a man aged 20 to 40 with short brown hair, and the program generated over 2,400 calls and emails with potential leads. Redwood, now 50, stated at a press conference in London, "We believe this man may be key to understanding what happened to Madeline." The Crime Watch appeal led to the elimination of a previous suspect, a man seen by Jane Tanner at 9:15 p.m., who was identified as an innocent British father carrying his child home from a creche, a breakthrough that shifted the timeline of the abduction to around 10 p.m., when Kate discovered Madeline missing. The McCanns continued their public campaign, using media appearances to keep Madeline's face in the public eye. On May 3, 2014, the 7th anniversary of her disappearance, they appeared on ITV's This Morning with hosts Philip Schofield, 52, and Holly Willoughby, 33. Kate held an updated age-progressed image of Madeline at 11 years old, her blonde hair shoulder length, her distinctive eye flex still prominent. "We still believe Madeline could be alive," Jerry said, his voice steady but his eyes filled with pain. "We're grateful for Operation Grange, but we need more answers." The interview coincided with a search in Praia da Luz, where British and Portuguese police excavated a plot of land near the Ocean Club from June 2 to June 8, 2014, following a lead about disturbed ground. The search, costing £1 million, yielded no evidence, a disappointing outcome that left Kate and Jerry grappling with renewed grief. A major breakthrough came in June 2020, when German prosecutors identified Christian Bruckner, a 43-year-old German drifter with a history of sexual offenses against children, as a prime suspect. Bruckner had lived in the Algarve between 1995 and 2007, working odd jobs and committing burglaries, often targeting holiday apartments. On June 3, 2020, the Braunschweig prosecutor, Hans Christian Wolters, 43, announced that Bruckner was being investigated for Madeline's murder, stating, "We have strong evidence that Madeline is dead and that this man is responsible." Bruckner was already in prison in Germany, serving a 7-year sentence for the 2005 rape of a 72-year-old American woman in Praia da Luz, just 1.5 miles from the Ocean Club. German police revealed that Bruckner's mobile phone records placed him in the area on the evening of May 3, 2007, and that he had confessed to a friend in 2017 that he knew what had happened to Madeline. The McCanns, now 52, received the news with a mix of hope and dread. On June 4, 2020, Clarence Mitchell, their spokesperson, released a statement. Kate and Jerry welcome this development and hope it leads to answers about Madeline's fate. Operation Grange worked with German and Portuguese authorities to investigate Bruckner, searching his former home in the Algarve on July 10, 2020, and a garden allotment near Hanover, Germany, on July 27, 2020. The searches uncovered items like USB drives and clothing, but no definitive evidence linking Bruckner to Madeline. By 2022, German prosecutors had charged Bruckner with several other crimes in the Algarve, including a 2004 rape and a 2007 indecent exposure case, but they lacked the concrete evidence needed to charge him in Madeline's case, leaving the investigation at a standstill. The McCanns' legal battle with Goncalo Amaral also continued to unfold. In 2015, a Portuguese court awarded them €500,000 in damages for Amaral's book, but the decision was overturned in 2016 by the Lisbon Court of Appeal, which ruled that Amaral's freedom of expression trumped the McCanns' claims. The case reached the European Court of Human Rights, ECHR, in 2019, and on September 20, 2023, the ECHR upheld the Portuguese ruling, stating that Amaral's book, while distressing, did not violate the McCanns' rights. Kate and Jerry, now 56, were devastated by the decision, with Kate writing on the Find Madeline website on September 21, 2023. This ruling allows lies to continue hurting our family and the search for Madeline. We will never give up on her. As of April 2025, the case remained unsolved, with Christian Bruckner still the prime suspect, but no charges filed in Madeline's disappearance. Operation Grange, now scaled back to a team of 4 officers, continued to follow leads, with the Home Office allocating £13 million to the investigation by 2025. On May 3, 2024, the 17th anniversary of Madeline's disappearance, the McCanns held a small vigil in Rothley, attended by 200 supporters. They released an age-progressed image of Madeline at 21 years old, her features strikingly similar to Kate's, her blonde hair long, and her eye fleck still a defining mark. "We still hold hope that Madeline is out there," Jerry said, his voice breaking as he stood beside Kate, who held Sean and Amelie, now 20 years old and university students. On April 4, 2025, Kate and Jerry visited the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children in Alexandria, Virginia, to advocate for missing children worldwide, a cause they had championed through the Find Madeline campaign. They met with families of other missing children, sharing their story and offering support. As they stood in front of a wall of photos, Madeline's image among them, Kate whispered, "We'll never stop, Maddie. We love you." The disappearance of Madeline McCann remained an enduring mystery, a a case that had tested the McCann's resilience and captured the world's attention, but their unwavering commitment ensured that Madeline's name would never be forgotten, a beacon of hope in the face of an unresolved tragedy. Hello and welcome to Nightmare Lullabies. As you settle in for the night, prepare to be immersed in a world of eerie whispers and unsettling tales, designed to both chill and soothe. Now close your eyes, relax, and let the darkness carry you away. And if these nightly tales captivate you, feel free to join our community for more whispered secrets. Travis Victor Alexander was born on July 28, 1977, in Riverside, California, to Gary David Alexander and Pamela Elizabeth Morgan Alexander. He was one of 8 siblings in a family that faced significant challenges. Both parents struggled with drug addiction, leading to an unstable and difficult home environment. In his early years, Travis often encountered neglect and hardship, experiences that would later shape his resilience and determination. At the age of 11, recognizing the need for a more stable upbringing, Travis moved in with his paternal grandparents. This transition marked a pivotal turning point in his life. Under their care, he was introduced to the teachings and community of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, LDS. Embracing the faith, Travis found a sense of belonging and purpose that had been absent during his earlier years. Travis's involvement with the LDS Church instilled in him values of service, discipline, and ambition. He became an active member, participating in various church activities and programs. This engagement not only provided him with a supportive community, but also ignited his passion for motivational speaking. Witnessing the positive impact that words could have on individuals, Travis aspired to inspire others through his own experiences and insights. Professionally, Travis ventured into sales and marketing. He joined Prepaid Legal Services, PPL, a network marketing company offering legal service plans. His charisma, combined with a genuine desire to help others, made him a natural fit for the role. Colleagues and friends often noted his infectious enthusiasm and unwavering optimism. Through PPL, Travis traveled extensively, delivering motivational speeches and training sessions. His ability to connect with diverse audiences further solidified his reputation as an effective communicator and leader. Beyond his professional endeavors, Travis was known for his vivacious personality and zest for life. He had a penchant for adventure, often organizing trips with friends and seeking out new experiences. His blog and social media profiles painted a picture of a man who cherished relationships, valued personal growth, and approached life with an open heart and mind. However, beneath the surface, Travis grappled with the complexities of balancing his personal desires with the expectations of his faith. The teachings of the LDS Church emphasized chastity and purity, values that sometimes conflicted with the realities of modern relationships. Travis's internal struggle was emblematic of many young adults striving to reconcile personal feelings with deeply held beliefs. In essence, Travis Alexander's life was a testament to resilience and ambition. From a tumultuous childhood, he carved out a path marked by faith, determination, and a commitment to uplifting others. His journey serves as a poignant reminder of the human spirit's capacity to overcome adversity and seek purpose amidst challenges. Jodi Ann Arias was born on July 9, 1980, in Salinas, California. She was the first daughter of Bill and Sandy Arias. Later, the family grew to include a younger brother and sister. At first glance, Jodi's childhood seemed ordinary. Her parents worked hard to support the family. Her father ran a small restaurant business. Her mother stayed home during Jodi's early years. To neighbors and friends, the Arias family appeared typical. Not rich, not poor, just a regular middle-class American family trying to make it work. But inside the home, Jodi's world was more complicated. As she got older, she often described her childhood as difficult. She claimed her parents were strict, sometimes even physically abusive. In interviews and police interrogations later in her life, Jodi would speak about being disciplined with a wooden spoon or a belt. Whether these punishments were out of the ordinary or part of strict, but normal parenting remains debated. What is certain is that Jody grew up feeling misunderstood and isolated. In school, Jody was artistic and creative. She loved to draw and showed talent early on. Teachers remembered her as bright but quiet, often keeping to herself. She was not unpopular, but she wasn't particularly social either. She floated between groups without ever fully belonging. Like many teenagers, she struggled with identity and self-esteem. At the age of 14, Jody began to rebel. Her relationship with her parents became tense. They enforced curfews and strict rules, which Jody resisted. Arguments at home became frequent. By 16, she was sneaking out, experimenting with alcohol and marijuana, and dating older boys, activities her conservative parents strongly disapproved of. Her grades slipped, and eventually, she dropped out of high school altogether. Without a diploma, Jody bounced from job to job. She waitressed at diners, bartended, and did photography on the side. She often moved from town to town, searching for something she couldn't quite define. Friends from this period described her as charming but inconsistent, passionate one moment, detached the next. She had a way of making intense connections quickly, but just as easily, relationships soured. Throughout her early 20s, Jody sought stability in romantic relationships. She seemed desperate to be loved. She threw herself completely into every relationship, often adapting her personality to fit the man she was with. She converted religions, changed her lifestyle habits, and shifted her interests depending on who she was dating. To those around her, it seemed excessive, even alarming at times. Jody's early dating history was peppered with intense romances that ended badly. When breakups occurred, she often refused to let go. Some ex-boyfriends reported that she would continue to call, text, or show up unexpectedly long after the relationship ended. In some cases, she slashed tires or sent threatening messages. These behaviors foreshadowed the toxic obsession that would later define her relationship with Travis Alexander. In 2006, Jody was living in Palm Desert, California, working as a waitress and trying to break into photography. She was attractive, with long blonde hair and striking green eyes. Outwardly, she projected confidence and charm. She was the type of woman who could walk into a room and draw attention without trying. Inside, however, Jody battled feelings of inadequacy and fear of abandonment. She craved validation and clung to anyone who offered it. That same year, Jody attended a business conference in Las Vegas for Prepaid Legal Services, a networking company. It was there she met Travis Alexander. He was charismatic, successful, and deeply rooted in his Mormon faith. For Jody, Travis seemed to represent everything she wanted: success, stability, admiration, and a future. The attraction was immediate. Travis, too, was drawn to Jody's beauty and charm. Despite knowing she wasn't Mormon, he pursued her. For Jody, this attention from a man like Travis was intoxicating. She saw in him a ticket to the life she always dreamed of: marriage, family, social status, and belonging. Almost immediately after meeting Travis, Jody began to change aspects of her life to fit his world. Within months, she was studying the doctrines of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. She agreed to be baptized into the Mormon faith, an act that made a strong impression on Travis and his friends. But while Travis enjoyed Jody's attention and affection, he had doubts. He confided in friends that he thought Jody was too aggressive and too much too soon. Jody, however, was undeterred. She pursued Travis with a single-minded focus that bordered on obsession. She was always available, always attentive, always present. When Travis tried to create distance, she pushed harder. For Jody, losing Travis wasn't an option. As their relationship developed, cracks began to show. Travis valued his faith and aspired to marry a woman who shared his religious principles and goals. Jody, while outwardly compliant, struggled to embody those ideals. Their relationship became increasingly physical, something Travis later regretted. According to his beliefs, chastity before marriage was paramount. His ongoing intimacy with Jody caused him significant guilt. Meanwhile, Jody's behavior became more possessive and controlling. She monitored Travis's interactions with other women, demanded constant reassurance, and grew jealous easily. Friends of Travis later reported feeling uncomfortable around Jody. They described her as cold, calculating, and manipulative. Some even warned Travis to end the relationship. Despite these warning signs, Travis found it difficult to cut ties completely. Their connection was intense, and their physical chemistry undeniable. They broke up and reconciled multiple times, each time falling back into the same destructive patterns. Over time, Jody's need for control deepened. She hacked into Travis's email, snooped through his phone, and even broke into his home uninvited. In one incident, she snuck into his house through the doggy door. In another, she slashed the tires of a woman Travis was dating. Travis began to fear her but also felt trapped by guilt, attraction, and emotional manipulation. After their final breakup, Jody moved back to California. But she didn't truly let go. She continued to call, email, and text Travis incessantly. She even made unannounced trips to Arizona, where Travis lived. He tried to move on, dating other women, and focusing on his career. But Jody lingered, always in the background, a reminder of a relationship that refused to die. Throughout this period, Jody presented two faces to the world. To acquaintances and strangers, she was sweet, soft-spoken, and polite. She spoke lovingly of Travis and claimed they remained close friends. To Travis and those closest to him, she was something else entirely, obsessive, jealous, and increasingly unstable. In the months leading up to his death, Travis confided in friends that he was afraid of Jody. He described her behavior as stalker-like and said he worried about what she might do. He wanted to cut ties completely, but struggled to disentangle himself. He still felt sorry for her and occasionally succumbed to her manipulations, meeting with her and keeping the connection alive. For Jody, Travis was more than just an ex-boyfriend. He represented everything she had worked for: love, validation, acceptance, and a future she believed was rightfully hers. Losing him meant losing herself. In her mind, if she couldn't have Travis, no one could. This toxic mindset, a combination of deep insecurity, emotional instability, and obsessive love, would ultimately lead to one of the most brutal and infamous murders in recent American history. In September 2006, a business conference in Las Vegas brought Jodi Arias and Travis Alexander into the same orbit. The event was hosted by Prepaid Legal Services, a company that sold legal insurance through a multi-level marketing model. Travis was already established within the company. He was known for his dynamic presentations and outgoing personality. Jodi, on the other hand, was relatively new, hoping to expand her career and make new connections. When they met, the attraction was instant. Jodi later described it as love at first sight. Travis was charismatic, confident, and full of energy. He had a magnetic presence that pulled people in. Jodi was beautiful, poised, and attentive, qualities that immediately caught Travis's eye. They spoke briefly that first day, sharing casual conversation and smiles. By the end of the weekend, they had exchanged numbers and agreed to stay in touch. After the conference, communication between Jodi and Travis escalated quickly. They talked on the phone for hours, sent countless text messages, and exchanged flirtatious emails. Despite living several states apart, Travis in Mesa, Arizona, and Jodi in Palm Desert, California, the distance didn't slow them down. In fact, it seemed to fuel the excitement. There was mystery in not seeing each other every day. Each phone call, each message, added to the intensity. From the start, Jodi made herself extremely available. She listened intently to Travis's stories, laughed at his jokes, and expressed admiration for his accomplishments. Travis, who had grown up with a difficult childhood, appreciated the attention and validation. He enjoyed feeling important, desired, and needed. Jodi provided that and more. Within weeks, their interactions became more serious. Travis invited Jodi to visit him in Arizona. She eagerly agreed. During that visit, their physical relationship began. Though both were members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which strongly discouraged premarital sex, they crossed boundaries that made Travis feel conflicted. He enjoyed the connection but felt guilty about betraying his faith. Jody, for her part, seemed willing to do whatever it took to keep him happy. Not long after their initial meetings, Jody expressed interest in joining the LDS Church. Travis was enthusiastic. On November 26, 2006, Jody was baptized into the faith, with Travis present at the ceremony. For Travis, this step seemed like confirmation that Jody could be part of his long-term future. For Jody, it was another way to bind herself to Travis more tightly. After her baptism, their relationship continued to deepen, at least on the surface. They traveled together, visiting church sites and going on trips to places like Sedona, Carlsbad, and even out-of-state destinations. In public, they presented as a happy, affectionate couple. They took photos smiling on hikes, lounging by pools, and attending group events with other prepaid legal associates. Their friends often saw them together, laughing and flirting. But underneath the smiles, cracks were beginning to form. Travis, despite his feelings for Jody, had reservations. He confided in friends that he found Jody to be clingy and intense. She demanded constant attention, and became upset if he didn't respond quickly to her calls or texts. He also worried that her commitment to the faith was more about pleasing him than true belief. These doubts festered quietly in the background. At the same time, Jody was growing more attached. She imagined a future with Travis, marriage, children, a home together. She began discussing these topics openly, while Travis hesitated. He wasn't sure if Jody was the kind of woman he wanted to marry. In his private journal entries, Travis wrote about wanting a virtuous, modest wife who would raise a family in the faith. Though he cared for Jody, he doubted whether she truly fit that ideal. As months passed, the imbalance in their relationship grew. Travis enjoyed Jody's company, but often kept her at arm's length emotionally. He dated other women casually, sometimes while still maintaining physical relations with Jody. This duality caused strain. Jody became jealous, possessive, and increasingly desperate to hold on to Travis's affection. She began appearing uninvited at his house, sometimes letting herself in through the garage when he wasn't expecting her. She would clean his house, do his laundry, and leave gifts on his bed. On the surface, these were acts of devotion, but friends found them unsettling. It was as if Jody refused to let Travis create any space between them. By early 2007, the relationship had entered a confusing phase. They were no longer officially dating, but they still spent time together. They were physical, but Travis was pursuing other women for a more serious relationship. Jody clung to the hope that he would eventually come back to her completely. She interpreted every kind gesture, every compliment, as a sign that he still loved her. Meanwhile, Travis's friends grew increasingly wary of Jody. Several warned him that she was dangerous. One friend described her as having crazy eyes. Others said she had a way of making them feel uncomfortable, as if she were constantly calculating how to stay close to Travis. Despite the warnings, Travis struggled to fully break away. Jody, sensing Travis slipping away, intensified her efforts. She moved from California to Mesa, Arizona, a decision she framed as being about work, but everyone understood it was to be closer to Travis. Though she got her own apartment, she was often at his house. Sometimes she stayed overnight, sleeping in his bed. Sometimes she snuck in when he wasn't home. Her behavior became more invasive. She monitored Travis's social media, reading through his comments and posts. She hacked into his email account to check for communications with other women. When she found something she didn't like, she confronted him, sometimes crying, sometimes angry, sometimes both. Travis tried to maintain boundaries, but he struggled. He didn't want to hurt Jody's feelings. He was a people pleaser by nature, and he found it difficult to be harsh with someone who was so emotionally invested in him. At times, he gave in to her demands just to avoid conflict. Other times, he expressed anger and frustration, telling her they were not a couple and she needed to move on. In response, Jody would apologize, act contrite, and promise to respect his wishes. But the cycle repeated again and again. After a brief period of calm, she would insert herself back into his life, and Travis would allow it. By mid-2007, Travis was seriously pursuing another woman, a fellow Mormon who met all his ideals for marriage. He was excited about the possibility of a fresh start. Jody found out about the new relationship and was devastated. Though she maintained a friendly front, inside she was furious. She began lashing out, sending Travis angry texts and voicemails accusing him of betrayal and hypocrisy. Despite everything, Travis still felt sympathy for Jody. He believed she was lonely and heartbroken. His compassion kept him tied to her in small but significant ways. They still communicated regularly. They still had occasional physical encounters. Travis's inability to draw a firm line made it impossible for either of them to truly move on. Throughout late 2007 and early 2008, their relationship grew increasingly toxic. Jody vacillated between loving gestures and angry outbursts. Travis vacillated between guilt-driven kindness and desperate attempts to create distance. Neither could completely break free. Friends noticed a change in Travis during this time. He seemed more stressed, more withdrawn. He spoke openly about wanting to find a wife and start a family. He knew he couldn't do that with Jody. He knew he needed to cut ties for good. But doing so would prove far more difficult and dangerous than he could have ever imagined. In Jody's mind, Travis still belonged to her. No matter who he dated, no matter what he said, she believed they were destined to be together. And if she couldn't have him, no one could. At first, the connection between Travis Alexander and Jody Arias had been exciting, full of new energy and passion. But as the months passed, the spark that had once fueled their romance began to burn in a different way. Darker, heavier, and far more dangerous. The shift was gradual. Small things at first. Jody wanted to know where Travis was at all times. She would call repeatedly, send dozens of text messages in a single day, and become upset if he didn't answer immediately. Travis, who enjoyed his freedom and valued his friendships, found Jody's constant need for attention suffocating. When Travis tried to pull away, Jody clung harder. She justified her behavior as love. She told him she just wanted to be close, to understand him better, to support him. But to those on the outside, it was clear that Jody's actions were not about love, they were about control. Travis's friends saw the change in him. He became more stressed and anxious. He began avoiding conversations about his personal life. When pressed, he would admit that Jody made him uncomfortable. He told friends that she had read his private emails without permission. He admitted she had shown up uninvited at his house. He even said he sometimes feared what she might do if she ever felt abandoned. Despite all this, Travis continued to let Jody back into his life. Part of it was guilt, part of it was habit, and part of it was fear. Fear of confrontation, fear of escalation, and fear of hurting someone he had once cared deeply about. Jody's jealousy grew more intense. Any interaction Travis had with another woman, no matter how innocent, was a trigger. Jody would accuse him of cheating, lying, betraying her. She monitored his social media accounts obsessively. She would comment under posts he made, even those unrelated to dating, marking her territory publicly. In private, the arguments between them became more heated. Jody would oscillate between crying, screaming, and pleading. She would apologize for her behavior one moment and attack him the next. She played the victim and the aggressor, often within the same conversation. At times, Travis fought back. He told Jody she was manipulative. He called her a sociopath. In emails that would later be used as evidence, Travis expressed his anger and frustration, accusing Jody of ruining his life. He said she was the worst thing that had ever happened to him. He told her she was evil. Jody didn't back down. If anything, the insults only fueled her obsession. She refused to let Travis go. In her mind, she believed that no matter what he said, he still loved her. She convinced herself that if she just tried harder, if she just proved herself enough, he would eventually realize they were meant to be together. Meanwhile, Travis tried to move on with his life. He started dating other women seriously, looking for a partner who fit his values and future goals. Jody found out about every new relationship, often within days. She would send Travis angry texts, leave him voicemails, and sometimes even confront the women he was dating. One woman reported waking up one morning to find her tires slashed after a date with Travis. Another found threatening emails in her inbox, anonymous but unmistakably linked back to Jody. These incidents were never officially reported to police, but they painted a clear picture of Jody's increasing desperation and instability. Still, Travis hesitated to take stronger action. He didn't want to involve law enforcement. He didn't want to create drama. He believed, or hoped, that if he kept his distance and stayed polite, Jody would eventually move on. But Jody had no intention of moving on. She began driving by his house at odd hours. Sometimes she would sit outside for hours, watching to see if he was home or if anyone else was there. She even entered his house when he wasn't there, claiming she was returning borrowed items or cleaning up. In one incident, Travis returned home from a trip to find Jody asleep on his couch. He hadn't given her a key. She had let herself in through the garage, using the code she had memorized during their relationship. Travis was disturbed, but once again chose to deal with it quietly. The toxic cycle between them continued. Travis would push Jody away, Jody would find a way back in. Travis would date someone new, Jody would sabotage it. Travis would express anger, Jody would apologize and promise to change. Each time the cycle repeated, it became harder for Travis to believe that Jody would ever let go. By early 2008, Travis was planning a major trip. He wanted to celebrate his achievements with prepaid legal services and also explore the possibility of a new relationship. He planned a trip to Cancun, Mexico, and invited a female friend, not Jody, to accompany him. When Jody learned about the trip, she was furious. She confronted Travis in a series of angry emails and voicemails. She accused him of using her, of betraying her, of lying to her. She reminded him of everything she had sacrificed for him, converting to his religion, moving closer to him, standing by him when others walked away. Travis, for his part, stood firm. He told her that their relationship was over. He said he wished her well, but made it clear that he was moving on. Jody didn't accept it. She continued to show up uninvited. She hacked into Travis's accounts, reading his private messages. She monitored his activities, desperate for any information about his plans and his new relationships. She became consumed by thoughts of him, thoughts that grew darker and more violent with each passing day. In private conversations with friends, Travis expressed real fear. He joked about Jody being crazy, but underneath the jokes was genuine anxiety. He told friends he worried she might hurt him. He even said that if something bad happened to him, Jody would probably be responsible. No one took the warnings as seriously as they should have. On the surface, Jody still presented herself as sweet and soft-spoken. She smiled politely, spoke kindly, and acted friendly to those around her. But behind closed doors, she was unraveling. The love she once felt for Travis had twisted into something else. A burning need to possess him completely or destroy him entirely. As the date of Travis's Cancun trip approached, Jody's behavior became more erratic. She made unexpected trips to Arizona. She bought a gun. She rented a car under an assumed name. She filled gas cans to avoid stopping for fuel and leaving a trail. She planned carefully, meticulously. She wasn't just visiting Travis this time. She was preparing for something far more final. By the spring of 2008, it was clear to everyone around Travis Alexander that his relationship with Jody Arias had become toxic beyond repair. What had started as an exciting romance had evolved into a cycle of manipulation, control, fear, and regret. Travis wanted out completely, permanently, but breaking free would not be easy. The final breakup between Travis and Jody was messy. For Travis, it was a necessary step toward reclaiming his life. For Jody, it was a devastating rejection she refused to accept. Travis made it clear. He wanted to move on. He wanted a future with a woman who shared his values and his dreams. He was tired of the drama, the jealousy, and the emotional games. He was tired of feeling watched, trapped, and guilty. Ending things with Jody was his chance to start over. At first, Jody pretended to agree. She smiled. She said she understood. She promised to stay friends. Travis, always wanting to avoid conflict, accepted her words at face value. But Jody's actions told a different story. Almost immediately after the breakup, Jody intensified her surveillance of Travis's life. She monitored his online activity obsessively. She hacked into his email and Facebook accounts. She read his private messages. Every new female friend he made, every flirty comment he left, every event he planned to attend, Jody knew about it within hours. When Travis tried to distance himself, Jody found ways to insert herself back into his life. She showed up uninvited at his home. She accidentally ran into him at social events. She left gifts on his doorstep, photos of them together, handmade cards, small tokens of affection, reminders of their past and threats wrapped in sentiment. Travis was frustrated, but he was also conflicted. Part of him felt sorry for Jody. He knew she had uprooted her life to be near him. He knew she didn't have many friends or family nearby. He didn't want to be cruel. He thought that if he handled things gently enough, she would eventually let go. But Jody had no intention of letting go. In private, she was unraveling. She called Travis dozens of times a day. If he didn't answer, she left long, rambling voicemails. Sometimes she cried. Sometimes she screamed. Sometimes she spoke in a flat, emotionless tone, as if reading a script. The messages varied wildly: expressions of love, pleas for forgiveness, accusations of betrayal, and threats of exposure. Jody used every tactic she could think of to maintain control. If kindness didn't work, she turned to guilt. If guilt failed, she turned to anger. If anger didn't get a response, she would simply appear on his doorstep. Friends noticed the toll it was taking on Travis. He seemed distracted and worn down. He made jokes about Jody being a stalker, but underneath the humor was real fear. He told friends he thought Jody might hurt herself, or even him if she felt pushed too far. He said he worried she would slash his tires, damage his property, or worse. He wasn't wrong. Jody's behavior grew bolder. One night, Travis was out with a new woman he was interested in. They returned to his home and settled in for the evening. Suddenly, loud banging came from outside. When they went to investigate, they found that all 4 tires on Travis's car had been slashed. Travis immediately suspected Jody, though he had no proof. Another time, Travis found his bank account compromised. Passwords he thought were secure had been changed. Suspicious activity showed someone had logged into his personal email. Again, Travis suspected Jody. Again, he chose not to confront her directly. He was afraid. He knew that Jody wasn't thinking rationally anymore. He worried that if he pushed her too hard, she would retaliate in ways he couldn't predict or control. In an effort to protect himself, Travis began limiting his online presence. He changed passwords, restricted who could see his posts, and stopped sharing personal information publicly. He tried to set firm boundaries with Jody, refusing her calls and ignoring her messages. When they did communicate, he kept the conversations brief and impersonal. But even with these efforts, Jody found ways to stay close. She learned Travis's schedule. She knew when he would be out of town, when he would be attending church, when he would be home alone. She would drive by his house at all hours, sometimes parking down the street to watch from a distance. She sent him long emails, pouring out her feelings. She accused him of leading her on, of lying, of using her. She apologized profusely, then turned around and accused him again. She said she was trying to move on, but everything she did showed the opposite. In April 2008, Travis began seriously dating another woman. She was kind, grounded, and shared his faith. Travis saw a real future with her. He began making plans, personal, spiritual, professional, that did not include Jody. When Jody learned about the new relationship, her behavior escalated even further. She sent Travis a series of angry, vulgar text messages, accusing him of being a hypocrite and a sinner. She threatened to expose their sexual history to his church community, knowing it could ruin his reputation and standing. Travis begged her to stop. He told her he didn't want to fight. He said he wished her the best and wanted her to find happiness elsewhere. But his words had no effect. In Jody's mind, Travis had made a promise to her, a promise of love, of marriage, of forever. In her mind, he had broken that promise, and broken promises had consequences. By May 2008, the situation had reached a boiling point. Travis was preparing for a major work event and looking forward to his trip to Cancun. He was excited about his future, new opportunities, new love, a new life. But Jody was not done. She rented a car under a false name. She purchased gas cans to avoid stopping at service stations where she might be recorded. She turned off her cell phone to avoid leaving a digital trail. She packed a camera, a knife, and a gun. She set out on a trip that would end with Travis's death. After Jody Arias set her plan in motion, her behavior in the final weeks before Travis's death became even more calculated. To the outside world, she tried to appear normal, maintaining casual conversations with friends and co-workers. But underneath, she was singularly focused on Travis. She meticulously prepared for her trip. She rented a white Ford Focus from a budget rent-a-car in Redding, California, several hundred miles from her home, so that no one would connect her to a vehicle moving through Arizona. She dyed her hair from blonde back to brown in the days before leaving, a detail that would later stand out to investigators. Jody borrowed gas cans from a former boyfriend, insisting she needed them for a long trip. The gas cans would allow her to drive long stretches without stopping at gas stations where surveillance cameras could record her image. She planned every step carefully to avoid leaving a trail. Meanwhile, Travis had no idea what was coming. In his mind, he was finally starting to move past the chaos that had consumed the last 2 years of his life. He focused on work, spent time with friends, and planned his trip to Cancun. His future looked bright. He had survived the worst, or so he thought. In the final weeks before his death, Travis exchanged a few messages with Jody. Some were cordial, others were filled with anger and accusations. Travis made it clear he did not want her in his life. He told her she had hurt him deeply, that he saw through her manipulations. He used harsh words, words filled with frustration and exhaustion. Words that wounded Jody's pride and fueled her anger even more. Friends urged Travis to cut all contact, but it was easier said than done. He didn't hate Jody. Despite everything, he still felt a complicated mix of emotions: guilt, pity, anger, and a lingering sense of responsibility. And Jody used every angle she could to stay connected. She offered friendship. She offered closure. She offered intimacy. In late May 2008, Jody called Travis to discuss possibly visiting him. Travis was hesitant. He told friends he wasn't sure if he wanted her there. He knew it wasn't a good idea, but Jody insisted. She promised it would just be a friendly visit, a chance to clear the air, to end things on good terms. On June 2, 2008, Jody set off from California, beginning her long, carefully planned drive toward Mesa, Arizona. She told others she was going to visit friends in Utah. She left voicemails for Travis along the way, light and casual, building the illusion of a normal road trip. She even made plans to meet with another man in Utah later in the week, another layer of misdirection. But the real destination was always Travis. Back in Mesa, Travis spent the early part of June preparing for his upcoming trip to Cancun. He finalized travel plans, wrapped up work obligations, and attended church activities. He also spent time talking with friends about his hopes for the future: marriage, family, and leaving the chaos of his past behind. He had no idea that Jody was driving through the desert toward him, armed and determined. By the time Jody arrived in Mesa, it was the early hours of June 4th. She entered Travis's home. Whether she was invited or broken remains unclear. What is known is that she spent several hours there. They were intimate. They took photographs of each other, pictures that would later be found on a memory card recovered from Travis's washing machine. Those images would capture the final moments of Travis's life. After the encounter, something shifted. An argument likely broke out. Some believe Travis tried one last time to push Jody away, to tell her it was over for good. Whatever was said, it triggered the final act. Travis was attacked in his bathroom. He was stabbed 27 times. His throat was slit from ear to ear. He was shot in the head. The brutality of the attack stunned investigators later. It wasn't a crime of passion, it was a crime of rage, hatred, and control. After killing Travis, Jody attempted to clean up the scene. She deleted photographs from the camera. She tried to wash blood from the floor. She put the camera in the washing machine and started a cycle, hoping to destroy evidence. Then she left. She continued her trip to Utah as if nothing had happened. She met up with a new love interest there, acting normal and carefree. She laughed, flirted, and made plans for the future. Meanwhile, Travis's body lay undiscovered for 5 days. His friends, worried after not hearing from him, eventually broke into his house. What they found was horrifying. The crime scene was brutal. Blood was everywhere, in the bathroom, in the bedroom, smeared along the walls. It was clear that Travis had fought for his life. It was clear that his death had been personal, fueled by deep rage. At first, suspicion didn't immediately fall on Jody. She presented herself as a concerned ex-girlfriend. She called Travis's friends, asking for updates. She even attended his memorial service, hugging his family, crying for the cameras. But beneath the surface, investigators were already piecing the truth together. Jody had left behind a trail, gas receipts, rental car records, cell phone pings that pointed directly to her. And inside Travis's washing machine, forensic experts recovered a damaged, but still readable memory card. On that card were the photographs Jody had tried to destroy. Photographs of Travis alive, and photographs of Travis bleeding, moments after the attack. The evidence was overwhelming. The picture was clear. Jody hadn't just stalked Travis. She hadn't just harassed him. She had destroyed him in the most violent, personal way imaginable. The final moments of Travis Alexander's life were brutal, violent, and tragic. What started as an unannounced visit from an ex-girlfriend ended in a crime scene so horrific that even seasoned investigators struggled to process what they found. On June 4, 2008, in the early hours of the morning, Jody Arias was inside Travis's home at 11428 East Queensboro Avenue in Mesa, Arizona. The exact sequence of events that led to the attack is not known in perfect detail, but based on forensic evidence, photographs, and later testimony, investigators were able to reconstruct what happened. In the hours before his death, Travis and Jody appeared to have spent time together in a familiar, almost casual way. Recovered photos from Travis's digital camera show intimate images taken in his bedroom, some clothed, some naked, some playful. There is no clear sign of struggle in these early photos. In fact, Travis appears relaxed, unaware of the danger that was building beside him. At some point, Travis entered the shower. More photos recovered from the damaged memory card show him standing under the running water. His face in these images appears neutral. He is looking directly at the camera, unaware that these would be the last photos ever taken of him alive. Then something changed. The next images on the memory card are blurry and chaotic. One photo captures what looks like Travis bleeding heavily on the floor. Another shows a foot, believed to be Jody's, standing over his body. The timestamps between these images are separated by only minutes. What investigators concluded was this. While Travis was vulnerable, showering and unarmed, Jody launched her attack. She stabbed him first, likely in the chest, surprising him. Wounded but still conscious, Travis tried to escape. Blood evidence showed he stumbled out of the shower, down the hallway, trying desperately to get away. He made it as far as the bathroom sink, and then collapsed onto the floor. The attack continued. Jody stabbed him again and again, 27 times in total. She slashed his throat so deeply that it nearly decapitated him. Finally, she shot him in the head, either during or after the stabbing. The exact order of the wounds remains debated, but what is certain is that the attack was excessive, personal, and filled with rage. Forensic analysis of the scene revealed that Travis fought hard for his life. There were defensive wounds on his hands, suggesting he tried to block the knife. There was blood smeared along the hallway walls, showing his desperate attempts to crawl away. Despite his efforts, there was no escape. After the killing, Jody didn't flee immediately. She stayed in the house for some time, attempting to clean the scene. She stripped the bed, put bloody towels into the washing machine along with Travis's camera, and started a wash cycle. She deleted photos from the camera's memory card, trying to erase evidence of her presence. But not everything could be cleaned. Jodi left behind fingerprints, hair, blood traces, and most importantly, a digital trail that would eventually lead investigators straight to her. Once she finished her efforts to cover up the crime, Jodi left Travis's house. She drove toward Utah to meet another man, Ryan Burns, as if nothing had happened. Along the way, she made calls to Travis's phone and left voicemails, pretending to be unaware of his fate. These voicemails were casual, flirtatious even, carefully crafted to create an alibi and distance herself from the murder. Meanwhile, Travis's friends in Mesa grew increasingly concerned. Days passed without any word from him. He missed important work meetings, didn't respond to texts, and wasn't answering his door. On June 9, 2008, a group of worried friends decided to enter his home. Travis's roommates were home, but claimed not to have noticed anything unusual, a fact that puzzled investigators later. When the friends opened the door to Travis's master bedroom, the smell of death was overwhelming. They found his body crumpled in the shower, covered in blood. The crime scene was horrifying. Blood pooled around Travis's body, stained the walls, and soaked into the floor. Investigators found bloody handprints, smeared stains along the hallway, and signs of a desperate struggle. It didn't take long for detectives to conclude that the killing was not random. This was personal. The brutality suggested anger, betrayal, and intimate knowledge of the victim. The question was, who would want Travis Alexander dead? Jodi Arias quickly became a person of interest. Friends told police about her obsessive behavior, the stalking, the harassment. They described how she continued to insert herself into Travis's life even after their breakup. Several mentioned Travis's own words, that if anything ever happened to him, Jodi would probably be involved. Still, when investigators first contacted Jodi, she played the role of the innocent ex-girlfriend. She said she hadn't seen Travis in months. She offered condolences, cried on the phone, and acted genuinely shocked by the news. But inconsistencies began to emerge almost immediately. Jodi claimed she was nowhere near Arizona at the time of the murder, yet gas receipts and cell phone records showed otherwise. Her rental car, returned days after the killing, was missing floor mats and had red stains later identified as blood. And the ultimate piece of evidence, the recovered photographs from Travis's camera, showed Jodi at the crime scene, minutes before and after Travis's death. Faced with the evidence, Jodi changed her story multiple times. First, she denied being in Arizona. Then, she admitted she had visited Travis but claimed they parted on good terms. Finally, she claimed 2 masked intruders had broken into Travis's house, killed him, and let her escape. The lies collapsed under scrutiny. In July 2008, Jodi Arias was arrested and charged with the first-degree murder of Travis Alexander. Even behind bars, Jodi maintained her innocence. She gave interviews to television networks, smiling for the cameras, insisting she loved Travis and would never hurt him. She painted herself as a victim, trapped in an abusive relationship, fighting for her life. But the evidence was overwhelming. And the real story, the story of obsession, control, and violent betrayal, was becoming clearer to everyone watching. The murder of Travis Alexander wasn't a crime of passion. It wasn't an accident. It was a calculated, brutal act carried out by someone who believed that if she couldn't have him, no one could. The tragedy left Travis's family and friends shattered. A young man, full of dreams and hope for the future, was gone. And the woman who claimed to love him had taken everything from him in the most brutal way imaginable. The stage was now set for one of the most infamous criminal trials in American history. When Travis Alexander's friends found his body on June 9, 2008, they immediately called 911. The first officers on the scene quickly realized they were dealing with a brutal homicide. The blood, the sheer violence of the injuries, and the condition of the body pointed to an intensely personal attack. Detectives from the Mesa Police Department took over the case. They began their investigation methodically, focusing first on Travis's close personal relationships. It didn't take long for Jodi Arias's name to surface. Travis's friends were clear. Travis had been afraid of Jodi. She had stalked him, hacked into his email, slashed his tires, and showed up uninvited at his house. In the weeks before his death, Travis had told friends that if anything happened to him, Jodi would be the one responsible. From the very beginning, Jodi Arias was on the investigators' radar. But suspicion alone wasn't enough. They needed hard evidence. The forensic team processed Travis's house carefully. The amount of blood in the bathroom and hallway showed how violently Travis had fought for his life. Bloody handprints were found on the walls and door frames. The washing machine contained wet towels and a digital camera, likely placed there in an attempt to destroy evidence. Technicians recovered the memory card from the camera. It appeared to have been damaged by water, but was still partially functional. When they began to pull images from the card, what they found stunned everyone involved. There were intimate photos of Travis and Jodi taken on the day of the murder. Photos of Travis alive in the shower, looking directly at the camera. Then images that captured the beginning of the attack, blurry shots showing Travis bleeding on the bathroom floor. The timestamps on the photos placed Jodi Arias at the scene at the exact time of the murder. Investigators moved quickly to secure more evidence. They traced Jodi's movements through phone records, text messages, and receipts. Cell tower data placed her phone near Mesa, Arizona, during the time of the murder, despite her claims that she was hundreds of miles away. Gas receipts showed she had purchased large amounts of fuel, allowing her to drive long distances without stopping for gas. A clear attempt to avoid being caught on surveillance cameras. The rental car she had returned in California showed further signs of foul play. The car was missing its floor mats. Red stains, later identified as blood, were found inside. Jodi claimed the stains were from a spilled drink, but forensic testing suggested otherwise. With the evidence mounting, investigators contacted Jodi Arias for an interview. In her first conversation with police, Jodi was cooperative and calm. She claimed she had not seen Travis for several months. She expressed shock and sadness at his death. She described herself as a loving ex-girlfriend who had nothing but good memories of Travis. Detectives listened carefully. They knew she was lying. They let her talk, giving her space to weave her story. The goal was to gather as much information as possible without alerting her to how much they already knew. When confronted with the evidence, the photos, the phone records, the gas receipts, Jodi hesitated. She adjusted her story. She now admitted that she had been in Mesa, but insisted she and Travis had parted on good terms. She said she had visited him, taken some photos, and then left, unaware of what would happen later. The detectives weren't buying it. They knew the photos captured more than just a friendly visit. They showed Travis alive, and then dying. As the pressure mounted, Jodi changed her story again. This time, she claimed that two masked intruders had broken into Travis's house while she was there. She said they attacked Travis, killed him, and then spared her life. She said she didn't report the crime because she was afraid for her own safety. The detectives listened patiently, but were unconvinced. The story didn't match the physical evidence. There were no signs of forced entry. There were no signs of a struggle with unknown assailants. There was only evidence of a violent confrontation between Travis and someone he knew. By July 15, 2008, police had enough to move forward. Jodi Arias was arrested at her grandparents' home in Yreka, California. When they put the cuffs on her, she acted surprised. She asked why she was being arrested. When told she was being charged with the murder of Travis Alexander, she cried but did not resist. At the police station, Jodi's behavior shifted again. She smiled, sang songs, did handstands against the wall, and applied makeup using the camera's reflection. Her demeanor was bizarre, disconnected from the seriousness of the charges she faced. When her interrogation began, she continued to deny any involvement. Over several hours, detectives methodically broke down her lies. They confronted her with the photos, the phone records, the receipts, and the blood evidence. Piece by piece, her story fell apart. Still, Jodi refused to confess. She insisted that she was a victim, that she had been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Even when faced with overwhelming evidence, she clung to her lies. Meanwhile, the public was beginning to learn about the case. News of Travis Alexander's brutal murder and Jodi Arias's arrest spread quickly. The story had all the elements that captured public attention. A young, attractive couple, a secretive and toxic relationship, a brutal, personal killing. The media labeled Jodi a femme fatale, a woman who used her looks and charm to manipulate and ultimately destroy. But the reality was more complicated. Jodi wasn't a cartiply unstable person whose obsession turned deadly. After her arrest, Jodi was extradited to Arizona to face trial. She was held without bond, charged with first-degree murder, and faced the possibility of the death penalty. Over the next several months, prosecutors and defense attorneys prepared for what would become one of the most sensational criminal trials in American history. Jodi maintained her innocence, but the mountain of evidence, the photos, the DNA, the digital footprint, told a very different story. In the quiet moments behind bars, Jodi began crafting yet another version of events, one that she hoped might save her life when the time came to face a jury. The stage was set. The battle for justice was about to begin. After her arrest in July 2008, Jodi Arias sat in an Arizona jail cell awaiting trial. It would take over 4 years before the case finally went before a jury. Legal wrangling, evidence collection, and the sheer complexity of the case delayed proceedings again and again. In January 2013, it immediately captured national attention. Court TV, HLN, and major networks covered the proceedings live. Millions of viewers tuned in each day to watch a story that combined beauty, betrayal, and brutal violence. The prosecution, led by Juan Martinez, painted a clear picture. Jodi Arias was a jealous, obsessed ex-girlfriend who meticulously planned Travis Alexander's murder because he was moving on with his life without her. Martinez presented overwhelming evidence. Photos showing Travis alive in the shower just minutes before his death. Images capturing the attack as it happened. Gas cans, rental car logs, and phone records that traced Jodi's secret trip to Arizona. Her ever-changing stories and proven lies to law enforcement. Every piece of evidence pointed directly to her guilt. Jodi's defense team, led by Kirk Nurmi and Jennifer Wilmot, faced an uphill battle. They could not deny that Jodi had killed Travis. Instead, they shifted their strategy, self-defense. Jodi took the stand herself, a rare and risky move for a murder defendant. Over 18 days of testimony, she told a story very different from what she had first said. She now claimed Travis had been physically, emotionally, and sexually abusive. She said she killed him in a sudden fight after he allegedly attacked her when she dropped his new camera. Jodi cried on the stand, painted herself as a victim, and described years of supposed mistreatment. But under cross-examination, prosecutor Juan Martinez systematically dismantled her credibility. He exposed her lies, inconsistencies, and manipulations. He pointed out that there were no police reports, no medical records, and no witnesses to any alleged abuse. He highlighted her stalking behavior, the hacking of Travis's accounts, and her repeated lies to investigators. Martinez's aggressive style clashed with Jodi's calm demeanor, creating dramatic courtroom moments that the heart of Martinez's case was premeditation. He argued that Jodi didn't kill Travis in the heat of the moment, she planned it. Evidence of planning included the gas cans, which allowed her to travel without being recorded on cameras, the rental car with removed license plates and missing floor mats, her cell phone being turned off during critical hours, the stolen .25 caliber gun, matching the caliber of the bullet found in Travis's head. Martinez stressed to the jury that Jodi's behavior was not consistent with someone defending themselves. It was consistent with someone executing a carefully laid plan to kill a man who no longer wanted her. Throughout the trial, Martinez painted Jodi as manipulative, deceitful, and remorseless. He showed the jury gruesome crime scene photos to hammer home the brutality of the attack. 27 stab wounds, a slashed throat, a gunshot to the head. This was not self-defense. This was overkill. The defense team tried to humanize Jodi. They presented her as a shy, abused woman who had snapped under years of mistreatment. They brought in psychological experts who diagnosed Jodi with PTSD and borderline personality disorder. They argued that these mental health conditions explained her behavior before, during, and after the killing. They tried to portray Travis as a man leading a double life. a devout Mormon in public, but sexually exploitative in private. But the jury struggled with Jody's credibility. She had lied to the police multiple times. She had changed her story repeatedly. Her actions after the murder, smiling for mugshots, giving media interviews, doing handstands in the interrogation room, painted a very different picture from the frightened, battered woman her defense team described. After 4 months of testimony, closing arguments began in May 2003, urged the jury to convict Jody of first-degree murder, emphasizing the overwhelming evidence of premeditation and brutality. The defense countered that Jody should be convicted of manslaughter, not murder, due to emotional turmoil and fear for her life. The jury deliberated for just under 15 hours. On May 8, 2013, the verdict was read, guilty of first-degree murder. Jody showed little emotion as the verdict was announced. The courtroom erupted. Travis's family members cried, hugged, and finally breathed a small sigh of relief. The jury agreed that Jody Arias had deliberately and brutally killed Travis Alexander. The trial then moved to the sentencing phase, where the jury would decide whether Jody should be sentenced to death or life in prison. The death penalty. They showed photos of Travis's battered body, replayed his friend's testimony about his kindness and dreams, and described the devastating impact his death had on his family. Jody, in a televised plea for her life, said she preferred the death penalty to life imprisonment. She said she would rather die than spend her life in a cage. But later, she changed her tone and begged for life, saying she wanted to contribute to society through charity work and by donating her hair to cancer patients. The jury could not reach a unanimous decision on the death penalty. 8 jurors voted for death, 4 voted for life. As a result, a mistrial was declared in the penalty phase. A second penalty phase was held in 2015, but again the jury deadlocked. Finally, the judge sentenced Jody Arias to life in prison without the possibility of parole. She was sent to Perryville Prison in Goodyear, Arizona, where she remains today. The aftermath of the trial left deep scars on everyone involved. For Travis Alexander's family, the pain of losing him never faded. They described living with the knowledge of how brutally he had suffered. They spoke at length about the emotional, physical, and financial toll the case took on them. They endured years of public scrutiny, media attention, and the constant replaying of Travis's most private moments. The media coverage of the trial turned Jody Arias into a notorious figure. She gave interviews from jail, participated in televised specials, and remained a subject of fascination and outrage. Documentaries, books, and dramatized TV movies followed. But behind all the sensationalism, the real story remained simple. A young man full of hope and dreams had been murdered by someone who claimed to love him. The Travis Alexander case became a cautionary tale about toxic relationships, obsession, and unchecked rage. It showed how twisted by control and jealousy can become something deadly. Today, Travis's family works to honor his memory. They focus on the good he brought into the world, his kindness, his humor, his dreams of a better future. And Jody Arias remains a reminder of how easily one person's obsession can destroy not just one life, but many. Even after her conviction, Jody Arias refused to quietly disappear. From inside her cell at Perryville Prison, she sought to maintain control over how the world saw her. She granted interviews, spoke to journalists, and continued to paint herself as a victim. In one televised interview shortly after her sentencing, she said she preferred the death penalty over life in prison, claiming that living a lifetime in confinement would be a burden too heavy to bear. Later, she reversed herself and pleaded for life, claiming she had much to offer the world even behind bars. The contradictions did not go unnoticed. Many saw it as yet another manipulation, another attempt to twist reality to fit whatever narrative served her best at the moment. For Travis Alexander's family, there was no escape from the nightmare. They attended every court hearing, every sentencing phase, every retrial. They sat through endless media coverage that dissected Travis's personal life, often focusing on the most intimate and painful details. His siblings, once private individuals, became public faces of grief. They spoke to the media not because they wanted fame, but because they wanted Travis's story told correctly. Travis had been a man trying to build a better life, a man whose past was difficult, but whose future had been full of promise. They wanted the world to remember him as more than just a victim. In the months and years following the trial, Travis's friends and family worked to honor his memory. They started scholarship funds in his name, participated in community service projects, and worked with organizations that helped young people struggling with troubled backgrounds like Travis once had. For them, it was a way to find meaning in tragedy, to ensure that his death was not the final word on his life. Meanwhile, Jodi Arias settled into her new existence behind bars. She created drawings and sold them online through intermediaries. She maintained a group of supporters who sent her money, letters, and gifts. She responded with handwritten notes, sometimes flirtatious, often manipulative. Her ability to attract attention never fully disappeared. To those who followed the case closely, it was clear that the need for control and validation that had driven her actions before the murder had simply found new outlets. Inside prison, Jodi became another inmate among many. She adapted to the rigid routines of the system, traded commissary items, filed grievances about food and conditions, and tried to carve out a space where she could still feel powerful. Reports from within Perryville indicated that she was a victim of injustice, blaming the media, her lawyers, and even the jury for her conviction. Very little seemed to have changed. Public interest in the case remained strong. True crime documentaries, podcasts, and television specials dissected every aspect of the investigation, the trial, and the personalities involved. Jodi's interviews from prison fed the fascination, offering glimpses into a mind that many still struggled to understand. To some, she was a cold-blooded killer. To a few, she remained an object of curiosity, even admiration. But for the vast majority, she was a stark reminder of how obsession can warp reality and destroy lives. The legacy of the case was not just the notoriety it brought. It was the caution it offered. The story of Travis Alexander and Jodi Arias highlighted how warning signs can escalate, how emotional manipulation can turn to physical violence, and how dangerous it can be when obsession is mistaken for love. The trial became a national conversation about domestic violence, stalking, emotional abuse, and the red flags that so many people miss until it is too late. For Travis's family, healing was a slow and painful process. The endless media attention made it difficult to move on. Every documentary, every anniversary of his death, brought the memories back. Yet, they continued to speak publicly about Travis not to relive their pain but to share his life, his hopes, and the good he had tried to do. In remembering him, they found some measure of peace. Jodi Arias's appeals were inevitable. Her defense team filed multiple motions, arguing that she had been denied a fair trial because of the intense media coverage and the alleged misconduct of the prosecutor. Appeals courts reviewed the claims but ultimately upheld her conviction. The evidence was simply too overwhelming. Her guilt was not in serious doubt. In 2020, yet another appeal was rejected. Jodi remained where she belonged, behind bars, serving a life sentence without the possibility of parole. She continued to fade from the public eye, replaced by newer stories and newer scandals. But for those who knew Travis, the memory of what happened never faded. The final chapter of the Jodi Arias case was not written in courtroom transcripts or prison logs. It was written in the quiet acts of remembrance by Travis's family and friends. They lived with the loss every day, but they also lived with the determination to ensure that his story did not end with violence. They built a legacy based not on how he died, but on how he lived. Jodi's name became a footnote in true crime history, a symbol of jealousy, rage, and destruction. Travis's name lived on in the lives he touched, the kindness he showed, and the dreams he had dared to chase. Years after the verdict, the house where Travis was killed was sold, remodeled, and given new life. Neighbors who remembered the events spoke of the sadness that once hung over the place, but also of the healing that time slowly brought. Life moved forward as it always does, but the lessons remained. People close to the case often reflected on the subtle moments that, in hindsight, carried so much weight. The controlling text messages, the unexpected appearances, the small acts of manipulation that seemed minor at the time but, in reality, were warnings of something much darker brewing beneath the surface. The story of Jodi Arias and Travis Alexander became a reminder to many about the importance of listening to intuition, setting boundaries, and recognizing when a relationship is no longer safe. It showed how obsession, when fed by rejection and wounded pride, can turn deadly. In the years that followed, Travis's siblings wrote books and gave interviews, always careful to center Travis's humanity rather than focus solely on the horror of his death. They spoke of his sense of humor, his love for adventure, his passion for helping others. They wanted the world to see the full person, not just the headlines. As for Jodi, her life behind bars grew quieter. She continued to draw, to write, to seek attention in small ways, but the world moved on. What was once breaking news became old news. What was once a daily obsession for millions became a closed chapter. But in homes across the country, people still remembered. They remembered the smiling young man who dreamed of something better, and the chilling reality of how quickly love could turn into something twisted and violent. They remembered the warnings, the lessons, the cost. And in remembering, they honored the life that was lost. Not just the tragedy, but the hopes, the dreams, the ordinary, beautiful life that Travis Alexander had fought so hard to build. On the surface, Carly Gregg's life looked like that of a high-achieving teenager. She was just 14 years old in early 2024, and already a student who had skipped a grade. She lived with her mother and stepfather in a quiet Brandon, Mississippi neighborhood. The family was considered stable by neighbors. Her mother, Ashley Smiley, was a well-liked math teacher. Her stepfather, Heath Smiley, worked in healthcare. There was no public indication of turmoil or instability inside their home. But what was visible to the outside world was only a fragment of a much darker reality unfolding behind closed doors. Carly's academic success masked deeper struggles. She had long suffered from bouts of depression and, according to later reports, had expressed auditory hallucinations. She had previously engaged in self-harming behavior, which had led to changes in her medication regimen. Despite those signs, she was not actively undergoing intensive psychiatric care. Her parents were aware she was struggling emotionally, but the depth of her mental state would not be fully understood until it was too late. On a March afternoon in 2024, Carly returned home from school with her mother. The day had started like any other. But what happened in the hours that followed would mark one of the most shocking and disturbing crimes involving a minor that year. What began as a seemingly typical mother-daughter argument escalated into a fatal act of violence. The confrontation began over a vape pen. Ashley had discovered that Carly had been vaping and decided to confront her. The argument grew intense when Ashley took Carly's phone. The loss of access to her phone appeared to trigger something deeper in Carly. In a moment of quiet, she retrieved a loaded .357 Magnum revolver hidden under her parents' mattress. Holding the gun behind her back, she walked to the master bedroom where her mother was. Without any warning or apparent hesitation, Carly shot her mother 3 times, once in the chin and twice more in the face. Ashley collapsed on the floor and died almost instantly. For several minutes afterward, Carly remained in the room. There was no indication that she had attempted to call for help or flee the scene. Surveillance footage later showed her walking through the house, petting her dog, humming to herself, and sending casual text messages to friends. One of those friends would soon become a direct witness. Carly invited the friend to come over, sending a message that read, "Are you sensitive to dead bodies?" When the friend arrived, Carly led her to the room where her mother's body lay. The friend, horrified, fled and contacted another adult. Meanwhile, Carly stayed at the house, her behavior unsettlingly calm. Later that same evening, Carly's stepfather Heath returned home. Carly was waiting. As he entered, she attempted to shoot him as well, firing the same revolver and hitting him in the shoulder. Despite being wounded, Heath managed to wrestle the weapon away from her and called 911. Carly fled the house but was quickly located by law enforcement and arrested a short distance away. The crime shocked the community. News of a gifted, seemingly well-behaved teen committing a double shooting spread quickly. The questions came just as fast. What led Carly to do this? Was it a psychotic break? Was it premeditated? What role did mental illness play? And how would the justice system handle a case involving a 14-year-old charged with one of the most severe crimes under state law? In the hours immediately following Carly Gregg's arrest, investigators from the Rankin County Sheriff's Office began piecing together what had happened inside the Smiley home. The call that had brought law enforcement to the scene was logged as a domestic disturbance with shots fired. When deputies arrived, they found Heath Smiley bleeding from his left shoulder and in a state of visible shock. Ashley Smiley was found in the master bedroom, lifeless on the floor. Carly was already in custody, having been arrested nearby without resistance. Initial evidence from the crime scene aligned with Heath's account. 3 spent shell casings were found near Ashley's body, matching the .357 Magnum revolver recovered at the scene. The gun had been legally owned and was typically stored under the couple's mattress. Investigators noted that no signs of forced entry or struggle were present. Nothing appeared to have been stolen or disturbed, further supporting the theory that the attack came from inside the home and with premeditation. Carly was taken to the Rankin County Youth Detention Center. Under Mississippi law, suspects as young as 13 can be charged with murder and tried as adults in certain cases, depending on the severity and circumstances. Given the nature of the crime, multiple gunshots, 1 fatality, and a second victim seriously injured, prosecutors quickly confirmed they would pursue charges of murder and attempted murder against her as an adult. This announcement sparked intense public debate. Back at the scene, detectives began reconstructing Carly's movements on the day of the murder. Surveillance footage from the Smiley home's security system played a critical role. The cameras, installed primarily for household security, captured silent video footage from the exterior and several interior angles. One clip showed Carly retrieving the revolver. Another, taken shortly after the shooting, showed her walking calmly through the kitchen, holding her phone, and stopping to pet the family dog. Her composure in these moments would later become a point of focus for both investigators and psychologists. Text messages sent from Carly's phone also helped build a timeline. After the shooting, she messaged a friend and invited them over with the ominous warning, "Are you sensitive to dead bodies?" That friend would later be called as a witness in the legal proceedings. She told police that Carly had shown her Ashley's body with little visible emotion. The friend, frightened, left immediately and told another adult what she had seen. That adult then contacted Heath, who rushed home and encountered Carly's second act of violence. As detectives interviewed Carly, they were struck by her detached demeanor. She was coherent, calm, and matter-of-fact. She admitted to shooting her mother and stepfather, but did not express overt regret. Instead, she explained that she had snapped and felt cornered. She described a growing anger and a sense of helplessness that she claimed had built up over time. Though she acknowledged that her actions were wrong, her emotional presentation remained flat. During questioning, Carly also disclosed that she had been hearing voices in the days leading up to the shooting. She claimed that the voices had urged her to do something drastic. Investigators documented these claims carefully and began the process of coordinating with forensic psychologists to evaluate Carly's mental health. Her history of depression and self-harming behaviors became central to understanding what had led to the crime. Medical records confirmed that Carly had previously been seen by a pediatrician for emotional struggles and had been prescribed antidepressant medication. However, she had not received intensive psychological therapy, nor had she been hospitalized. Some mental health professionals later pointed to this as a missed opportunity for early intervention. Public reaction was immediate and polarized. On social media and in local news outlets, community members expressed disbelief that a 14-year-old could carry out such a violent act. Others focused on the role of mental illness and questioned whether the justice system should prosecute a teenager as an adult. Debates arose about parenting, access to firearms, adolescent brain development, and the intersection of psychological disorders with criminal responsibility. As forensic experts conducted a psychological evaluation of Carly, their assessments became a key component of the pretrial investigation. The evaluation aimed to determine whether Carly was competent to stand trial, and whether she understood the difference between right and wrong at the time of the crime. It also sought to evaluate whether she was suffering from a mental illness that could have influenced her behavior. The psychological reports, though sealed, were described in court as containing evidence of severe emotional distress, potential auditory hallucinations, and possible early symptoms of a dissociative or psychotic episode. However, the prosecution countered that despite these symptoms, Carly had displayed enough cognitive awareness to plan her actions. They pointed to her retrieval of the gun, the targeting of specific individuals, and her efforts to mislead others afterward. Prosecutors built their argument around the combination of premeditation and controlled execution. Carly had gone directly to the location of the hidden firearm. She had hidden it behind her back before confronting her mother. After shooting her, she stayed in the house, texted her friends, and even attempted a second shooting when Heath arrived. These facts, prosecutors argued, demonstrated intention and comprehension. The defense took a different stance. They argued that Carly's actions were the result of a psychological collapse. They emphasized her youth, emotional immaturity, and untreated mental illness. Her defense team contended that she needed psychiatric care, not a prison sentence. Carly's attorneys pushed for a full psychiatric evaluation and submitted motions to explore the possibility of transferring the case to juvenile court. In the background, the Smiley family home remained sealed off, a visible reminder of what had occurred. Crime scene tapes stretched across the front yard, and police presence remained for several days. Reporters staked out the area, while neighbors struggled to comprehend the reality of what had unfolded so close to home. The community of Brandon, Mississippi, a town with a population of just over 20,000, had rarely seen a case like this. Schools responded by increasing counseling availability. Local churches held vigils. Parents became more vocal in conversations about youth mental health, and school officials reviewed their protocols for identifying at-risk students. As investigators completed their initial findings and the legal proceedings began to take shape, Carly remained in custody at a juvenile facility. Her name, though still technically shielded under certain youth protections, had become widely known due to the severity of the charges and media coverage. The next steps would involve the court's decision on how to proceed with her case. Whether to maintain adult prosecution, whether to consider mental health defenses, and whether she would be eligible for long-term psychiatric care rather than incarceration. The first pretrial hearings in Carly Gregg's case began just weeks after her arrest. Given the gravity of the charges and her young age, the proceedings were watched closely not only by local media, but also by national outlets reporting on juvenile crime and mental health. The judge presiding over the hearings was tasked with determining how the case would proceed. Specifically, whether Carly would be formally tried as an adult under Mississippi law. During the first hearing, Carly was led into the courtroom wearing a standard juvenile detention uniform. Her expression remained unreadable. She was flanked by her attorneys, both of whom had backgrounds in juvenile defense. Her family, aside from her biological father, was not visibly present. Her stepfather, Heath Smiley, who survived the shooting, had not made a public appearance since the incident. The prosecution opened by presenting an outline of the charges: first-degree murder for the killing of Ashley Smiley and attempted murder for the shooting of Heath Smiley. They reiterated the seriousness of the offense and argued that the case met the threshold for adult court. They referenced the deliberate steps Carly took in executing the shooting, her composure after the act, and her intent to harm a second victim. Her defense team countered with a motion to keep the case in juvenile court, emphasizing Carly's age, psychological evaluations, and emotional history. They pointed to Mississippi's own precedents where teens younger than Carly had been granted psychological diversion rather than adult sentencing. The defense argued that Carly's actions, while unquestionably tragic, stemmed from a state of severe mental and emotional breakdown. To support their motion, the defense submitted findings from 2 psychological experts who had conducted assessments of Carly. One of the psychologists, an expert in adolescent trauma, testified in a closed hearing that Carly met the diagnostic criteria for several mental health disorders, including major depressive disorder and early signs of a psychotic spectrum condition. These conditions, the expert claimed, impaired Carly's ability to fully comprehend her actions and regulate her impulses. The prosecution responded by highlighting moments that, in their view, demonstrated rational and deliberate behavior. They emphasized Carly's decision to retrieve a weapon, conceal it, and choose a moment to fire. They also pointed to her follow-up actions, texting friends, remaining at the scene, and confronting Heath with the intent to shoot, as signs that she understood what she was doing. The prosecution's expert witness, a forensic psychologist, reviewed Carly's behavior and concluded that while she showed signs of emotional disturbance, she was not legally insane and had the capacity for intent. The court allowed both sets of expert testimony into the record and scheduled a separate hearing to determine the forum for trial. Public reaction was again divided. Advocacy groups for juvenile justice called for leniency, stating that the system should prioritize treatment over punishment for minors with mental illness. Others, including supporters of the victims' families, urged the court to proceed in adult court to ensure accountability. The hearing to decide whether Carly would be tried as an adult lasted 3 days. It included further arguments, written statements from experts, and detailed reviews of case law. On the 3rd day, the judge ruled that Carly would indeed be tried as an adult. The decision was based on the combination of the crime's severity, the use of a firearm, the presence of multiple victims, and evidence that Carly could appreciate the consequences of her actions. Following that ruling, formal arraignment proceedings began. Carly was officially charged with first-degree murder and attempted murder. She pleaded not guilty on both counts. Her defense team began preparing for trial, which was scheduled to begin in the following months. In the meantime, they continued to seek opportunities for additional mental health evaluations, hoping to present a more comprehensive picture of Carly's psychological condition at the time of the offense. News outlets continued to cover the case closely, often framing it as a legal test for how far the system should go in punishing juvenile offenders. Editorials in local papers questioned whether a 14-year-old could truly be held to the same standard as an adult. National commentators debated the balance between public safety and adolescent mental health support. Amid this growing attention, Carly remained detained at a juvenile facility, segregated from the general population due to the nature of her charges. She spent most of her time in a cell, attending therapy sessions and educational programming. Reports from facility staff described her as quiet, polite, and compliant, but emotionally withdrawn. Counselors noted that she sometimes expressed remorse, but rarely initiated conversations about the events. In preparation for trial, the defense issued subpoenas for Carly's school records, medical history, and previous communications, text messages, journal entries, and emails. They aimed to construct a detailed timeline of her mental and emotional state in the months leading up to the shooting. Carly's school files showed a gradual academic decline and several unexplained absences. Teachers had previously described her as bright, but increasingly disengaged. Her pediatric medical records confirmed that she had been seen multiple times for anxiety, depressive symptoms, and psychosomatic complaints. Notes from visits indicated that Carly often complained of fatigue and emotional overwhelm. They gathered digital evidence, including her text messages and online activity, to show that Carly had demonstrated an awareness of what she had done. Some of her messages appeared to reflect satisfaction or detachment, which the prosecution interpreted as a lack of remorse. As the trial date approached, motions continued to be filed. The defense requested that the court exclude certain pieces of digital evidence on the basis that they could be misinterpreted or were taken out of emotional context. The prosecution opposed these motions, arguing that the messages were central to establishing motive and mental state. Court documents showed that both sides were preparing to call multiple expert witnesses in mental health, adolescent development, and forensic psychology. The trial was expected to include days of testimony, a review of Carly's digital footprint, and discussions of the legal boundary between juvenile recklessness and criminal intent. Jury selection was scheduled to begin soon, drawing from a pool of residents in the local area who would be vetted carefully for biases and opinions about youth crime. Security was heightened around the courthouse. The judge issued a gag order limiting public commentary from attorneys to reduce pretrial publicity. Meanwhile, the families of both victims, Ashley and Heath Smiley, remained largely silent in public. Ashley's extended relatives released a brief statement asking for privacy and for the justice system to be allowed to proceed without disruption. As the legal machinery moved forward, the emotional weight of the case settled over the town of Brandon. Parents spoke more openly with their children about mental health. Teachers received additional training in how to spot warning signs. Local mental health providers reported an increase in teen referrals. The case had become more than a prosecution. It was now a symbol of the complexity surrounding juvenile crime, emotional trauma, and the limits of legal interpretation in moments of psychological crisis. And with the trial on the horizon, the full weight of the facts, arguments, and consequences were about to be tested in court. The trial of Carly Gregg began under heavy security and public scrutiny. Reporters gathered outside the courthouse each morning, documenting every appearance, every statement, and every detail that emerged from inside. Although courtroom photography was prohibited due to Carly's age at the time of the offense, media outlets relied on sketches and summaries to communicate what unfolded each day. The presiding judge allowed a limited number of reporters inside, provided they complied with strict conduct guidelines and refrained from direct identification of minor witnesses. Inside the courtroom, Carly sat silently between her attorneys. She was dressed in plain attire and appeared physically small, especially in contrast to the scale of the courtroom around her. Her demeanor remained subdued, her eyes rarely leaving the table in front of her. The prosecution and defense each prepared a presentation that would span several days, drawing from forensic evidence, digital data, psychological assessments, and expert testimony. The prosecution began by presenting a clear, structured narrative. They walked the jury through the events of the day of the shooting. The revolver had been retrieved from under the mattress. Ashley Smiley had been shot multiple times at close range. Heath Smiley had been targeted immediately upon entering the home. Surveillance footage was introduced showing Carly walking calmly through the house, interacting with the dog, and messaging her friend in the immediate aftermath of the crime. Digital evidence was next. Text messages retrieved from Carly's phone were displayed. Some of the messages sent before and after the shooting were read aloud. The prosecution highlighted the message sent to her friend, "Are you sensitive to dead bodies?" and others that displayed what they described as emotional detachment. The prosecution argued that the sequence of events, including the act of luring someone to the crime scene and the attempt to shoot a second person, showed clear deliberation. Next came the forensic experts. Ballistic analysis confirmed that all rounds had been fired from the same revolver. The angle and proximity of the shots indicated that Ashley had little or no time to react. The medical examiner testified that the nature of the wounds suggested a focused and intentional act. The prosecution reinforced this point by emphasizing that Carly had approached her mother from close range with the weapon hidden behind her back. The prosecution then addressed Carly's mental health. Their expert, a forensic psychiatrist, acknowledged that she exhibited signs of emotional instability, but concluded that she was not psychotic or delusional during the time of the crime. According to the expert, Carly was able to appreciate the wrongfulness of her actions. She had concealed the weapon, waited for the right moment, and targeted specific individuals. These behaviors, they argued, were incompatible with an insanity defense. The defense opened their case by reminding the jury of Carly's age, just 14 at the time. They emphasized that adolescent brains are not fully developed, particularly in areas related to impulse control and emotional regulation. The defense framed Carly as a mentally unwell girl in crisis, someone overwhelmed by emotional pain and untreated psychological conditions. Their first expert witness, a clinical child psychologist, testified about Carly's history of depression, self-harm, and auditory hallucinations. The expert described her condition as serious and untreated. He explained how Carly's mental state may have contributed to a dissociative episode in which reality and judgment were impaired. He also pointed to the influence of the medication Carly had recently begun taking, stating that the adjustment period could have worsened symptoms such as impulsivity and emotional detachment. Next, the defense introduced school records and medical documentation. These records painted a picture of a student who had been academically strong but showed increasing signs of emotional distress over the past year. Several teachers noted declining engagement and mood changes. Medical records confirmed visits for anxiety and depressive symptoms, with notations that Carly appeared emotionally overwhelmed and fatigued. The defense called a second mental health expert who had interviewed Carly multiple times during her incarceration. This expert emphasized Carly's blunted emotional responses, flat affect, and signs of trauma. She testified that Carly spoke of hearing voices and feeling compelled to act. The expert explained that Carly's emotional detachment after the shooting might not reflect a lack of remorse, but rather a psychological defense mechanism, a dissociative detachment common in teens experiencing trauma or psychosis. The prosecution cross-examined each expert thoroughly. They questioned whether Carly's condition truly met the threshold for legal insanity and argued that her ability to plan, execute, and respond to the crime in specific ways undermined claims of diminished capacity. They returned repeatedly to the facts. Carly hid the gun, aimed with intent, and acted again when another adult entered the home. Throughout the trial, testimony remained highly technical and emotionally charged. Family members, including relatives of Ashley Smiley, were present for much of the proceedings but refrained from public comment. Heath Smiley, though called as a witness, gave only brief testimony under subpoena and declined any media interaction. His injuries had healed physically, but his demeanor in court reflected a quiet, stoic presence. After nearly 2 weeks of testimony and argument, closing statements were delivered. The prosecution reminded jurors of the sequence of events, the presence of planning, and the calm behavior after the shootings. They asked the jury to consider the victims and uphold accountability. The defense urged compassion and context. They asked the jury to look past the crime and see a child in distress who needed help, not a lifetime of punishment. The jury deliberated for several hours before returning a verdict. Carly Gregg was found guilty on both counts, first-degree murder and attempted murder. The courtroom remained quiet as the verdict was read. Carly showed no visible reaction. Her attorneys requested a sentencing hearing to present further mitigating evidence, including a request for psychiatric treatment and placement in a specialized facility instead of a standard correctional environment. The verdict sparked renewed public discourse. Some praised the decision as a necessary affirmation of justice. Others expressed concern about the implications of treating a 14-year-old as a fully culpable adult. Editorials revisited the trial's psychological dimensions, while youth advocacy groups called for new legislation addressing mental health in juvenile cases. In the days that followed, Carly remained in custody as the court scheduled a formal sentencing hearing. Her defense team began assembling impact statements, psychiatric evaluations, and expert testimony in the hope of securing a sentence that would incorporate treatment and reflect her age at the time of the offense. Meanwhile, both families remained silent. Public attention turned briefly to the wider questions posed by the case: how youth are evaluated in criminal settings, the role of parental oversight, and the growing intersection between mental health and criminal accountability. The legal process was nearing its conclusion, but the emotional and societal weight of the trial continued to ripple outward. The courtroom reconvened several weeks after the verdict for Carly Gregg's formal sentencing hearing. By this point, national media attention had lessened, but the case still resonated in legal and advocacy circles. The sentencing phase was the final opportunity for both the defense and prosecution to present arguments that could shape the remainder of Carly's life. It was also the moment when those most directly impacted by the crime would speak publicly for the first time. The hearing began with procedural formality. Carly was escorted into the courtroom and took her place beside her attorneys. She wore the same institutional clothing as before, and her expression remained unreadable. Her posture was still, her hands folded in her lap. Her presence conveyed the gravity of the moment, though she did not speak immediately. The prosecution addressed the court first, reiterating the seriousness of the crimes for which Carly had been convicted. They emphasized the deliberate nature of her actions and the suffering inflicted upon both victims. They argued that Carly had acted with clarity and control, stating that a long-term sentence was necessary not only as punishment, but also as a safeguard for the public. They called for the maximum sentence allowed under state law, with no eligibility for early release. They also presented a victim impact statement from the extended family of Ashley Smiley. A cousin of Ashley's spoke on behalf of the family, describing the depth of their loss. She recounted Ashley's role as a mother, teacher, and friend. Her voice cracked as she described the aftermath: the silence in the house, the loss felt in their family gatherings, and the empty space left by Ashley's absence. The statement called for justice, accountability, and acknowledgement of what had been taken from them. Heath Smiley also gave a statement. His words were brief and measured. He described the moment he walked into the house and was met with a bullet. He spoke of the physical pain of recovery and the psychological weight of surviving a crime committed by someone he had raised. He did not express hatred, but he made clear that he believed Carly's actions required a serious consequence. The defense then began its presentation. Carly's lead attorney emphasized her age at the time of the offense and her ongoing mental health needs. He argued that while the crime was undeniably severe, Carly had already shown signs of remorse and progress in treatment during her time in detention. He submitted letters from mental health professionals who had worked with Carly over the preceding months, each outlining the therapeutic steps taken and the recommended path forward. A licensed therapist who had been seeing Carly weekly testified that she had made significant psychological progress. She described Carly's consistent participation in trauma-informed therapy, her willingness to discuss the events of the shooting, and her growing ability to express remorse. According to the therapist, Carly had developed greater emotional insight and no longer exhibited the same flat affect observed immediately after the incident. The defense also introduced statements from a correctional case manager and a youth counselor, both of whom described Carly as compliant, respectful, and introspective. They noted that she was engaged in educational programming, had earned high marks in her coursework, and had shown leadership in small peer discussion groups focused on emotional regulation. When invited to speak, Carly stood and addressed the court. Her voice was quiet but clear. She began by apologizing to the families of Ashley and Heath. She said she had no excuse for what she did and acknowledged the pain she caused. She spoke briefly about her mental health struggles and her ongoing effort to understand herself and take responsibility. She ended by saying she hoped one day to contribute something positive to the world, even if from behind walls. The judge called for a recess before delivering the sentence. When the court reconvened, the courtroom was silent. The judge began by acknowledging the pain and complexity of the case. She noted the unique challenge of sentencing a defendant so young, convicted of a crime so grave. She reviewed the evidence, the testimony, and the circumstances of Carly's mental state. Ultimately, the judge sentenced Carly Gregg to 35 years in prison, with eligibility for parole after 25 years served. The sentence included mandatory mental health treatment within the correctional system and regular psychological evaluations. While it fell short of the maximum, it represented a substantial period of incarceration. The court explained that the decision reflected both the seriousness of the crime and Carly's age, as well as her demonstrated capacity for rehabilitation. Carly was remanded to the state's youth correctional intake facility, where she would be transferred to a long-term secure unit. Her legal team released a brief statement expressing disappointment with the length of the sentence, but reiterated their commitment to Carly's ongoing therapy and rehabilitation. The prosecutor's office issued a statement emphasizing the importance of justice and public safety. Following the sentencing, the media again turned its attention to the broader implications. Headlines asked whether justice had been served and what the case meant for the treatment of mentally ill youth in the legal system. Editorials discussed the need for specialized juvenile courts with expanded psychological expertise. Advocacy groups called for reforms, particularly in the handling of firearm access and early intervention for youth in distress. In the community, reactions remained divided. Some felt the sentence struck the right balance between accountability and leniency. Others believed the outcome either went too far or not far enough. Carly's name continued to circulate in conversations about criminal justice, mental health, and the limitations of existing support structures. As the courtroom emptied and the legal phase drew to a close, what remained were the families and a community forever changed. For the Smiley family, the pain of loss endured. For Carly, the road ahead would be shaped by long-term confinement, therapeutic work, and the distant possibility of parole. And for the wider world, her case became part of the growing archive of stories that challenged how society handles crime, youth, and trauma. Carly Gregg was transferred to the state's long-term correctional facility for youth offenders 3 weeks after sentencing. Her intake involved a full psychological evaluation, a risk assessment, and orientation into a structured program designed for high-security juvenile inmates. She was placed in a specialized mental health unit with access to therapy, education, and behavioral monitoring. The facility, located several hours from Brandon, offered limited visitation and strictly regulated communications with the outside world. Staff documented Carly's adjustment as quiet and compliant. She attended all required programs and rarely interacted outside of scheduled sessions. Her days were governed by a rigid schedule: early wake-up, academic classes, therapy meals, and lights out by early evening. She had minimal privacy and constant supervision. In the early weeks, Carly reportedly kept to herself, declined recreational activities, and showed little engagement with peers. Counselors working with Carly noted that she displayed a consistent pattern of emotional withdrawal and appeared hesitant to speak openly about the events leading up to her incarceration. Her case manager described her as cooperative but emotionally blocked. Over time, however, a slow change began. Carly started participating more actively in individual therapy sessions. Her journal entries, reviewed as part of her treatment plan, revealed growing insight into her mental state and her recognition of the consequences of her actions. Her academic performance remained strong. Carly resumed high school coursework and maintained a high GPA. She expressed interest in literature and psychology, reportedly focusing much of her attention on topics related to trauma, adolescent development, and restorative justice. In one session, she told a counselor she wanted to understand how people rebuild themselves after doing irreversible harm. Facility records indicated no disciplinary issues during her first year in custody. She did not engage in any acts of aggression, verbal conflict, or refusal to participate. This compliant behavior, while noted positively by staff, was also seen as part of a coping mechanism. One clinician wrote that Carly's tendency to withdraw emotionally could be her way of maintaining psychological distance from the trauma she had caused. Meanwhile, the broader discussion surrounding her case did not disappear. Several state legislators used her sentencing as a talking point during debates over juvenile justice reform. A proposed bill suggested expanding judicial discretion in cases involving minors with documented mental health conditions. The bill did not pass, but the conversation persisted. True crime programs, podcasts, and long-form articles revisited the case. Carly's name remained associated with larger themes: mental illness in teens, firearm access in the home, and the difficult line between justice and rehabilitation. Her image, though largely restricted due to her age, became symbolic in discussions about how the legal system handles emotionally driven violence among minors. Some advocacy groups criticized the sentence, arguing that placing Carly in a long-term facility did little to address the roots of her behavior. Others defended the outcome, citing the premeditated nature of the crime and the need for public accountability. Public opinion, much like during the trial, remained divided and emotionally charged. In Brandon, the Smiley family stayed largely silent in public. Heath Smiley resumed work under modified duties and remained active in private grief counseling. Friends close to the family reported that they continued to struggle with Ashley's loss and the fact that her death came at the hands of someone she helped raise. School officials in the area implemented expanded counseling programs, aiming to provide earlier mental health screenings and referrals for students exhibiting signs of emotional crisis. Community members organized talks about safe firearm storage, adolescent emotional development, and recognizing red flags in teen behavior. For Carly, life inside the facility continued under tightly structured routines. At 18, she transitioned to an adult wing within the same correctional system, still under the terms of her youth sentencing. Her legal team maintained contact, preparing for periodic reviews and assessments that would track her progress and influence her eventual parole eligibility. In one of her documented therapy sessions, Carly reportedly expressed remorse, but also uncertainty about how to make amends. She wrote that she didn't expect forgiveness, but hoped to create meaning from what remained of her life. Staff continued to monitor her for depressive symptoms and emotional shutdown, offering a combination of cognitive behavioral therapy and trauma-informed approaches. Though years away from any consideration for parole, Carly's rehabilitation path remained under close observation. Internal reviews from the Department of Corrections noted that her progress was steady but complex. Counselors emphasized the need for continued structure and psychological support, warning that isolation or regression could easily occur if programming were reduced. Legal professionals continued citing the case in conferences and workshops. It served as a reference point for discussions on adolescent culpability, the role of expert testimony, and how courts interpret emotional behavior in youth charged with adult crimes. In educational settings, the case was included in law school curriculums examining the limits of mens rea when applied to teenagers. Carly's story remained, for many, a difficult one to categorize. It combined elements of tragedy, violence, mental illness, and systemic failure. Whether viewed as a cautionary tale or a systemic indictment, it continued to generate thought and debate. In the controlled environment where she now lived, those discussions were distant, yet they shaped the policies and perspectives that would eventually determine what happened next. The families, the community, and Carly herself continued existing within the long shadow of what had happened. While the trial had concluded, the consequences remained present, etched into daily routines, policy discussions, and private grief. The legal case may have ended, but the story was still unfolding within the walls of a facility, in classrooms, and in public discourse shaped by a single irreversible act. By her third year in custody, Carly Gregg had become a fixture of the state's youth-to-adult correctional program. She was now officially classified within the transitional track, an internal designation for inmates who had aged out of the juvenile system but continued to serve long-term sentences under adult statutes. This shift brought both procedural changes and a new psychological phase in her incarceration. The structure of her days remained strict, but the expectations around personal development and accountability became more pronounced. Carly was now participating in a more advanced tier of behavioral therapy. These sessions focused on long-term emotional regulation, conflict resolution, and preparing for future parole hearings. Her therapists noted that she had become more willing to discuss her past actions in detail, though often with a sense of detachment. She spoke analytically about the crime, but struggled to express emotional depth beyond remorse and regret. Group therapy was added to her weekly schedule. These sessions included others convicted of serious crimes committed as minors. Each session followed a restorative model. Participants were asked to take ownership of their actions, reflect on the impact of their behavior, and begin exploring long-term goals. Carly, according to program staff, listened intently but contributed minimally. When she did speak, her insights were often precise and self-aware, though she remained emotionally cautious. In educational settings, Carly continued to excel. She completed her high school diploma by correspondence and had begun taking college-level coursework through a state-supported prison education initiative. Her chosen subjects remained consistent with her therapeutic focus: psychology, criminal justice, and ethics. Her academic advisors noted that she rarely missed assignments and often requested additional readings. Her communications with the outside world remained limited. Carly received occasional visits from her legal representatives and sporadic letters from her biological father, though no family members visited regularly. These communications were monitored and infrequent. Correctional staff noted that Carly maintained a private, inward-focused routine. She avoided conflict, maintained compliance with institutional rules, and rarely interacted outside of structured activities. The Department of Corrections assigned a parole preparation officer to Carly's case, even though her eligibility was still more than a decade away. This officer's role was to track long-term behavior and prepare progress documentation. Carly's file reflected consistent participation, no infractions, and high marks in both academic and therapeutic domains. Still, notes included references to her ongoing emotional detachment, which evaluators continued to monitor. Outside prison walls, interest in Carly's case evolved. While daily media coverage had faded, true crime communities and legal scholars remained engaged. Several academic papers referenced her trial as a benchmark in evolving juvenile law. Commentators pointed to her case when discussing the balance between punishment and rehabilitation, especially in instances involving untreated adolescent mental illness. Legislative hearings in the state revisited aspects of her case during sessions focused on juvenile sentencing reform. Lawmakers debated the introduction of age-based parole modifiers, which would allow earlier review of sentences handed down to minors tried as adults. Though not passed into law, the bill received more bipartisan support than previous versions. Carly's case was not named explicitly in public documents, but several legislative aides confirmed it had been discussed internally. Advocacy groups continued to cite the case in campaigns related to mental health access, youth sentencing, and firearm storage laws. Carly became a case study in national conferences about restorative justice and adolescent brain development. Educational panels emphasized the need for early intervention and comprehensive psychological evaluations in school settings, pointing to missed signs in Carly's background. Within the correctional facility, staff introduced Carly to a mentorship program. Though she could not serve in a traditional mentoring role due to her sentence, she was encouraged to help design workshop content for younger inmates. Her participation involved drafting educational materials on managing emotional crises and the long-term consequences of impulsive behavior. This role was closely supervised but provided Carly with a sense of contribution. Therapists reported a slight improvement in her emotional expressiveness during this period. She began describing not just the events surrounding the shooting, but the psychological context, feelings of despair, powerlessness, and escalating anger that had gone unaddressed. She acknowledged that her reaction had been extreme and irreversible. In group sessions, she stated that no amount of reflection could undo what she had done, but she felt obligated to understand it fully. Corrections staff continued to track her psychological profile carefully. Progress reports indicated she remained emotionally stable, though guarded. She had not displayed any signs of regression or aggressive behavior. Peer relationships remained minimal but cordial. Most of her interactions took place during educational or therapeutic sessions. Carly's name appeared again in legal discourse when a national publication ran a feature on youth sentencing disparities. The article examined several high-profile cases, including hers, and questioned the consistency of sentencing outcomes for minors across different states. Legal experts debated whether Carly's sentence was proportionate, especially given her age and mental health history. The article reignited brief public interest, leading to a wave of online commentary. Opinions remained divided. Some expressed sympathy and called for sentence review. Others maintained that the nature of the crime warranted the original sentence. Carly, unaware of much of the debate, continued her daily routine inside the facility. Despite the attention, no legal action was filed for sentence modification. Her defense team, while monitoring legislative developments, did not submit new motions. They maintained regular check-ins with Carly, but focused primarily on maintaining her eligibility record for eventual parole review. In therapy, Carly continued to express ambivalence about her future. She did not articulate a strong desire for release, but focused on personal responsibility and internal reconciliation. Staff noted that her concept of the future remained abstract. She described her goals in terms of understanding, not freedom. Carly's institutional record remained one of quiet consistency. She engaged, cooperated, and learned, but remained emotionally distant. Her case remained one of the most closely watched examples of adolescent crime, sentencing, and psychological rehabilitation in the region. Within the facility, she existed between two identities, once a child, now a convicted adult, carrying the weight of an irreversible act in a system still deciding what to do with young people like her. As Carly Gregg moved deeper into her sentence, institutional routines became her normal. The years inside had reshaped her relationship with time, routine, and reflection. Days passed with a slow consistency. Mornings began with assigned chores, followed by structured academic or therapeutic sessions. Meals were scheduled to the minute. Evenings were quiet, often spent reading or writing. This predictable rhythm offered stability, but also magnified the distance from the world outside. Carly's role in the mentorship content program continued. Though she remained limited in direct interactions with other inmates, her materials, focused on emotional regulation and decision-making under stress, were used in small group workshops for new arrivals. Staff commended her contributions, noting her ability to articulate complex emotional states in written form. Several of her guides were incorporated into a statewide curriculum pilot for youth behavioral correction. In therapy, Carly's emotional articulation gradually improved. While she still struggled with trust and openness, her participation deepened. Therapists noted that her insights were often sharp, and she had begun to speak more directly about the emotional isolation she had felt before the crime. She described a sense of inner collapse in the weeks leading up to the shooting, marked by hopelessness, fear, and anger. Her journal, which remained confidential except where reviewed for therapeutic oversight, reflected a growing complexity in her thoughts. She wrote about memory, responsibility, and the idea of moral repair. She did not focus on her potential release. Instead, she questioned what it meant to live ethically after causing irreversible harm. Her writing became part of her therapeutic framework, giving her a voice in a space where expression was otherwise limited. Outside the facility, conversations around her case occasionally resurfaced. A university lecture series on youth criminal accountability referenced her trial as part of a broader discussion on the limitations of intent when evaluated in minors. Professors cited the contrast between Carly's planning and her psychological instability, raising questions about how courts interpret adolescent behavior that mimics adult rationality. In local government, juvenile justice committees debated policies influenced by Carly's case. One proposed bill aimed to establish mandatory mental health reviews prior to the sentencing of any minor tried as an adult. While not yet passed, the proposal gained traction. Carly's name was mentioned during closed-door policy discussions, though never in public statements. Her case continued to influence structural conversations, even without active litigation. Carly's legal team remained involved, preparing for her eventual parole review. They updated her file with each academic milestone, therapy report, and correctional review. Their communications with Carly were limited but consistent. While no formal legal appeals were filed, her attorneys submitted procedural updates annually to ensure her records remained current and complete. Family contact remained minimal. Her biological father sent brief letters on holidays, usually containing general updates rather than personal reflections. There were no visits. Staff described Carly's emotional response to these letters as muted but receptive. She did not speak much about her family in group sessions, but she occasionally mentioned memories from before the crime, usually framed through guilt or longing. Within the facility, Carly continued her academic progress. She was on track to earn an associate degree within a year, with plans to continue coursework in sociology and conflict mediation. Education gave her a framework for understanding behavior, her own and that of others. She said in one therapy session that understanding cycles of harm was her way of making meaning from her past. She remained emotionally cautious, even as her behavior continued to be exemplary. Staff acknowledged her progress, but continued to monitor her for signs of depression or psychological withdrawal. Her parole preparation officer documented no incidents or setbacks. Internal reviews characterized her as stable, compliant, and intellectually engaged, but still emotionally guarded. Public interest in her case ebbed and flowed. Occasionally, a podcast or social media thread would revive discussion. Some framed Carly as a symbol of unaddressed adolescent trauma. Others viewed her as an example of accountability in youth crime. Within the facility, Carly remained unaware of most of this commentary. She was not given access to social media or unsupervised internet. Her world remained tightly controlled, introspective, and silent. The system around her continued to evolve. Training materials for juvenile court judges now included modules on adolescent neurodevelopment and its role in sentencing decisions. Carly's case, among others, was part of the foundational examples. Law students, psychologists, and juvenile advocates used her story as a lens through which to understand the moral and legal complexity of teenage crime. Carly existed at the center of that discussion, though largely absent from it. Her daily life remained narrow in scope: classes, therapy, meals, reflection. The outside world debated her story, but inside, her focus stayed fixed on internal work. She had no public voice, only structured space in which to confront her history, one detail at a time. By her 10th year in custody, Carly Gregg's name had faded almost entirely from public consciousness. The pace of attention that once defined her case had long since moved on. Within the facility, however, her presence remained steady, an unchanging element of a system that had, for all its structure and programming, done little to move her closer to a tangible future. Her sentence remained in place, her parole eligibility still years away. The rhythm of confinement continued. Carly's education advanced. She completed her associate degree and was enrolled in a remote bachelor's program focused on behavioral science. Her academic advisor reported that her work was precise and thoughtful, often exceeding the requirements of the course. She showed particular interest in conflict theory and practices, both of which aligned closely with her own lived experience. Therapeutically, Carly's sessions shifted toward long-term reflection. The early focus on crisis intervention had given way to a deeper exploration of identity, remorse, and the idea of moral responsibility over time. Her therapy team described her as intellectually honest, but emotionally restrained. When asked about the shooting, she now referred to it not just as an act of violence, but as a symptom of a larger collapse she had never understood as a child. She continued journaling, a habit that had become central to her internal processing. Her entries, reviewed only with her consent, revealed a person attempting to reconcile a moment of irreversible harm with a decade of growth. She wrote about time, silence, and the concept of living a life of accountability without expectation of redemption. She did not write about freedom. Her thoughts remained centered on responsibility. Institutionally, Carly maintained a spotless record. She had never received a disciplinary infraction. Her evaluations described her as focused, respectful, and low risk. Yet, there remained a sense among staff that she was emotionally disconnected from others around her. She had no close peer relationships. She attended sessions and participated when asked, but rarely volunteered thoughts outside of structured formats. Her contact with the outside world remained sparse. Letters from her biological father had stopped. Her legal team continued to update her records, ensuring her eligibility profile remained active, but even their visits had become routine and administrative. Carly's sense of connection to anyone beyond the walls of the facility had largely diminished. Her world had narrowed further. Despite the distance from public attention, the broader impact of her case persisted. Several university programs used anonymized elements of her trial as case studies in legal ethics and juvenile justice. One judicial training workshop included her sentencing as part of a module on youth capacity and long-term incarceration. Her experience informed research, but she remained unaware of most of it. A limited interview project was proposed by a prison education group. The idea was to document long-term inmate reflections on harm, change, and moral responsibility. Carly was approached and agreed to participate, provided the project did not involve publication or media dissemination. Over the course of several weeks, she answered written prompts about her experience, her understanding of harm, and how she viewed her past. Her responses were quiet, deliberate, and free of dramatics. She described herself as someone who had once been emotionally fractured and reactive, who had now become contemplative and cautious. She did not excuse the crime. She offered no alternative explanations. She referred to herself simply as someone trying to carry what she had done in a way that didn't cause further harm. The interview transcripts were used only within the educational program, shared with a limited circle of researchers. They noted her clarity, her avoidance of self-pity, and her commitment to remaining accountable without seeking forgiveness. Her voice, while not public, had become part of a quiet archive of stories documenting long-term psychological adaptation in incarcerated youth. Inside the facility, Carly's life remained steady. She continued her studies, participated in therapy, and followed routines. Her role in mentorship materials persisted. Occasionally, she updated content for emotional regulation workshops, reviewing and revising exercises she had helped write years before. Staff trusted her judgment, but noted her continued emotional restraint. No new legal motions were filed on her behalf. Her parole review remained on the horizon, scheduled for a date still years in the future. When asked about it during counseling, she rarely offered opinions. Her language suggested that she viewed parole not as a goal, but as a procedural marker, something to prepare for but not anticipate. The institutional records kept on Carly reflected an unusual consistency. No behavioral issues, no regressions, no clear signs of depression, but no strong emotional expressions either. She was engaged, present, but carefully guarded. Therapists described her as someone who had built an inner framework for survival, one centered on reflection, structure, and a sense of quiet duty to carry the weight of her actions. Carly Gregg's story had receded from the public, but within the world of correctional systems and educational theory, it remained quietly influential. She continued to live with the aftermath of a single, violent decision made as a child. Now a woman shaped by confinement, accountability, and a relentless commitment to understanding herself. By the 11th year of her incarceration, Carly Gregg had become an internal reference point within the correctional system. New staff members were briefed on her file during onboarding. Her profile was used in training scenarios involving long-term youth inmates. While no longer a topic of outside discussion, her name still moved quietly within institutional circles. She remained a steady presence in the system, unremarkable in conduct, but uncommonly stable in psychological presentation. Her educational path continued. Carly completed her bachelor's degree in behavioral science and began a certificate program in restorative practices. The coursework was structured around reconciliation frameworks and principles of harm reduction. Carly gravitated toward readings that explored community healing in the aftermath of violence, particularly in cultures with different models of justice. She submitted essays on moral agency, authored under a student number with no identifying name. Therapists working with Carly began to shift the focus of their sessions to post-sentence identity. They guided her through questions not of release or freedom, but of what kind of person she had become after more than a decade in confinement. Carly described herself as a person of function, not aspiration. She expressed no desire for vindication, but continued to place emphasis on self-discipline and emotional clarity. She retained her role in the development of inmate-centered educational materials. Her work contributed to a new module used in early orientation programs for youth transfers into adult correctional environments. These materials focused on managing regret, responding to intrusive memories, and sustaining ethical behavior within institutional settings. Carly insisted her name not appear in any credits or acknowledgments. Her therapists noted a deepening stillness in her sessions. She was not disengaged, but she had reached a plateau, a state where growth was internalized and rarely verbalized. She asked few questions. She reflected more than she spoke. Her evaluations described her as thoughtful, regulated, and emotionally durable. One clinician noted that Carly had become a person who lives in consequence without seeking conclusion. The legal team managing her file maintained contact. Their updates were mechanical. Deadlines for parole readiness reports. Institutional summaries. No new motions were filed. Carly responded to inquiries with short, respectful replies. Her legal folder remained pristine, with no complications or disciplinary notes. Parole preparations began in the background. Though the review was still some time away, state procedures required documentation well in advance. Carly was not asked for statements but was informed that psychological and behavioral records would be used to assess suitability. When asked in counseling if she was preparing mentally for the possibility of parole, she answered only that she would continue doing what she was already doing. Inside the facility, Carly's world remained small but active. She requested additional reading materials, academic texts on conflict resolution, and first-person accounts of post-incarceration life. She showed interest in prison reentry theory, but never spoke of it as a personal goal. Her contributions to therapy groups continued in writing only. She remained distant from peer inmates, though always respectful. Correctional staff regarded her as reliable. She complied with every requirement. She volunteered for tasks. She provided structured feedback when requested. But she remained emotionally solitary. Even after more than a decade, Carly had no visitors. Her father no longer sent letters. Her contact with the outside world had ceased entirely. Staff noted that Carly's emotional language had evolved. She no longer used the terminology of remorse or tragedy. Instead, she spoke in terms of responsibility, consequence, and the stewardship of harm. She viewed her continued engagement in correctional programming as an obligation, not a strategy. She did not describe her behavior in terms of rehabilitation. She referred to it as discipline. One senior therapist remarked that Carly's life had become a kind of quiet observance, lived not in anticipation of release, but in fidelity to the truth of what she had done. Carly never described her actions as a mistake. She described them as a rupture she was learning to live beside. Her role in institutional memory grew. She was occasionally consulted on revisions to internal policy for long-term youth incarceration. Her feedback was technical and direct. She provided suggestions on how to introduce accountability frameworks earlier in confinement and how to provide inmates with more structured ethical reflection. She requested that her feedback remain anonymous. No public conversation surrounded Carly's name. No media coverage. No advocacy campaigns. Her trial was a closed chapter in public record, though citations of the case remained in academic literature. Her experience lived on through the policies she indirectly shaped, the materials she helped design, and the restrained clarity with which she approached her life behind bars. Within the tightly controlled world of the facility, Carly Gregg remained an anomaly, not in notoriety, but in steadiness. Her life was one of study, internal work, and emotional sobriety. She did not express hope, but she had not given up. She did not speak of freedom, but she lived in accountability. Her future remained undefined, yet the way she lived was deliberate, consistent, and always reflective of the irreversible act that had brought her there. Administrative in nature, but it marked the first institutional acknowledgement of her potential future beyond confinement. Carly was informed of the schedule during a brief meeting with her case manager. She responded with a nod and no visible emotion. When asked if she wished to prepare a personal statement for the parole board, she said she would consider it. In the days that followed, she continued her usual routine without alteration. Her therapy sessions remained focused, her coursework uninterrupted. Her demeanor did not change. Staff prepared psychological assessments, educational progress summaries, and behavioral reports. Carly's record remained exemplary. There were no incidents, no refusals, no behavioral regressions. Her therapist submitted documentation noting her emotional consistency, intellectual maturity, and continued participation in long-term trauma processing. They emphasized that she had maintained her commitment to accountability without seeking leniency or portraying herself as a victim. The parole board's review process was extensive. They gathered records, interviewed correctional personnel, and examined Carly's contributions to institutional programs. Her work in developing materials for emotional regulation and ethics workshops was noted. So was her assistance in drafting procedural content for juvenile intake protocols. Internal memos described her as a model of long-term institutional adaptation. Carly agreed to submit a written statement. It was short, direct, and without emotional appeal. She acknowledged the nature of her crime, stated that she did not expect forgiveness, and affirmed her understanding that her life would always be shaped by what she had done. She did not ask for release. She concluded saying she would accept whatever decision the board made, and that her obligations to responsibility and self-discipline would remain unchanged. Her legal team reviewed the submission and confirmed its inclusion in the official record. They prepared for the board hearing, though Carly declined to participate verbally. She expressed that everything she needed to say had been written. When asked in therapy why she chose not to speak, she replied that her actions were already documented, that words would not alter the truth. As the date of the board's internal meeting approached, staff quietly acknowledged the gravity of the review. Carly had become a fixed element within the facility. Her presence was constant. The idea of her absence, even under supervised release, presented a shift in the institutional rhythm. The parole board convened without her. They reviewed the full case file, trial records, psychological evaluations, educational progress, correctional behavior, and personal reflection. Their deliberations were confidential. Carly waited without commentary. Her routine did not change. She continued to write, study, and attend therapy as scheduled. The decision arrived 2 weeks later. The parole board denied Carly's release, but scheduled a follow-up review in 5 years. Their summary cited her exemplary conduct and consistent psychological development, but stated that additional time was necessary to evaluate her long-term readiness for reintegration. They emphasized that the denial was not punitive, but procedural. Carly received the news from her case manager. She nodded, said thank you, and returned to her scheduled class. When her therapist asked how she felt, she said it was expected. She expressed no disappointment, only a continued commitment to her existing path. She returned to journaling that evening, writing only a few sentences about the outcome before shifting to a reflection on discipline and permanence. Institutionally, the response to the board's decision was subdued. Staff resumed normal operations. Carly resumed her role in workshop development. Her therapists noted that her emotional state remained level. She showed no signs of regression or increased stress. Outside the facility, there was no public reaction. The media had not covered the parole review. Advocacy groups were silent. The case, once a focal point of national debate, remained closed to external scrutiny. Carly's name was known primarily in academic and professional circles, focused on youth incarceration and psychological ethics. The parole board's decision extended Carly's time inside, but it did not alter her approach to life. She remained engaged, reflective, and restrained. She continued to read extensively, write consistently, and approach each day with the same structure she had built over years. Her future remained uncertain, but her present remained unchanged, deliberate, focused, and shaped by the irreversible reality that continued to define her existence. Years passed following Carly Gregg's first parole review. The institutional environment around her shifted incrementally. New staff, updated procedures, and evolving programming for long-term inmates, but Carly's rhythm remained much the same. She continued to study, to write, and to maintain a quiet presence shaped by introspection and consistency. Her identity within the facility was fixed. She was no longer seen as a case in flux, but rather as a stable and known quantity, dependable and contained. In the lead-up to her next scheduled parole review, Carly was once again invited to update her file. This time, she declined to submit a personal statement. When asked why, she said she had already said what needed to be said. Her legal team updated the required forms and appended her educational progress, therapy participation, and behavioral records. There were no new variables to report. Her file reflected more of the same. Continued compliance, continued growth, and continued distance. She remained engaged in coursework, now pursuing advanced certifications in restorative systems and trauma theory. She contributed intermittently to internal policy discussions, always anonymously, offering perspectives on adolescent justice and long-term accountability. Her feedback was noted and occasionally implemented, but she refused credit or recognition. Within the mental health unit, her therapy sessions took on a tone of long-range reflection. She spoke about legacy, not in terms of name or story, but in terms of the quiet contributions one makes when no one is looking. She saw her existence not as punishment, but as stewardship. When asked whether she still thought about the events that brought her to prison, she said they were not events. They were part of who she was. Not separate, not excused, integrated. In one session, she discussed a concept she had encountered in a book: living ethically without the possibility of absolution. She said that framework helped her stay focused, not as a means of redemption, but as a way to avoid harm. Her therapists noted that her thinking had become both clearer and more inward. She rarely speculated about the future. She focused on maintaining moral consistency in the present. The parole board met again. This time, they conducted a standard procedural review without Carly's participation. Her file was examined, and her record was once again deemed exceptional. After a brief deliberation, the board granted conditional release under supervised transition. Carly would be moved to a halfway facility that supported re-entry for long-term incarcerated individuals. The decision was not announced publicly. The documentation was filed quietly. Carly was informed in a meeting with her case manager and therapist. Her reaction was subdued. She asked logistical questions, then returned to her dormitory and resumed her scheduled study period. The transfer date was set for 2 months later. The facility prepared her release packet: identity documentation, education records, parole instructions, and therapy continuity forms. Carly packed her belongings into a small institutional duffel bag. She declined a farewell gathering. On the morning of her transfer, she departed without ceremony. Staff watched as she left, many of them unsure how to feel about the absence of someone who had been such a constant presence. Her arrival at the reentry program was quiet. She was assigned a small room, a weekly therapy schedule, and a work-study placement at a local outreach organization focused on conflict mediation. Her days were scheduled, but no longer confined. She adjusted slowly. In her first public therapy group outside the prison system, Carly introduced herself without context. She did not speak of her crime. She spoke about systems, behavior, and responsibility. Others in the group later said she seemed calm, careful, and deeply reflective. She lived in the reentry program under supervision for over a year. She never missed a check-in. She maintained employment. She completed 2 additional certifications. When her full parole was granted, she relocated to a small city under monitored independence. She kept to herself. She continued to write, though she never published. Her story was not told by her, and she never corrected the versions that circulated. For most, Carly Gregg became a footnote, an early tragedy that was absorbed by the system and eventually forgotten. But for those in institutional spaces, her name remained. In training materials, in ethical casebooks, in the margins of policy documents. Not as an example of failure or redemption, but as a reminder of complexity. Carly lived without seeking recognition. She did not claim change. She did not tell her story. She simply carried it, as she always had. Quietly. Precisely. Permanently. Hello and welcome to Nightmare Lullabies. As you settle in for the night, prepare to be immersed in a world of eerie whispers and unsettling tales, designed to both chill and soothe. Now close your eyes, relax, and let the darkness carry you away. And if these nightly tales captivate you, feel free to join our community for more whispered secrets. In the quiet town of Falkirk, nestled between Edinburgh and Glasgow in central Scotland, life carried a comforting predictability. Rows of sandstone buildings stood proudly in the face of time, casting shadows across narrow cobblestone streets. Among these streets, at a modest 2-story flat on Cumley Park, lived a woman whose life would become a cautionary tale of obsession, control, and the devastating consequences of love turned toxic. Marie Walker, 61, was a familiar face in the community. A retired nurse, she had spent over 3 decades caring for others. Her calm demeanor, kind voice, and strong sense of duty endeared her to everyone who met her. She enjoyed her routines, morning walks through Dollar Park, a quiet coffee at the corner cafe, and evenings with her daughter Jennifer, who lived nearby. Marie was the embodiment of someone who had finally found peace after a difficult past. But in the summer of 2018, that peace began to erode. It started, as these stories often do, with a chance encounter. Marie Henton, 61, online in early 2018. A former prison officer from Lancashire, he had a stern appearance, but his messages were polite, even charming. They bonded over shared experiences. Both had worked in public service, both had adult children, and both expressed loneliness. Marie's daughter Jennifer later recalled that her mother was tentative but excited. She had been widowed for years and longed for companionship. Their relationship moved quickly. Within months, Norman was traveling up from England regularly to see Marie. Neighbors noticed the frequent comings and goings of a man who didn't speak much, but always seemed to be watching. Jennifer, too, was uneasy. He was controlling, she later told investigators. He didn't like her going out without telling him. He monitored everything. But Marie, ever compassionate, brushed off the red flags. She told friends he was just a bit old-fashioned. In truth, the dynamic was shifting rapidly and dangerously. By September 2018, Marie's personality had begun to change. Once lively and independent, she seemed withdrawn and anxious. She started skipping her usual walks. She stopped volunteering at the local hospice, something she had done for years. When friends asked about Norman, she became defensive. Jennifer confronted her mother more than once. She would say everything was fine, Jennifer said later, but I could see the fear in her eyes. The police would later learn that Norman had a history of violent behavior. A former partner in Lancashire had taken out a restraining order against him in 2012. There had been reports of coercive control, verbal abuse, and even threats. But none of this came to light until it was too late. Marie, like many victims of coercive relationships, was isolated, physically, emotionally, and socially. On October 7, 2018, Jennifer received a series of unsettling texts from her mother. They were short, uncharacteristically vague, and written in a tone that didn't quite feel like Marie's. One simply said, "Going away for a while. Need space." Jennifer called repeatedly, but got no answer. Concerned, she went to her mother's flat. The curtains were drawn. The lights were off. But Marie's car was still parked outside. When there was no answer at the door, Jennifer called the police. Officers arrived and forced entry into the flat. Marie was gone. Her purse, phone, and coat were missing, but her medication, always kept in a labeled case near the kettle, was still there. Her phone last pinged a tower near Callender Wood, a forested area just outside Falkirk, on the evening of October 6th. From that moment, a quiet town became the center of a growing mystery. The next days were a blur. Search parties combed the woods. Police dogs and helicopters swept the area. Flyers went up in shop windows and bus stops. "Have you seen Marie Walker?" became a haunting refrain in Falkirk. But Norman Partington was nowhere to be found. He had vanished the same weekend. Interpol was alerted. A Europe-wide warrant was issued for his arrest. Days turned into weeks. Rumors spread quickly. Some said Marie had run away, others whispered of darker things. But those closest to her never wavered in their belief. She wouldn't leave without saying goodbye. Not to Jennifer. Not like this. The investigation was about to take a chilling turn. It had been a week since the disappearance of Clara and Lucas Maurer, and the atmosphere in Innsbruck shifted from confusion to collective dread. The town's medieval streets, usually echoing with the chatter of tourists and the clang of bells from cyclists, now felt subdued. Flyers bearing the twins' faces were plastered on bus stops, bakery windows, and telephone poles. The soft snowfall that once charmed the town now seemed to mute a chilling silence. Detective Andreas Vogel, heading the Tyrolean Criminal Investigation Division, had never dealt with a missing persons case this complex and emotionally charged. From the beginning, he was struck by the disturbing lack of evidence. No forced entry, no screams reported by neighbors. The surveillance footage from the bakery's vicinity offered no clues. It was as if the two children to the cold mountain air. Suspicion naturally gravitated toward the last people to see the children. In this case, that meant their parents, Julia and Martin Maurer. Interviews with neighbors painted an image of an ordinary family, until cracks began to appear. Julia, a nurse at the nearby private clinic, was described as devoted but distant. Always polite, always early to pick up the children, but never engaging in small talk. Some said she looked tired, permanently drained, even on the brightest mornings. Martin, on the other hand, had been the one to pick up the twins from kindergarten that day. Or so everyone assumed. But the teacher, Frau Steiner, later admitted she hadn't seen who took the children. The twins were known to wait outside for their father when it snowed. When questioned, Martin said he had collected them as usual and walked them home. He claimed they had hot chocolate, watched a cartoon, and then went to bed. By morning, the twins were gone. Julia, who had worked a night shift, was asleep when Martin raised the alarm. But something didn't add up. Andreas began retracing the steps more thoroughly. Cadaver dogs brought to the apartment signaled nothing. No signs of blood or struggle. Still, when they brought Martin back in for a second round of questioning, his composure wavered. The biggest breakthrough came from a neighbor across the courtyard, Helga Bernsteiner, who had security cameras installed after a string of local burglaries. Her footage showed no one entering the Maurer home the entire evening of the 15th, except for Martin himself. Not once, not twice, but 3 times between 7 p.m. and 11 p.m., once with a large gym bag. When asked about it, Martin stuttered. He claimed he had forgotten his phone and later his charger. The bag, he said, was filled with laundry. Yet a search of the apartment revealed no laundry that wasn't already accounted for. Julia said she hadn't noticed him coming back multiple times, which Andreas found odd. especially since she claimed to be awake until after 10 p.m. watching television. Pressure mounted, but hard evidence still evaded the investigation. No bodies, no blood, no confirmed sightings of the twins. The bakery owner remembered them vividly that morning. Clara had asked for raspberry jam instead of her usual chocolate croissant. That detail haunted Andreas. Forensics scoured the Mauer family car and found traces of soil in the trunk, soil that didn't match the type found in their garden or neighborhood. It was dark, peaty, and consistent with ground found near the Achensee Lake, a secluded area about an hour from Innsbruck. A team was dispatched. Divers searched the lake's freezing waters, but found nothing. It wasn't until 2 weeks later that a local hiker stumbled upon a child's mitten in the woods nearby. DNA confirmed it belonged to Clara. By then, Martin was no longer cooperating. He'd retained a lawyer and refused to answer further questions. Julia, meanwhile, had moved out of the apartment and in with her sister in Salzburg. When asked if she believed her husband was involved, she paused, then said, "I don't know who he is anymore." The media erupted. Talk shows speculated about marital abuse, affairs, secret debts. Some journalists focused on Martin's allegedly controlling behavior. A neighbor told reporters she had once heard loud arguing from the apartment, followed by glass shattering. Others swore they never saw anything unusual. And then, just as quickly as the investigation had gained momentum, it slowed. Without a confession or a body, the prosecution couldn't move forward. Andreas Vogel's hands were tied, and the Mauer twins became another case on Austria's growing list of cold files. Years passed. Public memory faded. But some, like Julia, never stopped searching. By spring 2004, 3 months after Clara and Lucas vanished, hope had all but evaporated in the streets of Innsbruck. The snow had melted, but in its place remained the heavy weight of unanswered questions and quiet accusations. The town, once united in concern, had begun to fracture. Whispers about the Moras shifted from sympathy to suspicion, with Martin Mauer at the center. Detective Andreas Vogel, despite lacking the evidence needed for formal charges, remained convinced that someone close to the twins knew what had happened. He had seen it before, cases where the perpetrator hid in plain sight, cloaked in grief. The investigation had reached a standstill, and so had the public narrative. But behind the scenes, Andreas was still pulling at threads. One of the threads led him to Clara and Lucas's former kindergarten teacher, Frau Steiner. She hadn't initially mentioned it, but during a routine follow-up, she revealed that Clara had become increasingly withdrawn in the weeks leading up to the disappearance. When asked why she hadn't brought it up sooner, she hesitated before admitting she didn't want to cast a shadow over grieving parents. Clara told me once that her father had a bad dream and threw a plate. She said she and Lucas hid in the closet until her mother came home. It wasn't enough to launch legal action, but it was a crucial emotional puzzle piece. Andreas requested access to the family's medical records, hoping to trace any signs of abuse. Julia's hospital records showed no physical injuries, but her visits to a psychologist in 2001 hinted at deeper issues. In her sessions, she spoke vaguely of marital stress, walking on eggshells, and feelings of isolation. Meanwhile, media attention waned, replaced by fresher headlines. Still, Julia Mauer refused to give up. Now living with her sister in Salzburg, she launched her own campaign. She gave interviews, visited television programs, and spoke directly to the public. Her message was consistent. "I believe my children are still out there. Someone knows something." The public responded with both admiration and skepticism. Was this the fight of a grieving mother, or a subtle distancing from guilt? In private, Julia cooperated fully with Andreas, answering every question. Her tone grew more somber each time, but her recollection remained consistent. Martin's, on the other hand, became increasingly fragmented. When the police requested to search his parents' cabin near Meerhofen, he agreed, then tried to revoke permission days later. By then it was too late. A team had already entered the property. Inside the rustic cabin, there was nothing extraordinary, until they reached the attic. Tucked away in a wooden trunk beneath old blankets was a single child's shoe. Mud-caked and weathered, a forensic analysis revealed it matched the same soil as the mitten found near Ackensee Lake. It also matched the size of Lucas's shoes, though there was no definitive proof it was his. Confronted with this, Martin grew defensive. He claimed the shoe must have been left behind from an earlier family trip. But no such trip had been recorded. Julia swore they hadn't been to Meerhofen as a family in over 2 years. Her voice cracked when she was shown the photo of the shoe. That's Lucas's. He hated that pair. Said it made his foot itch. The shoe, while not a body, was enough to reignite public interest and reopen the investigation. Andreas assembled a small task force dedicated solely to the Mauer case. He also reached out to a criminal profiler from Vienna, Dr. Katharina Weiss, known for her work on familial disappearance cases. Dr. Weiss studied Martin's behavior and came to a chilling conclusion. He fits the pattern of a disintegrating patriarch, she said in her report. A man who believes he's losing control over his family, his wife, and his identity. If these children are deceased, the motive likely stems from a desire to maintain dominance. If I can't have them, no one will. And yet, no confession came, and no bodies were found. It was around this time that a new tip surfaced. A man named Florian Habicht, recently arrested in Germany on unrelated charges, claimed he once shared a holding cell with someone who had killed his kids in the Alps. The alleged confessor fit Martin's age and physical description, but Florian was a known liar, having fabricated similar stories before. Still, Andreas followed up. Martin denied ever being in Germany at that time. But Julia remembered differently. He had traveled to Munich for a work conference in 2005, just over a year after the twins disappeared. The hotel he stayed at had been only 5 kilometers from where Florian had been arrested. It was yet another coincidence, another loose thread, but still the rope didn't tighten. By the end of 2005, Martin had sold the family apartment and moved to Linz. Julia remained in Salzburg, tirelessly advocating for justice. She began writing letters to politicians, organizing candlelight vigils, and appearing at schools to speak about missing children. Innsbruck moved on. The bakery where the twins were last seen closed in 2006. The kindergarten was renovated. New families moved into the Mora's old building. But for those who remembered, the shadows never fully lifted. And for Andreas, every new disappearance across the region came with a bitter question. Were they missing, or had they been silenced? By 2006, the case of Clara and Lucas Mauer had reached an uncomfortable plateau, not officially closed, but quietly cold. With no arrests, no further evidence, and no sightings, the Austrian media lost interest. Detective Andreas Vogel was reassigned to another unit, and while the file remained open, no one actively worked the case. Still, those most affected, Julia, and to a lesser extent Martin, continued to carry the weight of the unknown. Julia Mauer, now living a quieter life in Salzburg, had become both a mother in mourning and a reluctant public figure. Each year on March 3rd, she held a small vigil in the Mirabel Gardens, inviting anyone who still remembered her children to light a candle. Attendance dwindled over time, but her determination didn't. Her face, once soft and bright, was now hardened by years of grief, etched with deep-set lines that made her look far older than her 36 years. Martin, in contrast, all but vanished from public view. After relocating to Linz, he cut ties with most of his former friends and colleagues. Rumors circulated that he'd changed his surname and was working under the radar in the logistics industry. Journalists who tried to track him down were met with silence or legal threats. The man who once stood at press conferences beside his wife, clutching her hand and begging for information, was now a ghost. In 2008, a minor development revived interest. A tourist hiking near the Stubai Alps, approximately 40 kilometers south of Innsbruck, discovered 2 pieces of children's clothing beneath a loose rock face, a woolen scarf and a faded sock. Weathered by time and the elements, both items were heavily degraded. Authorities initially dismissed the find, believing it could have belonged to any number of families who passed through the area over the years. But Julia insisted on DNA testing. Though inconclusive due to environmental damage, mitochondrial traces were consistent with the Maurer family. Still, it was not definitive. The items were placed into evidence, and the case was momentarily reopened, only to stall once again. Forensic limitations, especially in cases exposed to alpine conditions for years, meant that many potentially crucial traces had been eroded or destroyed. In 2010, a private investigator named Heinrich Weigel reached out to Julia. A former Bundespolizei officer turned independent consultant, Weigel had spent years researching cold cases across the region. He believed that Clara and Lucas had not been killed in Innsbruck at all, but transported, possibly across the border into Italy. His theory rested on several factors: the proximity to the Brenner Pass, the unaccounted for hours in Martin's timeline the day after the disappearance, and unverified sightings of a man with 2 children at a rest stop near Bolzano on the night of March 3, 2003. Weigel traced a potential route using toll data, weather patterns, and gas station receipts. One receipt, dated March 4 at 2:14 a.m., came from a fuel station just south of Vipitino, Italy. The card used matched the final 4 digits of a company fuel card registered under Martin's former employer. Martin refused to comment when confronted. The Bolzano theory gained minor traction in the press, but eventually faded without confirmation. Italian authorities agreed to assist, but given the lack of physical evidence and the jurisdictional limitations, their hands were tied. Search efforts near the suggested route yielded no results. In 2011, Julia published a memoir titled 2 Empty Beds, chronicling her family's life before and after the disappearance. The book became a modest success in Austria, resonating especially with families of other missing persons. In it, Julia remained careful not to accuse Martin directly, but her words left little room for interpretation. "Sometimes the greatest mystery isn't what happened," she wrote, "but how someone you once loved could become unknowable." In 2013, on the 10-year anniversary, a special aired on Austrian television, revisiting the case. It included interviews with childhood friends, teachers, and one of the original search volunteers. During the broadcast, a viewer from Hall in Tyrol called in with a vague but haunting memory. She believed she saw the children in a blue car parked near a trailhead on March 3, 2003. She didn't recognize the man with them, but she remembered the girl looked scared. Police followed up, but no registration data from that time matched Martin's known vehicles. That same year, a forensic anthropologist at the University of Vienna offered to re-examine the children's clothing found near Stubai, using improved DNA extraction techniques. Unfortunately, the fabric's condition had worsened, and no usable profiles were retrieved. As more years passed, the case became less about finding the children and more about preserving their memory. Julia continued her work with families of missing persons, speaking regularly at conferences and supporting new legislation for extended cold case funding. Her energy came in waves, sometimes relentless, other times subdued, but her commitment never wavered. Martin, meanwhile, was spotted just once in public in 2015, exiting a small church near Graz. A local reporter attempted to speak with him, but he refused to answer any questions. He looked thinner, paler, haunted, some said. The silence, like a second skin, wrapped tightly around the story. No new evidence, no new sightings. Just 2 children frozen in time, captured in school photos, their faces unchanged as the world moved on. And yet, in March 2020, amid a global pandemic and a national lockdown, a curious thing happened. A woman walking her dog along the forest edge near Bad Gastein stumbled upon a rusted lunchbox buried partially in the soil. Inside were small drawings, childlike, faded with time. One was of a house. Another showed a man, a woman, and 2 children holding hands. The initials C and L were carved on the underside of the lid. It was sent to authorities for examination. The box itself dated back to the early 2000s and matched a model sold in Tyrolean supermarkets around 2002. The drawings were too degraded to confirm authorship, but Julia, upon seeing them, whispered, "That's Lucas's drawing style. He always drew houses that way, flat roofs, 2 square windows." The find offered no closure, only more questions. How had the box ended up in Bad Gastein, 120 kilometers from Innsbruck? Had the children been there at some point? Had someone moved their belongings? Or was it a cruel coincidence? As the years passed, one thing became clear. In the absence of truth, the story of Clara and Lucas Maurer became something larger than a single tragedy. It became a quiet warning, a ghost woven into the alpine winds, a mother's wound that time refused to close, and somewhere out there were still 2 empty beds. In 2021, nearly 2 decades after Clara and Lucas Maurer vanished without a trace, Austria was in the grip of a broader reckoning with its unsolved cases. Public pressure had mounted over the years as families across the country pushed for renewed attention to cold files long buried in the archives of provincial police departments. One of the outcomes of this was the expansion of the Cold Case Austria initiative, a project that offered anonymous tip lines, reviewed forensic archives with new technologies, and brought back experienced investigators to assist with dormant cases. Among the files flagged for priority review, the Maurer case. Detective Andreas Vogel, who had led the original investigation in 2003, was now retired but still living in the outskirts of Innsbruck. When contacted by the Cold Case Unit in early 2021, he agreed to participate in a limited advisory role. He was reluctant at first. Time had not dulled his frustration with the case, and he had often wondered if his own missteps had contributed to its failure. But the idea that there might still be something left to uncover stirred a sense of duty in him. One of the first actions of the renewed task force was to audit all digital and physical evidence. Most of the original files had been digitized by 2010, but several key items had never been subjected to modern forensic reanalysis. Among them, fibers found on Clara's bedsheet, soil samples from the soles of Martin's shoes, and a single partial palm print on the back door handle of the Mora's home. The palm print had been unreadable in 2003, but with advances in algorithmic enhancement, technicians were now able to extract a partial ridge pattern. The match was weak, only 7 points, but enough to raise an eyebrow when it pointed toward an individual named Thomas Leitner, a seasonal laborer who had worked in the area at the time of the children's disappearance. Leitner had a record, minor offenses, mostly petty theft and drug possession, but in 2001 he had also been questioned in connection with an attempted abduction of a 9-year-old girl in Zell MC. No charges were filed at the time due to lack of evidence. He had since moved to Munich, Germany. The Innsbruck cold case team contacted their German counterparts, and Leitner was brought in for questioning in March 2021. He denied any involvement in the Maurer case, claimed he had never been to their home, and insisted the palm print must have come from some other context. 3rd, 2003, stating vaguely that he may have been drinking with friends in Kufstein. But there was no concrete evidence tying him to the disappearance, and after 3 days of questioning, he was released. The media picked up the story and speculation exploded once more, many assuming a breakthrough had finally arrived. Julia, however, remained measured. "We've had false hope before," she told Der Standard. "Until I see proof, I won't allow myself to believe anything." Meanwhile, back in Austria, forensic botanists working with the team had managed to isolate a rare lichen species from one of the children's shoes found in 2008 near the Stubai Alps. The sample had been misclassified at the time as common moss, but under closer analysis, it was identified as Labaria pulmonaria, a species that only grew in a limited shaded valley near the Old Schmern Forest Trail. This area had never been part of the original search zone. In April 2021, a new ground search was organized. Drones, cadaver dogs, and thermal imaging were deployed over a 3-square-kilometer area around the Schmern Forest. For 5 days, the team combed the terrain. They found remnants of an old fire pit, broken pieces of plastic consistent with a children's toy from the early 2000s, and a torn scrap of fabric partially buried beneath pine needles. The fabric was later confirmed to be from the same textile batch as Lucas's missing jacket. The discovery reignited both the investigation and public interest. News outlets across Austria reported on the renewed effort, with many questioning why the forest had never been searched in the first place. Theories proliferated. Had Martin taken them there? Was Leitner involved? Was it a hideout or a burial site? Forensic archaeologists continued their analysis into the summer. No human remains were found, but Julia took the fabric as a sign that the children had at least passed through the area. "This is proof of presence," she said during a press conference in May 2021. "And presence means someone brought them there." Despite renewed momentum, the case still lacked the final piece: someone to break the silence. That silence nearly cracked in July 2021, when a retired priest from St. Johann in Pongau contacted police. He said he had been bound by confessional secrecy for years, but now, nearing the end of his life, he wanted to share what he could. According to him, in 2005, a man came to him in emotional distress. He didn't confess a crime directly, but alluded to having done something irreversible, something involving his children and a forest. The man never gave a name, but the priest described him as tall, mid-40s, well-groomed, and wearing a business suit. The location and timeline made it plausible, but the statement lacked enough detail to be actionable. The priest passed away just 2 weeks after giving the statement. Still, it raised the question again. Had Martin Maurer confessed? Authorities attempted to trace Martin's whereabouts in 2005. Bank records showed several withdrawals from a town near St. Johann during the same week mentioned by the priest. But Martin declined to speak with police and maintained his silence through his lawyer. Legally, nothing compelled him to talk. The case, once again, teetered on the edge of progress, but never quite crossed the threshold. In the years that followed, the Schmern Forest area became a place of quiet pilgrimage for those who had followed the case. A small plaque was placed at the trailhead by an anonymous supporter. It read, "For Clara and Lucas. May your voices still be heard in the trees." Julia continued her advocacy, though her public appearances became less frequent. In 2023, she gave a final television interview to mark the 20th anniversary. Her hair now gray, her eyes tired but unwavering, she repeated what had become her mantra. They were real. They were loved. And they mattered. The Austrian authorities keep the file open. The palm print remains a partial match. The forest still whispers. The beds still remain empty. But Clara and Lucas Maurer are not forgotten. Not in Innsbruck. Not in Salzburg. And not by the world that still waits quietly for a truth long buried beneath the surface. By the beginning of 2024, the Maurer case had become more than just a local tragedy. It had taken root in the broader European consciousness as one of the most haunting and unresolved child disappearances in recent history. True crime communities, both online and offline, picked apart the timeline, maps, and interviews in excruciating detail. Cold Case podcasts covered it extensively, and a German-language documentary on ORF generated renewed interest when it aired in early January. This revival, though useful in keeping public attention on the case, also brought with it a darker undercurrent. Misinformation, obsession, and unsolicited theories began circulating widely, particularly in online forums. Julia Maurer, now 61, was again forced to shield herself from the invasive nature of renewed media attention, especially from online sleuths who speculated wildly about her brother's guilt, and even about her own. The Austrian Federal Police were quietly still investigating. A small task force, led by Inspector Lena Eberwein, had continued reviewing leads. Eberwein, a meticulous and quiet investigator in her early 40s, had spent most of her career in Salzburg before transferring to Innsbruck in 2019. She brought a different energy to the case, careful, data-driven, and devoid of the bravado that had often marred earlier phases of the investigation. In February 2024, she made a decision that would shift the direction of the case once more. Rather than continuing to chase unverifiable tips or forensic long shots, she proposed a psychological reanalysis of Martin Moore's behavior, not just from the day of the disappearance, but over the course of his entire life. She engaged Dr. Anton Riedel, a renowned forensic psychologist from Vienna, to review tapes, transcripts, and journal notes from the original investigation. Riedel's assessment was chilling, not for what it found, but for what it implied. Martin Mower exhibits patterns of highly controlled emotional expression. This is not unusual in men of his generation. However, the total absence of disorganized grief, or even displaced frustration, suggests either profound psychological suppression or the presence of a dissociative coping mechanism, both of which are common in individuals with guilt awareness. This was not proof. It wasn't even evidence. But it validated the working theory many had quietly carried for years, that Martin knew more than he had ever admitted. Meanwhile, the analysis of the scrap of fabric found in the Schmern forest continued. A forensic textile expert from Zurich, Dr. Amelia Koenig, confirmed in March 2024 that the tear pattern and residue on the cloth indicated it had likely been caught and forcibly torn, not simply fallen off or degraded over time. This aligned with the working hypothesis that Lucas had been led or forced into the area and that a struggle had likely occurred. Satellite imagery from the European Space Agency was also revisited. Although high-resolution data from 2003 was limited, thermal imaging logs from military sources showed a heat anomaly in the forested region on the evening of March 3rd, consistent with a controlled fire. No follow-up had ever been conducted on this data at the time, as civilian agencies hadn't had access to it. Now, 21 years later, the likelihood that it pointed to the burning of evidence was taken seriously. In April 2024, the Austrian Interior Ministry authorized a second excavation of the Schmern area. For 5 weeks, with the use of ground-penetrating radar, specially trained cadaver dogs, and a team of forensic anthropologists, the team conducted one of the largest non-criminal archaeological operations in Austrian post-war history. The entire country watched. On the 27th day, beneath the roots of a fallen pine tree, human remains were discovered. Partial, degraded, and scattered, but unmistakably child-sized. DNA analysis would take weeks, but Julia knew. When she was informed, she asked only one question. Was it both of them? The answer was not yet. Only a partial jawbone, a femur fragment, and a single tooth were initially found. Testing would confirm that they belonged to Lucas Mower. The news broke on May 19, 2024, and Austria paused. Nearly 21 years to the day after the disappearance, confirmation had arrived. Lucas was dead, and he had died in the forest. For Julia, it was the answer to one question, and the opening of 1,000 others. "Where is Clara?" she asked during a solemn statement in front of the media. And why did no one stop this? Martin Mower refused to comment. He released a statement through his lawyer expressing grief at the confirmation of his son's death, but denied any involvement. He had been diagnosed with early-stage Parkinson's the previous year, and had since withdrawn from public life entirely. The identification of Lucas triggered a wave of legal motions. Under Austrian law, reopening a case with new evidence of homicide could, in certain circumstances, override prior prosecutorial limits, especially if malfeasance or obstruction was suspected. Investigators now had reason to subpoena records, re-interview witnesses under oath, and re-examine Martin's financial records and travel logs from 2003 to 2005. One item raised immediate suspicion. A 2004 cash withdrawal of €4,800 from a small bank in Villach, matching the date of an anonymous tip about a father with children acting strangely at a roadside motel. The motel had since been demolished, and the records were incomplete, but it added fuel to the theory that Clara might have survived for a period after March 3rd. Eberwein and her team continued quietly, deliberately, but the discovery of Lucas's remains had galvanized the case. International media began covering the story again, from the BBC to Le Monde, from Der Spiegel to smaller regional papers. Forensic experts were invited from the Netherlands, Sweden, and Switzerland. Julia remained at the center of it all. Though she rarely spoke to the press, she continued to appear at memorials, fundraisers for missing children, and awareness campaigns. One speech she gave at a Vienna conference in June 2024 was later viewed over 2 million times online. "My brother is gone. My sister is still missing. But the truth, the full truth, is no longer buried. We will dig until it sees the light." The search for Clara Maurer, and the full truth of what happened in March 2003, continued. But the ground had finally begun to give up its secrets. By late June 2024, with the discovery of Lucas Moura's remains confirmed and the official classification of his death upgraded from missing to homicide, public pressure intensified. The case, long treated as a tragic cold mystery, now had tangible evidence. And with that came renewed hope for justice and for answers. Forensic anthropologists from the Netherlands and Austria worked around the clock to extract any possible trace evidence from the forest site. The pine-covered area, previously assumed to be irrelevant, became the center of national attention. It was now treated as an active crime scene, albeit 21 years delayed. What stood out immediately was the disturbing absence of anything related to Clara. No clothing, no biological traces, no physical remains, nothing. This, in itself, became a haunting revelation. Investigators began to suspect that the children hadn't died together, or at the very least, not in the same location or under the same circumstances. The forest was no longer a final resting place for both siblings. It had only contained Lucas. For Inspector Lena Eberwein, this brought a shift in strategy. The theory that Clara had either been taken elsewhere or possibly survived longer became the primary hypothesis. It was a difficult proposition to navigate ethically and logistically. If Clara had survived, where was she now? And why had she never surfaced? The idea that she may have been trafficked, hidden, or even killed later began to take shape. To explore this further, Eberwein brought in Dr. Carla Voss, a profiler who had worked on multiple European abduction cases involving minors. Voss's analysis of Clara's case, based on behavioral patterns, last known sightings, and the family's dynamics, pointed toward an uncomfortable but increasingly likely scenario: that Clara had been selectively taken. Perhaps by someone close. Perhaps even by someone she trusted. Media attention on Martin Maurer reached a fever pitch. Though he remained under legal protection and had not been charged, opinion pieces, open letters, and investigative articles across Europe questioned his role. His refusal to give new interviews, and his prior inconsistencies in timelines, only added to the suspicion. One crucial point reemerged during this time. In the original investigation, a local man had reported seeing Martin with both children near a rest area on the Brenner Pass, about 70 kilometers south of Innsbruck, on March 4, 2003, one day after the official date of their disappearance. This sighting had been dismissed at the time due to lack of corroborating evidence. But now, with the timeline being revisited, the report was re-examined and cross-referenced with new data from a recovered toll booth record. It placed a vehicle registered to Martin Maurer passing through the exact toll gate near the Brenner Pass at 12:16 p.m. that same day. This detail, long buried in boxes of overlooked paperwork, reopened the possibility that the children had been transported further south, possibly even out of Austria. Interpol was contacted. Italian authorities were briefed. The theory that Clara may have been brought across the border, either temporarily or permanently, became the central focus. Parallel to this, journalists uncovered an unsettling pattern of reports between 2003 and 2005 involving a girl matching Clara's description seen in border towns like Bolzano and Trento. One report, logged by a schoolteacher in 2004, described a confused young girl who spoke German with a Tiroler accent, seen in the company of an older man at a market in Trento. At the time, no connection had been made to the Maurer case, but the description now took on new weight. Unfortunately, none of the local authorities at the time had collected surveillance footage. Standard protocols were not yet widespread in small Italian towns in the early 2000s. The trail was old, faded, and built on memory, but it was something. Julia Maurer, now increasingly at the heart of the investigation, took a bold step. In July 2024, she launched a pan-European awareness campaign focused on Clara. Using age progression renderings created by forensic artists and AI facial prediction tools, she distributed digital flyers, posters, and social media campaigns in German, Italian, and English. The slogan was simple but haunting. "If you're out there, Clara, we're still looking." The campaign went viral. Within a week, the hashtag #FindClaraMaurer trended across Austria, Germany, and parts of Italy. Dozens of tips came in, some from well-meaning individuals, others clearly false, but a handful offered potential leads. One in particular stood out. A woman in her early 30s living in Como, Italy, claimed that her mother had told her she was adopted under strange circumstances and showed a childhood photo eerily similar to young Clara. Investigators quickly followed up, and a DNA test was conducted. 3 weeks later, the results confirmed it wasn't a match. Despite the disappointment, the process reignited momentum. People were paying attention again. Eyes that had long turned away were now watching. Meanwhile, forensic reanalysis of items found at the Schmern site, particularly soil samples and residue on Lucas's remains, revealed traces of an uncommon industrial solvent, primarily used in high-end automotive repair shops and manufacturing plants. This detail, obscure but significant, triggered a search for anyone in Martin Mora's extended circle who may have had access to such chemicals in 2003. An old friend of Martin's, Hans Kohler, had operated a private garage near Kufstein during the early 2000s. He had never been interviewed during the original investigation. When approached in August 2024, he claimed not to have seen Martin in years, but admitted that Martin had visited his garage around the time of the kids going missing, though he couldn't recall the exact date. The connection was tenuous, but investigators now had a concrete reason to search the premises. Though the building had changed owners twice since, Eberwein secured a warrant to excavate the grounds. On August 28, 2024, a buried piece of child's clothing was discovered behind the garage, heavily degraded, but preserved enough to recognize faded fabric similar to what Clara had been wearing the day she disappeared. Testing was ordered. As autumn approached, the possibility of real answers, for both Clara and Lucas, grew ever closer. But with every discovery came a new question, a new mystery, a new whisper from the past, carried beneath the pines and across decades of silence. As the investigation into the Maurer case reached its most intense phase, it became clear that the final pieces of the puzzle were coming together. Yet the more they uncovered, the more the question of why remained unanswered. By late November 2024, the authorities had begun to focus heavily on Martin Mora's activities after the disappearance of his children. The discovery of Clara's clothing behind Hans Kohler's garage and the traces of the industrial solvent had led investigators to believe that Martin might have been involved in a much darker aspect of the children's vanishing than previously suspected. Had Martin, as it now appeared, been concealing something about his past, or worse, something he had done to his own children? The critical breakthrough came in early December, when a piece of forensic evidence finally tied Martin to the site where Lucas's remains had been found. An expert team of forensic specialists, having conducted an extensive review of the clothing found near the body, discovered minute fragments of the same industrial solvent that had been found on Lucas's remains. It was a chilling confirmation that Martin had likely been present at the site in Schmern before the child's body had been placed there. The realization struck like a thunderclap. Lucas had not simply died in the forest. He had been intentionally placed there, with meticulous care, as if to hide his body from public view. But why? Inspector Lena Eberwein, whose team had pursued this case for over a year, now turned her attention toward understanding what had led to the children's fates. The investigation, having moved beyond surface-level evidence, now revealed deeper layers of trauma. Martin Mora's financial troubles, once considered peripheral, were now deemed central. In the months leading up to Clara and Lucas's disappearance, Martin's business had been on the brink of collapse. The jewelry shop was nearly bankrupt, and Maurer was heavily in debt. Yet, there was something even more sinister in his dealings that had eluded investigators for years. Martin had been involved with several individuals who were connected to underground business dealings, illegal smuggling, money laundering, and other illicit activities. One of the individuals who stood out was Dieter Kruger, a known figure in the local black market, particularly in the trade of high-end stolen goods. Kruger had been part of the intricate financial web that Martin had been tangled in. It became apparent that Martin might have been desperate enough to turn to illegal means to solve his problems, and the disappearance of Clara and Lucas might have been the result of a debt gone wrong. The breakthrough came from a series of intercepted phone records, which had been painstakingly traced by the Austrian Federal Police. One of the calls Martin had made days before the disappearance had been to Dieter Kruger. The call was brief but revealing. It had occurred at a time when Martin had been facing intense pressure, financially and emotionally. It was believed that Martin had tried to resolve his business issues through increasingly dangerous channels, leading to a deadly confrontation with his own children. The exact timeline was still murky, but the possibility of violence being an inherent part of Martin's response to his financial collapse was becoming undeniable. As the investigation continued, detectives began to look into the emotional relationship between Martin and his children. Clara, in particular, had shown signs of distancing herself from her father in the months leading up to the disappearance. Friends and family recalled that she had become increasingly withdrawn and agitated, as if something was deeply wrong within the family. Could this have been a reaction to Martin's growing erratic behavior? The key to understanding the family dynamics was found in a set of letters Martin had written to Clara and Lucas. Hidden in an old desk drawer, these letters provided a startling glimpse into Martin's frame of mind before the disappearance. The letters were filled with angry rants and uncharacteristically controlling language. He had written to Clara, imploring her to stay close, warning her not to trust anyone, including her mother. To Lucas, he had expressed a strange mixture of love and ownership, calling him his legacy. As disturbing as the letters were, they painted a picture of a father who had begun to lose control, not just of his life, but of his relationships. It was as if he were struggling to hold on to his children, as if their rebellion, their simple wish for independence, was a threat to his very existence. In December 2024, Martin Maurer was arrested. A long overdue arrest that had come after years of failed investigations, lies, and delays. He was charged with the murder of Lucas and the suspected abduction of Clara. The evidence against him was circumstantial, but the weight of the forensic discoveries, the phone records, and the letters was too much to ignore. Yet, even as Martin sat in jail awaiting trial, there were still no answers about Clara's fate. Was she still alive? Had she been taken somewhere far away? Or had she met the same fate as Lucas, her body hidden to shield the truth from ever being revealed? As the months dragged on, Julia Maurer, Clara and Lucas's mother, never stopped fighting for closure. She attended every court hearing, sat through every piece of testimony, and held on to hope that one day she would know what happened to her children. But with each passing day, the reality set in. The full truth might never be known. In May 2025, Martin Maurer stood trial for the murder of Lucas. The court proceedings were tense, and his defense argued that there was not enough evidence to convict him beyond a reasonable doubt. Despite his chilling confessions, the trial was postponed multiple times, dragging the Maurer family through even more agony. For now, the fate of Clara Maurer remained an unsolved mystery, one that haunted Innsbruck, Austria. The whispers of what had happened that fateful day on March 3, 2003, echoed through the years, leaving behind only questions. Was Clara still out there, living in fear of the father who had once loved her? Or had she, too, become a victim of a toxic love that led to destruction? For the Maurer family, the truth remained elusive. But the pain of not knowing was far more excruciating than any answer could ever be. Wade Stephen Wilson was born on May 20, 1994, in Fort Myers, Florida, to teenage parents. His father was 15, and his mother was 14 at the time of his birth. Shortly after, he was adopted by Steve and Candace Wilson and raised in Tallahassee, Florida. He attended Lawton Chiles High School, where he was frequently described as a troubled youth. His childhood was reportedly marked by several head injuries, including at least 4 concussions, which he later cited as factors in his erratic behavior. Wilson's first documented run-ins with law enforcement began in 2012 in Leon County, Florida. He was arrested multiple times between 2012 and 2013 for a range of charges including burglary, assault, and firearms violations. In November 2013, he was sentenced to prison for burglary and grand theft and served until September 2014. These early incidents established a pattern of escalating criminal activity. In 2015, Wilson was arrested on serious charges of sexual battery and kidnapping. A woman claimed that Wilson assaulted her in his vehicle following a party. Despite the severity of the accusations, Wilson was acquitted at trial after a jury found insufficient evidence to convict him. However, the incident further solidified his reputation for violence and instability. By 2017, Wilson was incarcerated again, this time for stealing firearms. He served until July 2018. During this period, he was peripherally mentioned in connection with a separate high-profile case involving Denise Williams, who was convicted of conspiring in her husband's murder. Wilson, who was known to exaggerate and fabricate, allegedly claimed he could produce evidence or even commit violence on behalf of parties involved in that case. These claims were never substantiated. In February 2019, Wilson's ex-girlfriend reported a disturbing incident where he allegedly assaulted and strangled her. She initially accused him of kidnapping and rape. However, authorities declined to pursue charges due to insufficient evidence and an existing no-contact order between them. The situation reflected a troubling pattern of abuse and manipulation in Wilson's interpersonal relationships. On July 1, 2019, Wilson was arrested once more, this time on a battery charge. This arrest came just months before he would be implicated in a series of violent crimes that would draw regional and national media attention. His criminal background, marked by consistent aggression, substance abuse, and disregard for legal consequences, would soon take a darker and irreversible turn. This chapter establishes the framework of Wilson's early life and legal history. It introduces the recurring elements that would play a crucial role in the more devastating events that followed: violent behavior, legal entanglements, and alleged manipulation of both victims and the justice system. Wade Stephen Wilson was born on May 20, 1994, in Fort Myers, Florida, to teenage parents. His father was 15, and his mother was 14 at the time of his birth. Shortly after his birth, Wade was adopted by Steve and Candace Wilson. The Wilsons were a middle-class couple living in Tallahassee, Florida, where Wade spent most of his formative years. His adoptive parents provided him with a stable home environment, but those who knew the family later described Wilson as a child who was often rebellious and difficult to discipline. Teachers and peers at Lawton Chiles High School noted that Wade was prone to outbursts and seemed unable to control his temper in stressful situations. Some attributed his behavior to the multiple head injuries he had sustained in childhood, at least 4 documented concussions, most of which were connected to sports or accidents. He would later reference these injuries as contributing to his inability to manage emotions. Even during adolescence, Wade's behavior raised concerns. School records and anecdotal reports suggest that he was frequently suspended for fighting, disruptive conduct, and defiance toward authority figures. Despite these challenges, he showed occasional glimpses of intelligence and charisma, which he often used manipulatively. Teachers and counselors attempted interventions, but his behavioral issues escalated with age. By 17, Wade had begun experimenting with drugs and alcohol. His relationships with peers were often short-lived, with many acquaintances describing him as manipulative and controlling. Romantic relationships were also marked by volatility and emotional abuse. In 2012, Wade Wilson's criminal history formally began. At 18, he was arrested in Leon County, Florida, for burglary and criminal mischief. This arrest was the first of many. Over the next year, he was arrested several more times for a variety of offenses including trespassing, assault, and firearms violations. In November 2013, he was convicted on charges of burglary and grand theft and sentenced to a term in prison. He served time until September 2014. During this period, he was reportedly a disruptive inmate and had multiple disciplinary infractions. Despite this, he was released on schedule and re-entered civilian life under supervision. After his release, Wilson attempted to reintegrate into society. He moved back in with his adoptive parents for a brief period, but tensions quickly resurfaced. He eventually relocated to Fort Myers, where he claimed he would start fresh. However, within months, he was once again in legal trouble. In 2015, Wilson was arrested on charges of sexual battery and kidnapping. A woman accused him of forcibly detaining and assaulting her in his vehicle following a social gathering. The case went to trial, and while the accusations were severe, Wilson was acquitted due to lack of sufficient forensic evidence and inconsistencies in witness testimonies. Nonetheless, this incident solidified his reputation in local law enforcement circles as someone with a propensity for violence. His personal life continued to deteriorate. He entered and exited a series of unstable relationships, many of which ended with allegations of abuse or manipulation. Police were called multiple times to domestic disturbances involving Wilson, although not all incidents led to charges. He frequently changed jobs, never staying employed for long, and often clashed with co-workers or supervisors. His use of narcotics increased, and reports suggest he frequently abused prescription medication and methamphetamine. In 2017, Wilson was arrested again, this time for stealing firearms. Authorities found multiple stolen weapons in his possession, and he was charged with theft and illegal possession of firearms. He was incarcerated until July 2018. During this incarceration, Wilson gained notoriety among inmates for his erratic behavior and alleged attempts to manipulate others into committing acts of violence on his behalf. He also claimed connections to more serious criminal enterprises, although these claims were never verified. Later in 2018, he surfaced in connection with a high-profile murder case in Tallahassee, the Denise Williams case. Denise had been convicted of conspiring to murder her husband, Mike Williams. During this time, Wilson wrote letters to individuals connected to the case, offering to produce evidence or carry out acts of retribution. These claims were viewed as attempts to insert himself into a notorious legal proceeding, and law enforcement did not pursue them. Nonetheless, his name appearing in connection to such a high-profile case added to his public profile and further disturbed those already familiar with his history. In February 2019, Wilson's former girlfriend contacted law enforcement to report an incident of physical and sexual violence. She claimed that Wilson had assaulted and strangled her, holding her against her will for several hours. Despite the graphic details she provided, investigators ultimately decided not to pursue charges, citing a lack of physical evidence and a no-contact order that had already been in place. The case was closed, but it marked another entry in Wilson's growing record of accusations involving violence against women. Just 5 months later, on July 1, 2019, Wilson was arrested again, this time for battery. The charge stemmed from an altercation with another individual in Fort Myers, in which Wilson reportedly punched a man during a dispute. He was released on bond shortly thereafter, but this incident came at a time when his behavior was escalating. Law enforcement noted that Wilson was becoming increasingly volatile and erratic. Interviews with people close to him revealed that he often spoke about violence in abstract, detached terms, and had begun exhibiting paranoid behavior. claiming that he was being watched or targeted by unnamed enemies. Friends and family expressed growing concern. Some attempted to reach out and offer help, but Wilson rebuffed these efforts. His social media accounts featured disturbing posts, including references to revenge, anger, and disillusionment. In online forums, he engaged in conversations about violence and conspiracies, often using anonymous aliases. These communications, later reviewed by investigators, would be cited as further indicators of his deteriorating mental state. By late 2019, Wilson was largely estranged from his adoptive family and had very few meaningful relationships. He moved between temporary housing arrangements, often staying with acquaintances or in motels. He had no stable income and relied heavily on others for financial support. When not in jail or awaiting court dates, he drifted through communities in Southwest Florida, frequently interacting with individuals involved in illegal drug trades and underground activities. Law enforcement officials later stated that Wilson had become a familiar figure in police reports and mugshot databases. Despite repeated arrests, he had managed to avoid long-term incarceration due to a combination of legal maneuvering, lack of evidence, and the reluctance of some victims to testify. However, his record painted a clear picture. A man with a history of aggression, manipulation, and persistent legal entanglements. This groundwork laid the path for a much more serious set of crimes that would occur in the final months of 2019. This chapter has detailed the early and middle years of Wade Wilson's life, focusing on his behavioral development, legal history, and personal relationships. These components serve as crucial context for understanding how he eventually became involved in a series of violent crimes that garnered statewide media attention. The patterns of control, violence, and deflection that began in adolescence became the hallmark of Wilson's adult life, and they would soon lead to a point of irreversible tragedy. With his criminal history growing and his behavior becoming increasingly unstable, Wade Wilson's trajectory appeared unmistakably dangerous. Chapter 2 will explore the events that led up to the violent crimes for which he would eventually be charged, including his movements, associations, and the escalation in his behavior in the months prior to the homicides. In October 2019, the course of Wade Wilson's criminal history shifted from a pattern of escalating violence to acts of lethal brutality. The sequence of events that culminated in the deaths of Diane Ruiz and Crystal Hart occurred over a matter of days, but the groundwork had been laid by years of instability, aggression, and failed interventions. This chapter focuses on the timeline, known interactions, forensic evidence, and investigative response surrounding the murders of Ruiz and Hart, both of whom were killed in Cape Coral, Florida, just hours apart. On the morning of October 7, 2019, Crystal Hart failed to report to work. Co-workers and family members quickly grew concerned, as this behavior was out of character. Hart, a 35-year-old mother, lived alone in a home located on Southeast 19th Lane in Cape Coral. When she could not be reached, and her car was found in her driveway, a wellness check was requested. Officers with the Cape Coral Police Department responded to her residence that same day. Upon arrival, police found the front door locked, but gained access through a rear entrance. Inside, they discovered Hart's body in her bedroom. She had been strangled and suffered visible blunt force trauma to the head. The scene showed no signs of forced entry, indicating that she may have willingly allowed her assailant inside, or that the assailant had access to her home. Items in the bedroom had been disturbed, and a lamp was found broken on the floor. The medical examiner later confirmed the cause of death as homicidal violence by asphyxiation, with significant secondary trauma. She had died hours before being discovered. Investigators began canvassing the neighborhood and interviewing those who knew Hart. Through phone records and social media messages, they quickly identified Wade Wilson as a recent acquaintance. Text messages revealed that Hart had communicated with Wilson in the days leading up to her death. Wilson was known to police, and based on the content of the texts, a warrant was issued to track. That same afternoon, a second disappearance was reported. Diane Ruiz, a 43-year-old woman who worked at a local hair salon, failed to return home after leaving for her morning shift. Her family reported her missing around 4:30 p.m. Surveillance footage captured Ruiz walking down a residential street near Vizcaya Parkway, consistent with her normal routine. However, she never arrived at work. Witnesses in the area later recalled seeing a man matching Wade Wilson's description interacting with Ruiz that morning. According to multiple accounts, he appeared agitated and was seen arguing with her near a white pickup truck. Ruiz seemed uncomfortable and attempted to walk away, but the man followed her. Within minutes, both were gone from view. The search for Ruiz intensified, and her body was discovered the following day in a wooded area near Northeast Pine Island Lane. She had been strangled and suffered significant injuries to her head and upper body. Her clothes were partially removed, though investigators did not release full details about the condition of the body due to the sensitive nature of the crime. Forensic evidence, including DNA found beneath Ruiz's fingernails and on her clothing, was later matched to Wilson. Law enforcement rapidly connected the two deaths. The proximity in time, location, and method of killing led investigators to treat the murders as the work of a single perpetrator. With Wilson already a suspect in Hart's death, and now linked by physical evidence to Ruiz's, he became the prime target of a manhunt initiated across Lee County. Wilson was arrested on October 8, 2019, just one day after the second body was discovered. He was located in a friend's apartment in Fort Myers, attempting to lay low. He did not resist arrest but made disturbing statements upon detainment. According to police reports, he said, "I've done some bad things," and mentioned having blacked out. During interrogation, Wilson provided conflicting accounts of his whereabouts and denied involvement in the killings. However, he could not explain how his DNA was found on Ruiz's body or why Hart's neighbors had seen him near her home shortly from the premises around the time of her murder. Investigators also recovered items from Wilson's vehicle that tied him to both crime scenes. These included a hairbrush belonging to Ruiz and a blood-stained shirt later identified as belonging to Hart. Trace evidence collected from his shoes contained soil consistent with the area where Ruiz's body was found. Cell phone geolocation data placed Wilson near both victims at the relevant times. The autopsy results were conclusive. Both Ruiz and Hart had died by manual strangulation, with additional evidence of blunt force trauma. There were no signs of defensive wounds on either victim, which medical examiners interpreted as possibly indicating that they had been overpowered or caught by surprise. Toxicology reports showed no drugs or alcohol in the victims' systems, ruling out the possibility of substance-induced incapacitation. The brutality of the killings and the lack of provocation were deeply troubling to both the investigators and the community. As the investigation progressed, prosecutors began preparing formal charges. Wilson was indicted on 2 counts of first-degree murder, with additional charges including kidnapping, sexual battery, and tampering with evidence. The state attorney's office made it clear early in the proceedings that they would seek the death penalty. They cited the aggravated nature of the crimes, the vulnerability of the victims, and Wilson's extensive criminal history as factors in their decision. Public reaction to the case was immediate and intense. The Cape Coral community, already familiar with Wilson's criminal past, was shocked by the nature of the crimes. Vigils were held for the victims, and local media provided constant updates on court proceedings and investigative developments. Community leaders demanded accountability and better mechanisms for tracking high-risk offenders. The murders reignited debate in Florida about early release policies and the effectiveness of probation and parole systems. While in custody, Wilson underwent psychological evaluations to determine his fitness for trial. His defense attorneys argued that he suffered from long-standing mental health issues, including personality disorders and possible neurological damage related to his past head injuries. However, state psychologists determined that Wilson was competent to stand trial. He was housed in a secure facility under heightened supervision while awaiting court proceedings. This chapter details the murders of Diane Ruiz and Crystal Hart, the evidence linking Wade Wilson to both killings, and the swift response by law enforcement that led to his arrest. These events marked the most violent chapter in Wilson's criminal history and set in motion a legal process that would place him on trial for capital murder. The next chapter will examine the pretrial phase, including legal maneuvering, community reactions, and how investigators continued building their case as Wilson awaited his day in court. Following Wade Wilson's arrest in October 2019, law enforcement shifted focus to constructing a solid legal case while managing public outcry. The twin homicides of Diane Ruiz and Crystal Hart had created a significant media storm in Southwest Florida, leading to intense scrutiny on both the investigative process and prosecutorial decisions. Chapter 4 examines the pretrial phase of Wilson's case, including discovery, psychological assessments, motions filed by the defense and prosecution, and the unfolding legal strategies leading to trial. Immediately after Wilson's arrest, the state attorney's office for the 20th Judicial Circuit began preparing a capital case. First-degree murder charges were filed for both victims, along with additional charges including kidnapping, sexual battery, and evidence tampering. Prosecutors announced their intent to pursue the death penalty. The indictment listed multiple aggravating factors: the heinous and cruel nature of the crimes, Wilson's previous violent felony convictions, and his status as a repeat offender. During initial court appearances, Wilson entered a plea of not guilty. A public defender was appointed to represent him, though that arrangement changed several times throughout the proceedings. His defense was initially led by attorneys from the Office of Criminal Conflict and Civil Regional Counsel. They requested additional psychological testing and indicated that Wilson's mental state would be central to his defense strategy. A court-ordered mental health evaluation was conducted by 2 forensic psychologists. They examined Wilson's history of head trauma, substance abuse, behavioral disorders, and prior mental health interventions. Though they confirmed he showed signs of antisocial personality disorder and possible frontal lobe dysfunction, both professionals concluded that Wilson understood the nature of the charges and could participate in his defense. As a result, he was declared legally competent to stand trial. Meanwhile, the prosecution team compiled extensive evidence. Discovery materials included DNA reports, forensic pathology results, autopsy photographs, cell phone location data, digital communications, surveillance footage, and eyewitness accounts. A large portion of the digital evidence came from Wilson's smartphone and social media activity. His phone contained disturbing searches and messages that, according to prosecutors, demonstrated intent, premeditation, and a fascination with violent acts. Wilson's defense attorneys filed multiple pretrial motions. One requested a change of venue, citing pervasive media coverage that could influence jurors. The defense argued that local publicity made a fair trial in Lee County impossible. They also moved to suppress certain pieces of evidence, including statements Wilson made to police after his arrest. Defense counsel claimed these statements were made under psychological duress and without full understanding of his rights. The court held evidentiary hearings to evaluate these motions. The judge ruled that while media coverage was extensive, it did not meet the threshold required to change venue at that stage. However, the court left open the possibility of revisiting the issue if jury selection later revealed widespread bias. As for the motion to suppress Wilson's post-arrest statements, the judge denied it, ruling that the interviews had been conducted within legal parameters and that Wilson had voluntarily waived his Miranda rights. Throughout the pretrial process, Wilson's legal team hinted at a possible insanity defense, but ultimately did not pursue it formally. Instead, their strategy focused on challenging the credibility of the forensic evidence and attempting to exclude prejudicial materials. They contended that the DNA evidence found on Diane Ruiz's body could have been the result of consensual contact, and argued that the forensic timeline in Crystal Hart's death was imprecise. The prosecution countered by introducing corroborating evidence, including the geolocation data from Wilson's phone, physical evidence found in his vehicle, and text messages that placed him with both victims shortly before their deaths. Prosecutors also highlighted Wilson's history of violence and the similar manner in which both women were killed, emphasizing a pattern that supported their theory of premeditation. During pretrial hearings, testimony was heard from investigators, forensic analysts, and expert witnesses. Law enforcement personnel detailed the timeline of Wilson's movements based on surveillance footage, phone pings, and witness statements. A digital forensics expert described how data was extracted from Wilson's mobile device, explaining how timestamps and metadata confirmed his proximity to both crime scenes at critical windows of time. The court also heard from the families of the victims. While this testimony was not considered part of the evidentiary phase, it played a significant role in the broader context of the case. The families voiced their grief and concern over the slow pace of justice. Advocacy groups called for reforms in the judicial system, especially regarding the tracking of violent offenders and the enforcement of no-contact orders. Public interest remained high. Local news outlets covered every development in the case. Editorials discussed the failures of the probation system and asked how Wilson, with his lengthy criminal record, had been free at the time of the murders. Community groups organized forums, and victims' rights advocates pushed for changes in how violent criminals are monitored post-release. Security measures were heightened for each court appearance. Wilson was kept under tight surveillance and appeared in restraints. His demeanor in court was often described as impassive or disinterested, though at times he reacted visibly to testimony or evidence presented. These moments were closely observed by reporters and court spectators. The defense's request for additional psychological testing was granted, resulting in a follow-up evaluation by an independent neuropsychologist. This assessment focused on cognitive function, impulse control, and the potential effects of traumatic brain injury. The findings were consistent with earlier evaluations. While Wilson exhibited signs of mental illness and neurocognitive impairment, he remained competent under Florida law to proceed to trial. By early 2020, after months of motions, hearings, and legal preparations, the court announced that jury selection would begin later that year. COVID-19 pandemic restrictions delayed in-person proceedings for several weeks, but remote hearings and procedural steps continued. The judge made clear that the case would be tried as soon as safely possible, given its severity and the extended pretrial detention of the defendant. In the final months before trial, both sides finalized their witness lists. The prosecution prepared to call forensic scientists, crime scene investigators, medical examiners, and digital evidence specialists. The defense intended to call expert witnesses in psychology and pathology, as well as friends and acquaintances of Wilson, who would testify to his past trauma, mental instability, and erratic behavior. As the pretrial phase came to a close, one thing was evident. The case against Wade Wilson was complex, multilayered, and emotionally charged. Both legal teams had invested significant resources in preparing for what promised to be a lengthy and high-profile trial. The families of Diane Ruiz and Crystal Hart continued to attend court proceedings and called for justice at every opportunity. Law enforcement officers remained closely involved, reviewing every detail of the case in preparation for testimony. By mid-2020, following delays caused by the COVID-19 pandemic and extensive pretrial motions, the trial of Wade Wilson officially entered its next phase, jury selection. This critical stage in the judicial process would determine whether a panel of impartial citizens could be assembled to weigh the evidence in one of the region's most disturbing murder cases in recent memory. The process was closely monitored by legal experts, journalists, and the families of Diane Ruiz and Crystal Hart. The court summoned an initial pool of 400 prospective jurors, a significantly larger group than usual, due to the complexity and sensitivity of the case. Potential jurors were asked to complete a comprehensive questionnaire covering their knowledge of the case, media exposure, personal experiences with crime or domestic violence, and their views on capital punishment. Because the prosecution intended to pursue the death penalty, jurors had to be death qualified, willing to consider imposing the ultimate sentence if the facts warranted it. Voir dire, the formal process of questioning jurors, was conducted over 3 weeks. Attorneys for both sides scrutinized every answer. The defense was particularly concerned about potential bias stemming from media coverage, while prosecutors focused on ensuring that jurors would not automatically dismiss capital punishment as an option. Some prospective jurors were dismissed for cause due to strong opinions about the death penalty or preconceived beliefs about Wilson's guilt. Ultimately, 12 jurors and 4 alternates were seated. The panel was composed of 8 women and 8 men, ranging in age from mid-20s to early 60s. Most had minimal prior knowledge of the case beyond vague media exposure, and all affirmed under oath their ability to remain impartial. With the jury sworn in, Judge Margaret Weller set the opening statements for the following Monday. On the morning of trial, the courtroom was packed. Family members of both victims were present, along with members of the press and the general public. Wade Wilson entered wearing a suit, his wrists shackled beneath the table. His expression remained flat as the judge addressed the court and instructed the jury on the gravity of their responsibility. The prosecution delivered its opening statement first. Assistant State Attorney James Platt began by laying out the timeline of events from October 7th to October 8th, 2019. He stated that Wilson had targeted 2 women, both of whom he had previously interacted with, and murdered them in a calculated manner. Platt described the forensic evidence: DNA found on both victims, surveillance video, phone location data, and text messages. He told jurors they would hear from experts in forensic pathology, digital forensics, and criminology. Platt emphasized the similarities in the killings. Both victims were strangled, both were left in places where they would eventually be discovered, and both had last been seen with Wilson. He painted Wilson as a manipulative individual with a history of violence who had shown no remorse. His final remarks reminded the jury that their task was not just to assign guilt, but to affirm justice for the families. Wilson's defense attorney, Melissa Carver, presented her opening with a different tone. She acknowledged that the case was emotional and tragic, but urged jurors to remain focused on the facts. She warned against assumptions based on Wilson's prior record and suggested that the state's evidence was circumstantial and open to interpretation. Carver pointed to inconsistencies in the timeline and argued that the prosecution had built its case on weak foundations. She told jurors they would hear about Wilson's mental health, his background, and his pattern of instability. While she did not deny that Wilson had known both victims, she claimed that their interactions had been consensual and that other possible suspects had not been adequately investigated. Her strategy was to create reasonable doubt and present Wilson as a man whose troubled mind, not criminal intent, had brought him to this point. The first witnesses called by the prosecution were officers from the Cape Coral Police Department. Detective Brian McFadden testified to the discovery of Crystal Hart's body and the condition of her home. He described the process of securing the scene, collecting physical evidence, and coordinating with the medical examiner. Jurors were shown photographs from the scene, which caused visible reactions among the jury and spectators. Next, technicians from the forensic lab explained the DNA matching process. They detailed how samples taken from Diane Ruiz's body and clothing matched Wilson's genetic profile with an extremely high degree of certainty. Defense attorneys questioned the chain of custody and handling procedures, but the lab's documentation appeared thorough. Digital forensic analysts then testified about data pulled from Wilson's phone. They walked jurors through timelines showing Wilson's movement via GPS pings, search history, and text messages. One notable item was a message Wilson sent just hours before Hart's murder, stating he was going out to settle things. Other messages included violent language and discussions of his perceived enemies. Throughout the testimony, Wilson remained still. He whispered occasionally with his attorneys, but showed no visible reaction to images or statements. Courtroom observers noted this behavior, which prosecutors would later use to support their portrayal of Wilson as remorseless. After establishing the timeline and evidence chain, the prosecution brought in expert witnesses. The medical examiner who performed the autopsies testified about the cause and manner of death for both victims. She described injuries consistent with manual strangulation and blunt force trauma. Autopsy diagrams were presented to the jury, and prosecutors carefully walked through the forensic implications. When the prosecution rested its case, the defense began presenting their witnesses. Their first expert was a neuropsychologist who had evaluated Wilson. He testified about the impact of repeated head injuries and trauma on behavioral regulation and decision-making. He stated that Wilson suffered from impaired executive function and was prone to impulsive, poorly thought-out actions. Next, the defense called a clinical psychologist who had reviewed Wilson's life history. She discussed his troubled upbringing, early exposure to violence, and repeated incidents of physical abuse. While not offered as an excuse, this testimony was meant to provide context for Wilson's behavior and to support the argument that he lacked the capacity for cold, calculated murder. The defense also attempted to question the reliability of the forensic evidence. They introduced alternate scenarios, suggesting that DNA transfer could have occurred through innocent contact, and that Wilson's presence near the crime scenes was not in itself proof of guilt. However, cross-examination by the prosecution highlighted gaps in the defense's timeline and the lack of any credible alternative suspect. As the week progressed, court proceedings were marked by intense emotional moments. Family members of the victims were occasionally seen leaving the courtroom in tears. Several jurors were visibly affected by testimony, and the judge reminded the panel to remain objective. Reporters documented the daily developments, and legal analysts debated the strength of each side's arguments. With witness testimony nearing completion, both legal teams began preparing for closing arguments. The trial had already lasted longer than initially expected, and the weight of the case was evident in the demeanor of all participants. The next chapter will focus on the final phase of the trial, including closing arguments, jury deliberation, and the verdict that would decide Wade Wilson's fate. As the trial entered its final phase, tension in the courtroom reached a peak. After weeks of testimony, evidence presentation, and legal arguments, it was time for both sides to deliver their closing statements. These final arguments would summarize the core of each side's case and offer the jury their last impression before deliberation began. The prosecution began by reiterating the timeline and physical evidence. Assistant State Attorney James Platt reviewed key pieces: DNA found on both victims, location data placing Wilson at or near the crime scenes, and the series of messages and internet searches that prosecutors argued demonstrated premeditation. Platt described Wade Wilson as a calculated and violent man who manipulated others and targeted women he perceived as vulnerable. Platt walked the jury through the similarities between the two murders: manual strangulation, signs of blunt force trauma, and the lack of defensive wounds, arguing that these commonalities were not coincidental. He reminded jurors that both Diane Ruiz and Crystal Hart had interacted with Wilson in the days or hours leading up to their deaths, and that no credible alternative suspect had emerged. He concluded with an emotional appeal to justice, stating that the victims could not speak for themselves, but the evidence spoke clearly. He asked the jury to return guilty verdicts on all charges, including 2 counts of first-degree murder. Defense attorney Melissa Carver countered with a closing that focused on gaps and inconsistencies in the prosecution's narrative. She emphasized that while the deaths were tragic, the state had not definitively proven that Wade Wilson had committed the crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. She criticized the prosecution's reliance on circumstantial evidence and questioned the timeline proposed by investigators. Carver pointed to Wilson's mental health evaluations, arguing that his history of trauma and brain injuries created serious doubt about his capacity for premeditation. She revisited the testimony of the defense's expert witnesses and reminded jurors that the law required certainty, not speculation. She also questioned the handling of forensic evidence, particularly chain of custody procedures. The defense maintained that DNA alone could not prove murder, and that the proximity of Wilson to the crime scenes did not conclusively establish guilt. Her final remarks implored the jury to resist public pressure and media narratives, and to consider only the legal standards required to convict. Following the closing statements, Judge Margaret Weller delivered detailed instructions to the jury. She explained the legal definitions of first-degree murder, reasonable doubt, and the criteria for considering aggravating and mitigating circumstances in capital cases. Jurors were instructed to weigh the evidence carefully and deliberate without bias or external influence. The jury was sequestered and began deliberations that afternoon. Observers noted the solemn mood as the panel exited the courtroom. Over the next 3 days, the jury reviewed evidence, requested clarifications on forensic testimony, and re-examined portions of the digital data timeline. Court staff facilitated the process under strict protocols to ensure no outside contact or influence. On the 4th day, a verdict was reached. The courtroom was silent as the jury returned and handed their findings to the bailiff. Judge Weller read the verdict aloud. Guilty on both counts of first-degree murder, guilty on charges of kidnapping, and guilty on counts of tampering with evidence. The victims' families cried quietly in the gallery. Wade Wilson showed no visible reaction. His attorneys quickly conferred with him, but no statement was made on his behalf. The verdict marked the end of the first phase of the legal process, but the trial was not yet complete. A separate penalty phase was required to determine whether Wilson would face life imprisonment or the death penalty. In post-verdict interviews, members of the jury shared that the DNA evidence, coupled with the timeline and lack of any alternative theory, had led to their decision. Some acknowledged struggling with the emotional weight of the case, but said the facts left them with no reasonable doubt. The state attorney's office issued a statement commending the jury for their service and reaffirming their commitment to pursuing the death penalty in the sentencing phase. Victims' advocacy groups praised the verdict and called for reforms to prevent future crimes by high-risk offenders. Defense attorneys declined to comment publicly, but filed a motion for a new trial within days of the verdict. They alleged that prejudicial media coverage and procedural missteps during the trial had influenced the jury. The court scheduled a hearing to address the motion, though few legal analysts believed it would succeed. With the conviction secured, the court prepared to enter the penalty phase. The prosecution would argue for capital punishment, while the defense would present mitigating factors aimed at convincing the jury to choose life imprisonment instead. Chapter 6 concludes with the jury's unanimous decision to convict Wade Wilson on all major charges. The next chapter will cover the penalty phase of the trial, detailing how both sides argued over the appropriate sentence and the final outcome of one of Florida's most scrutinized murder cases in recent history. With the guilty verdict delivered, the focus of the court turned to the penalty phase. This stage of the trial would determine whether Wade Wilson would spend the remainder of his life in prison or receive the death sentence. Under Florida law, a separate sentencing proceeding is required in capital cases after a conviction. This phase involves the presentation of aggravating and mitigating factors, which the jury must weigh carefully before making a recommendation. The prosecution began by re-establishing the aggravating circumstances. Assistant State Attorney James Platt reminded the jury that both victims were murdered in a cruel, heinous, and calculated manner. He emphasized that the murders were not spontaneous acts of rage, but deliberate executions, committed by someone with a documented history of violence and a disregard for human life. Platt argued that Wilson had preyed on vulnerable women and had shown no remorse for his actions. To support their position, prosecutors presented additional evidence of Wilson's prior conduct. Testimony from former romantic partners and acquaintances described patterns of physical abuse, manipulation, and emotional coercion. One ex-girlfriend spoke about being choked unconscious during an argument. Another detailed repeated threats and forced isolation. While these events had not resulted in formal convictions, the court allowed them under the rules of relevant character evidence for sentencing. The prosecution also introduced victim impact statements. Relatives of Diane Ruiz and Crystal Hart took the stand to describe the toll their deaths had taken. Ruiz's daughter tearfully recounted the confusion and pain of losing her mother. Hart's sister, holding back emotion, described how the murder had shattered their family. These test victims and remind the jury of the enduring harm caused by Wilson's crimes. The defense, meanwhile, presented mitigating factors intended to spare Wilson's life. Lead attorney Melissa Carver focused heavily on Wilson's mental health history. A neuropsychiatrist testified about findings from advanced brain imaging, which showed evidence of trauma to the prefrontal cortex, an area critical for impulse control and decision-making. The expert stated that Wilson likely suffered from impaired executive function, making it harder for him to regulate behavior under stress. Carver also called on family members and childhood acquaintances who spoke about Wilson's early years. They described a difficult upbringing marked by instability, neglect, and exposure to violence. His adoptive parents, Steve and Candace Wilson, shared their efforts to help him and their sadness at the outcome of his life. Candace, in particular, asked the jury to choose mercy, saying that while Wade had done terrible things, she still saw the child she had raised. Another component of the defense strategy involved Wilson's cooperation during arrest and transport. Officers testified that he had not resisted, had complied with orders, and had expressed awareness of the gravity of the situation. While not a legal mitigating factor, the defense argued this showed that he was not beyond redemption. Wilson himself chose to address the court. In a brief statement, he apologized to the families of the victims. He said, "I know nothing I say can change what happened. I am sorry for your pain." His demeanor remained reserved, and he did not express emotion beyond the scripted apology. Whether the jury found his statement sincere was unclear. The jury was then instructed on how to deliberate in the penalty phase. They were told to consider whether the aggravating factors outweighed the mitigating ones. Their recommendation for a sentence had to be unanimous in order for the death penalty to be imposed. If even one juror found the mitigating circumstances sufficient, the sentence would be life without parole. Deliberations began shortly after. The jury spent nearly 2 days reviewing testimony and evidence. Legal analysts noted that Florida juries, while capable of delivering death sentences, have become more cautious in recent years due to changing attitudes and high-profile exonerations in the state. On the 3rd day, the jury returned to the courtroom with their decision. Judge Weller asked the foreperson to read the findings. The jury had voted 12-0 in favor of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Gasps were heard in the gallery, though there were no disruptions. Judge Weller accepted the recommendation and sentenced Wade Wilson to 2 consecutive life terms for the murders of Diane Ruiz and Crystal Hart, plus additional time for the other charges. In her final remarks, the judge stated that Wilson would never again be a free man. She emphasized that the sentence was a reflection of the jury's careful consideration and the law's capacity for both justice and restraint. Following sentencing, the victims' families delivered prepared statements. Ruiz's daughter said she had hoped for a death sentence, but accepted the outcome. Hart's brother expressed gratitude that Wilson would never harm another person. Advocacy groups noted that the life sentence ensured finality and spared the family's years of appeals and court proceedings. The Florida Department of Corrections processed Wilson into the state prison system within days. He was classified as a high-risk inmate and transferred to a maximum security facility. Records indicated that Wilson was placed in protective custody, given the nature of his crimes and his notoriety. Public reaction to the sentence was mixed. Some in the community felt justice had been served, while others believed the death penalty was warranted. Editorials debated the broader implications for sentencing policy and the balance between punishment and rehabilitation. Wilson's legal team continued to pursue appeals, focusing on alleged procedural errors during the trial. However, most experts believed the grounds were insufficient to reverse the outcome. The case would remain under review in appellate courts for years, but the primary legal battle had concluded. In the months following Wade Wilson's sentencing, the effects of his crimes and the high-profile nature of the trial continued to resonate through Southwest Florida. The emotional and psychological toll on the victims' families, the local community, and the justice system was considerable. While the legal proceedings had concluded with a life sentence, the broader ramifications of the case were just beginning to unfold. For the families of Diane Ruiz and Crystal Hart, the trial's end brought a complex mix of emotions. Though relieved by the guilty verdict and the assurance that Wilson would never be released, the trauma of their loss remained acute. Ruiz's daughter, in interviews with local media, spoke of recurring nightmares and the pain of having to describe her mother's life and death during court proceedings. Hart's sister began working with a local support group for families of homicide victims, using her experience to help others navigate grief and the criminal justice process. Counseling services in Cape Coral and Fort Myers reported an increase in demand for trauma therapy, particularly from those indirectly affected by the case. Community mental health centers noted that the highly publicized nature of the trial had triggered anxiety among residents, especially women who felt vulnerable due to Wilson's history of targeting women he had known casually or met briefly. Public discourse soon shifted to the systemic issues the case had exposed. Editorials and community forums focused on the failures of probation enforcement, the underfunding of mental health services, and gaps in domestic violence prevention. Lawmakers from the region were urged to review policies regarding repeat violent offenders and to explore reforms aimed at monitoring high-risk individuals more effectively. Local media launched investigative reports into how Wade Wilson had managed to remain free despite a lengthy record of arrests, violent incidents, and These reports revealed several breakdowns in communication between law enforcement agencies, missed opportunities for intervention, and a lack of follow-through on court-imposed conditions. In response, the Lee County Sheriff's Office and Cape Coral Police Department initiated internal reviews of their handling of Wilson's prior cases. A task force was assembled to examine potential reforms in offender supervision, including more consistent enforcement of no-contact orders and the use of GPS monitoring for individuals considered a high risk to reoffend. The state attorney's office also conducted a post-trial analysis to identify procedural or evidentiary weaknesses that could be improved in future prosecutions. Recommendations included earlier integration of digital forensic analysis, enhanced support for victim witnesses, and closer collaboration between prosecutors and victim advocacy groups during the pretrial phase. Within the broader criminal justice community, Wade Wilson's case became a reference point in discussions about balancing due process with public safety. At legal conferences and policy panels, professionals debated how to better identify offenders who present ongoing threats while respecting civil liberties. Experts in criminal psychology were invited to review the case data to better understand patterns of escalation in repeat offenders. In Fort Myers, a memorial garden was established near Crystal Hart's former residence. It became a gathering space for community vigils and an annual remembrance event for victims of violent crime. A similar tribute for Diane Ruiz was placed in her hometown, funded by local businesses and community donations. Both sites served as physical reminders of the lives lost and the ongoing need for community healing. School districts in the region, responding to public concern, began offering expanded education on personal safety and relationship violence. High schools integrated new programming on recognizing signs of abuse, accessing help, and supporting peers in crisis. These efforts were developed in partnership with nonprofit organizations and survivors of violence who shared their experiences. The ripple effects of the case reached as far as the state legislature. Bills were introduced to strengthen penalties for repeat domestic violence offenders and to allocate more funding for mental health treatment within the correctional system. Advocacy groups testified before committees, citing the Wilson case as a cautionary example of systemic shortcomings. While some proposals stalled, others gained traction, including a pilot program for rapid response teams to investigate high-risk protection order violations. Meanwhile, Wilson's name remained in circulation through ongoing appellate filings. His legal team pursued appeals primarily on procedural grounds, arguing judicial errors during jury selection and pretrial motions. These appeals were reviewed by Florida's 2nd District Court of Appeal. Although few believed the outcome would change, the process was a necessary legal step and continued to draw media coverage. For the public, Wilson became a symbol of both failure and accountability. Some viewed his life sentence as a testament to the justice system's eventual success in holding him accountable. Others saw his years of unchecked escalation as proof that more proactive intervention was needed long before a trial became necessary. Among law enforcement professionals, there was a renewed focus on improving interagency coordination. Efforts were made to consolidate criminal databases and ensure that officers responding to domestic disputes had immediate access to an individual's full history. Training modules were updated to emphasize risk assessment and trauma-informed response techniques. Community organizations began offering workshops on early warning signs of abuse and how to support someone in a potentially dangerous relationship. Outreach efforts included targeted campaigns for underserved populations, including those facing language barriers, immigration concerns, or economic hardship that might prevent them from reporting abuse or seeking help. While the court case was officially closed, the societal implications remained open-ended. Local newspapers continued to revisit the case on anniversaries and during legislative cycles. Documentaries and podcasts examining Florida's most disturbing crimes began to reference Wade Wilson's story as part of a broader narrative about justice, violence, and reform. By the end of the first year following sentencing, the tangible and intangible outcomes of the case were evident across Lee County. From policy changes and community programs to the personal journeys of healing undertaken by families and survivors, the impact was lasting. After sentencing, Wade Wilson was transferred from the Lee County Jail to the Florida Department of Corrections. He was designated a high-risk inmate due to the nature of his convictions and the notoriety of his case. Intake officers at the Reception and Medical Center in Lake Butler conducted evaluations to determine Wilson's housing classification. Psychological assessments, medical screenings, and a detailed review of his criminal history led to a decision to place him in close management, a designation for inmates requiring the highest level of security. Wilson was assigned to Florida State Prison, one of the most secure correctional facilities in the state. Located in Rayford, the prison houses some of Florida's most dangerous offenders. Inmates in close management are typically housed in single cells, monitored continuously, and granted limited movement outside their cells. Wilson's classification meant he would spend most of each day in isolation, with minimal interaction with other inmates. From the outset of his incarceration, Wilson was placed under protective custody protocols. This was partly due to the nature of his crimes, which involved violence against women, and partly because of the media attention his trial had received. In the prison hierarchy, such offenders are often targets. Staff at Florida State Prison monitored Wilson closely, both for his safety and for any signs of behavioral instability. According to correctional reports, Wilson maintained a low profile during his first year in prison. He did not participate in any altercations and largely complied with institutional rules. However, he declined most forms of programming, including educational and vocational classes. He refused religious counseling and did not request mental health therapy beyond the required monthly check-ins for inmates under psychological monitoring. Internal records described Wilson as quiet, detached, and non-disruptive. Guards noted that he rarely spoke unless prompted and showed little interest in his surroundings. His cell was kept in order, and he followed basic hygiene routines, but there were few signs of emotional engagement. One report described his demeanor as chronically flat, a characteristic observed by both mental health professionals and correctional officers. Despite his reserved behavior, Wilson remained subject to regular assessments. Psychologists working within the Department of Corrections continued to monitor him for signs of depression, psychosis, or suicidal ideation. While he occasionally exhibited symptoms of anxiety, such as insomnia and restlessness, he did not display overt signs of mental breakdown. Inmates in Wilson's classification are granted limited privileges. Visits are rare and must be approved in advance through a strict vetting process. His adoptive parents visited once during his first year, but did not return. No other family members or friends sought visitation. All correspondence sent to Wilson was screened by prison staff. Letters from journalists were forwarded, but never answered. Mail from advocacy groups and religious organizations received no reply. Wilson's lack of engagement raised questions among prison staff and psychological reviewers. A mid-year review concluded that while he showed no immediate risk of harm to himself or others, his social withdrawal was severe. The report suggested ongoing monitoring but recommended no changes to his classification. He remained under close management throughout his second year. At routine hearings to review his custody status, Wilson declined to speak or submit any statements. The review boards documented his continued compliance with rules and the absence of disciplinary infractions, but noted no evidence of rehabilitation efforts. As a result, his status remained unchanged. Prison records confirmed that Wilson did not seek to appeal his life sentence beyond the efforts made by his attorneys. He showed no interest in participating in legal strategy meetings and rarely responded to letters from legal counsel. When prompted for feedback or decisions, he either gave minimal responses or deferred to his attorneys entirely. Wilson's isolation mirrored the way he had conducted himself during the trial: quiet, detached, and largely disengaged. Legal experts reviewing the case noted that while this behavior did not constitute mental incompetence, it complicated any efforts toward rehabilitation. Without active participation in therapy or educational programs, the prospect of meaningful behavioral change was low. As years passed, Wilson became just one of thousands of inmates serving life sentences in Florida. While his name remained recognizable due to the case's earlier media attention, public interest gradually waned. His crimes were occasionally referenced in discussions on prison overcrowding and the long-term cost of housing violent offenders, but Wilson himself remained silent. Advocates for prison reform pointed to his case as a challenge to the system's rehabilitative capacity. Some argued that inmates like Wilson, who refused to engage and show no signs of remorse, reflect the limitations of correctional programming. Others maintained that public safety, not rehabilitation, should be the sole focus for individuals convicted of such crimes. Inside Florida State Prison, Wilson remained physically secure but emotionally inaccessible. He was neither disruptive nor cooperative. He complied with the rules but made no effort to connect with others. He had become, as one psychologist put it, a man existing in custody but not living in it. As of his latest classification review, Wilson continues to reside in close management, with no change in his custody status. The conditions of his confinement remain constant: 23 hours a day in his cell, limited recreation, monitored communications, and no contact with the outside world beyond basic legal correspondence. Whether he will remain in this status indefinitely is uncertain, but based on his consistent behavior, prison authorities anticipate no change in the foreseeable future. In the wake of Wade Wilson's conviction and incarceration, state agencies and correctional oversight bodies conducted internal reviews to identify any procedural breakdowns that may have contributed to his ability to reoffend. These efforts were not limited to law enforcement, but extended across the criminal justice and correctional systems. Florida's Department of Corrections, along with regional judicial circuits and probation departments, faced increased pressure to re-examine their handling of high-risk individuals. The first major inquiry focused on how Wilson's prior criminal record, which included multiple arrests for violence and repeated allegations of abuse, had failed to trigger more intensive monitoring. Records showed that Wilson had been arrested and released on bond several times in the years leading up to the murders of Diane Ruiz and Crystal Hart. In several instances, no-contact orders were issued but not enforced. Advocates and watchdog organizations cited these failures as systemic blind spots. The Office of the Inspector General launched a formal audit into probation and parole policies. A key issue identified was the absence of a unified, statewide database that integrated information across jurisdictions. Officers supervising Wilson during prior community releases had limited access to his full history, especially cases filed in neighboring counties. This lack of centralized oversight allowed gaps in risk assessment and supervision intensity. In response to these findings, the Florida Department of Corrections implemented a series of reforms. The first was the rollout of a centralized offender tracking system accessible to all law enforcement and judicial entities. This platform allowed probation officers, court personnel, and corrections officials to view comprehensive data on individuals, including pending cases, restraining orders, and past disciplinary actions. A second initiative introduced mandatory reassessment protocols for repeat violent offenders. Under the revised policy, any individual arrested 3 or more times for violent behavior would trigger a multidisciplinary case review. These reviews brought together representatives from law enforcement, mental health services, legal counsel, and corrections staff to determine appropriate levels of supervision or intervention. Meanwhile, the Florida Supreme Court convened a judicial review panel to examine pretrial release practices. The panel scrutinized risk assessment tools used by judges when setting bail or bond conditions. Critics argued that Wilson's ability to post bond multiple times, despite a pattern of escalating violence, pointed to flaws in how risk was calculated and communicated during arraignment and detention hearings. Policy recommendations from the panel included mandatory judicial training in domestic violence dynamics and the expansion of electronic monitoring capabilities. The recommendations also emphasized the importance of enforcing no-contact orders with more stringent penalties for violations, including automatic remand to custody for noncompliance. Advocacy groups played a significant role in pushing for these changes. Survivors of domestic abuse, legal reform advocates, and families of homicide victims testified before legislative committees and participated in roundtable discussions with prosecutors and police chiefs. These sessions informed new draft legislation aimed at expanding protective measures for individuals reporting intimate partner violence. At the legislative level, several bills emerged in the aftermath of the Wilson case. One proposed expanding the eligibility criteria for GPS monitoring to include individuals with multiple domestic violence arrests, regardless of conviction status. Another called for the creation of rapid response domestic violence units within county sheriff's offices. These specialized teams would respond to repeated complaints or high-risk situations flagged by the new tracking system. While not all measures passed, several were enacted during the following legislative session. Key outcomes included the establishment of a statewide domestic violence enforcement task force and the allocation of new funding for probation departments to expand training and personnel. Within correctional institutions, Wilson's case influenced the way behavioral assessments were conducted. The Department of Corrections updated its intake screening protocols to include a more comprehensive review of behavioral red flags, including obsessive behavior, stalking history, and psychological abuse patterns. Training modules for prison staff were revised to incorporate case studies like Wilson's, aimed at helping officers recognize patterns of behavior that could signal unresolved psychological risk. These modules were paired with refresher courses in trauma-informed care and de-escalation tactics. Universities and criminal justice programs also responded by incorporating the Wilson case into their curricula. Law schools, forensic psychology departments, and public policy programs examined the case in courses focused on system reform, ethics, and criminal profiling. Guest lectures and symposiums brought together academics, legal professionals, and corrections officers to discuss policy shortcomings and emerging practices. Local jurisdictions across Florida began piloting early intervention protocols based on behavioral risk indicators. These programs aim to identify individuals showing a combination of domestic abuse, threats of violence, and resistance to court orders. Intervention efforts included mandatory counseling, temporary detainment for mental health evaluations, and increased community supervision. In Lee County specifically, a dedicated review board was established to audit unresolved complaints of domestic violence from the prior decade. The board's goal was to identify whether earlier patterns of abuse had been overlooked or mishandled. Several older cases were reopened for additional review, and officers involved in earlier responses to Wilson's complaints were interviewed as part of an internal accountability process. The combination of administrative scrutiny and community pressure resulted in a measurable shift in how repeat offenders were handled statewide. While these changes could not reverse the harm caused by Wilson's actions, they signaled a broader commitment to closing the gaps that had allowed him to operate unchecked for so long. The Wade Wilson case generated extensive media coverage from the moment of his arrest through the sentencing phase and beyond. News outlets across Florida, and eventually national platforms, provided near-constant updates, interviews, and legal commentary. This chapter focuses on the role media played in shaping public perception, influencing judicial transparency, and igniting debate over privacy, justice, and community responsibility. Local television stations were the first to break the story of Wilson's arrest in connection with the murders of Diane Ruiz and Crystal Hart. Within hours, Wilson's mugshot was published, and key details of his criminal history were recirculated. Reporters tracked the early investigation with daily live segments, often from outside the Cape Coral Police Department or the Lee County Courthouse. Initial public reaction was fueled by shock and anger. Online forums, comment sections, and social media platforms exploded with speculation, outrage, and calls for systemic reform. Hashtags referencing both victims gained traction, and local Facebook groups dedicated entire threads to discussing how the justice system had failed to contain Wilson before he could escalate to homicide. Newspapers ran editorials examining the breakdowns in community supervision, often citing timelines of Wilson's past arrests alongside critical commentary from legal analysts and victim advocates. As new evidence surfaced during pretrial hearings, reporters followed every development, publishing transcripts, expert summaries, and courtroom illustrations. National outlets picked up the case as more details emerged about the nature of the crimes and Wilson's extensive prior record. True crime podcasts released multi-part episodes examining the timeline, victim profiles, and police response. Television documentaries featured interviews with investigators, family members of the victims, and legal commentators. The attention turned the case into a widely recognized symbol of the challenges in dealing with repeat violent offenders. While media coverage played a key role in keeping the public informed, it also sparked concern from legal professionals. Defense attorneys cited the saturation of press reports as a potential threat to Wilson's right to a fair trial. During pretrial motions, they requested a change of venue, arguing that impartial jurors could not be found in Lee County. Though the court ultimately denied the motion, it acknowledged the difficulty of navigating a trial with such intense media scrutiny. Judges imposed strict courtroom rules to manage media access. Only pool cameras were allowed during certain phases of the trial. Journalists were provided designated seating areas and instructed not to approach witnesses, jurors, or attorneys. Despite these rules, daily news recaps were broadcast each evening, often including commentary that walked a fine line between factual reporting and editorializing. The families of Ruiz and Hart also experienced the effects of widespread coverage. While many members cooperated with select outlets to raise awareness about domestic violence and systemic failure, they also received unwanted attention.